How many wildlife species are there in our state? Well, the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency counts more than 1,300. From salamanders and songbirds to bass and black bears, the TWRA has the responsibility of managing all these species. So the next time you purchase a license to hunt or fish, rest assured, you are investing in programs that support all wildlife. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with watchable wildlife.
What kind of birds can folks expect to see?
Next up, tackle tip, jerk baits.
Early January, just pull this along the bluff, and this is a good bait for that time.
And we'll finish off with drop the tailgate, bow fishing.
Thought we had 20 or 25.
We had 46.
We did better than I thought we did.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
I'm happy to be back at the Hiawassee Refuge with Chris Simpson. Chris is the #1 help and supporter during the Sandhill Crane Festival weekend. We have a blast together with all of our coworkers and volunteers from the area that work with us. But Chris, you have a really unique job in our region. There's only one of you.
That's true.
Tell me about yourself. Tell me about your job with the region.
I'm Chris Simpson. I'm Region 3 Biodiversity Coordinator out of Crossville. Work the entire region. Get to work with a lot of endangered species, and one of the highlights of the year is the Crane Festival, because I love waterfowl and birds. And right here, I mean, if you want to see birds in our area, this is the place to come for the Sandhill Crane Festival.
And what do you help me with during the festival, Chris?
Well, we start out on Thursday setting everything up. Friday we get to work at the school and usually teach all the 5th graders in the county about the refuge and waterfowl and birds and bald eagles, golden eagles, and other wildlife you'd expect to see here. And then Saturday and Sunday, of course, is all the events at the school normally and here at the refuge, and just coming out to the refuge and viewing all the birds that migrate through here through the winter. This is a major stop-off point for a lot of waterfowl, including sandhill cranes and bald eagles.
How many years have you been involved with the festival?
Around 16 years, pretty strong, yeah.
So we have some history and longevity, which is a lot of fun. You know, that institutional knowledge really helps make it a great weekend. What's unique about this area for anyone that enjoys bird watching or just someone that enjoys being out in nature? What kind of birds can folks expect to see?
Well, what's unique is we're at the confluence of the Hiawassee River and Tennessee River. And the Hiawassee River, if you don't know, drains out of the Cherokee National Forest, out of the mountains. And the land here is real fertile, so the farmland is tremendous. So there's a lot of wildlife food, including corn and different crops that are planted for wildlife. So it's a major stop-off for waterfowl. And so a lot of the waterfowl that you would see here would include mallards, of course, Canada geese, diving ducks, puddle ducks, and a whole slew of other birds. But today we have pelicans on the slough. Of course, you have all your winter bird feeder birds, of course, as well, but a lot of raptors in the area as well.
And there's one raptor specifically that everybody looks for when they're here, and that's the bald eagle or even golden eagles.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about those two birds?
We have a high density of bald eagles in the area. We have several bald eagle nests on the refuge here, and of course this was one of these spots that golden eagles were reintroduced through the process of hacking towers back in the 90s and early 2000s to the area.
And truly, everybody comes to see the thousands of cranes that are here at the Hiawassee Refuge and in the area, but it truly is a highlight to see our national symbol fly through.
Absolutely.
And it usually draws a lot of oohs and ahs from the crowd. So if you're in the area, check out check out birding in the area and watch for that amazing bird along with the cranes. Chris, I can't thank you enough. Every year I say thanks, and it's never enough for all you do for the festival. Thanks for being with us here today.
Well, you're welcome. It's a lot of fun.
Hey, this is Mike Parsey with the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency. What I wanted to do today is give you another tip. Today's tip is about jerkbaits. First things first, there are several makers of jerkbaits, and there are several types of jerkbaits. Each has its place. First of all, there's this jerkbait. This is a megabass jerkbait. I believe this is called a Leviathan, and this jerkbait is made for ultra cold water in the very late winter. So early in January, I throw this, especially on your clearer lakes like Dale Hollow, Thames Ford, and Center Hill. And what you'll want to do with your rod is just pull this bait. You don't really jerk it, even though it's called a jerkbait. You just pull this along with your rod. So you pull and wait. You can wait 30 seconds sometimes, maybe even longer, and just pull again. At some point, if you're throwing this in the right location, the line will just start going off on its own, and that's when you can set the hook. These are good baits to throw along bluff walls, little rock outcroppings on bluff walls late in the winter, early January. Just pull this along the bluff, and this is a good bait for that time of the season. So first one is an ultra cold jerk bait with a longer lip, and you pull them, you don't jerk them. After that, you can start going toward a shallower running jerk bait. This is a Megabass 110+1. It gets nowhere near as deep as that Leviathan, but it's got a more erratic action because of the water's getting warmer when you start to throw this. So you can throw this all season long, but I start throwing it a lot more when it gets mid-January all the way through really all the way through spawn. You can throw this up through April, and sometimes even past that, but this is a good bait to use all the way through April. And this gives a more erratic action, although it's still its action is deader than a jerk bait that you're going to want to throw when you get into late February into March and on into April. And this gets a little deeper than you're going to want to throw at that point. What you're going to want to throw when you get into late February, March, and April is this Megabass 110. So you'll notice that a Megabass 110+1 has a longer bill on it than the Megabass 110. That's because this bait runs shallower. That's for when the fish are shallower. So on top of that, the action with this bait is much more erratic than the 110+1, and you actually jerk these two baits. You don't pull them, so you jerk them. And so you'll jerk, and it'll do its erratic action, and don't move it. Just let it sit there, and then you would jerk it again. But you don't want any, you don't want your line taut when you stop the bait, because if it is taut, it'll continue to pull the lure, and you want the lure to be perfectly still in the water column when you stop the bait. So these two baits you jerk, and make sure you do it on slack line so the bait doesn't continue to move once you've stopped. Along that same line, this is an older jerk bait. It's called an Excalibur jerk bait. This is one of the better baits that I found when you get to a lake like Del Hollow or Thames Ford or Center Hill that have smallmouth in it. For some reason they like that chartreuse and purple. This is a bait that's got a much more deader action than these Megabass, even this Megabass 110+1. So this is better when the water is a little bit cooler. So what you want to do is you match the action of the bait to the temperature of the water. So if it's a colder water, you want a deader jerk bait. And so you would jerk this one as well. In the late winter, early January, you can even pull this bait like you would this Leviathan. So if you're dealing with cold water, you can always deaden the action of a jerk bait by just pulling it instead of jerking it. Along those lines, there are a great deal more jerk baits that you can throw. Strike King, I've always found their jerk baits to be a lot more pull type jerk baits, deader action jerk baits. This is a Stay Z90. You would pull this bait just like you would this Leviathan. You see the bills, you see a bill like that, these baits are more pull type jerk baits for the cold water. This right here is another Stay Z90. Once again, pull these baits. But overall, jerk baits have their purpose, and each type of bill has a reason that you're throwing it. And then once you get there, discover which bait is more erratic, which bait has a deader action, which bait suspends for you. You don't want these baits rising or falling. You just want them to stay still in the water column and not move. So get out there and find out which is your favorite jerk bait to throw, and take into account the water temperature as well as the water color when you're deciding what color of jerk bait you're going to throw. If it's clear, you want a jerk bait that is almost clear. If it is muddy or stained, you want to be able to see that jerk bait so the fish can see the jerk bait. So those are my tips today about jerk baits. Get out there and go fishing.
Hey, I'm Jamie Feddersen. I'm TWRA's Migratory Game Bird Program Leader. Did you know that TWRA and Tennessee Tech University have teamed up to conduct a mallard telemetry research project? Each year for the next 3 years, we plan to capture mallards in West Tennessee and put GPS backpack transmitters on these birds and track their movements across West Tennessee and throughout the Mississippi Flyway. The information that we're going to get from these birds' movements will help us identify the habitats they really like, and that information will help area managers produce the best available habitat that they can, knowing what these birds want to use. We're really excited about this partnership with Tennessee Tech University. We know we're going to collect some really great data, and this is going to be really good for Tennessee's wildlife.
Hey guys, it's Matt Cameron, and today on Drop the Tailgate, I'm in Granger County with my good buddy Wes Jones. We're going to talk about some bow fishing. So tell me about you and your bow fishing experience, when you got started and who got you into it and all that.
My dad got me into it when I was young. I was probably 10, 11 years old, and which back then they didn't shoot them at night or anything. They'd shoot during the spawn when the fish was up rolling on the banks and stuff like that.
In daytime?
In the daytime.
Okay.
Well, 5 or 6 years ago, I got to run around with some boys from western Tennessee that got me into doing it at night. And once I done it at night, it's too hot to be out here in the daytime shooting them when you can do it at night and enjoy the coolness of the night and stuff. But I like it a whole lot better at night because you ain't got all the boat traffic and it's a lot more peaceful and it ain't 100 degrees outside.
Yes, sir. Does the bugs ever get after you?
Oh, they're awful. In the summertime, bugs get awful, especially if you get around grass and grass gnats and stuff. It's awful.
Okay. Well, that's something I had to consider. You know, you and I went out a couple weeks ago right here on Cherokee and got into some fish there, and weren't really any bugs to speak of that night.
No, but last night they was out pretty good last night. We went out and shot some last night, and they was pretty. You can tell it's warming up.
So when we went, we got into most of the common carp. And I think you stuck a buffalo.
Shot a couple buffalo. Didn't get any gar that night. Gar was sort of scarce that night, but they're starting to show up a little bit better now. Water temperature's warming up, and they're beginning to spawn.
What's the water temp right now?
72.
Okay. We're in mid-May here, moving towards late May. Man, it's been like almost summer like here the past week or so.
It has. And a lot of the commons have done spawn, which I mean they're still up shallow of nights. You can still find some, but
so let's talk about basic gear and kind of how you could help people that want to do this, how they can get started in it, maybe not spend an arm or leg for a nice rig like you've got here.
Yeah. As far as bow-wise goes, everybody makes a bow fishing bow these days. TSC makes one, Cajun makes one, that are combos. You can get it like Bass Pro Shop, Bow Fishing Extreme, stuff like that are a couple $100. I mean, they're not going to break the bank. I mean, I shoot the Oneidas because we do a lot of tournament fishing and stuff, and I do it all the time. That's a $900 boat, bar boat. Not everybody wants to spend that.
Sure, especially starting out to see if they even like it or not.
If they even like it or not. I mean, there's so many. I mean, everybody's got a combo about it now for bow fishing, and that'd be my recommendation. I mean, get you something cheap if you like it, and you want to upgrade. Then sky's the limit on that. You can spend it. This is a sport. You can spend just as little or just as much money on it as you want.
I'm a firm believer that you need good gear. You may not have to be top of the line guy, but I want something decent that's reliable that I'm going to be successful with.
Cajun Sucker Punch is a real good bow. I've actually got a TSC at the house that I still have that I shoot from time to time. Or if somebody new's going on the boat, I let them shoot them because I'd much rather than drop $250 bow in the water, $800 bow in the water.
Speaking of dropping in the water, I knocked my camera off in the water when you and I were fishing too.
Yeah, it was a fun night. It was an interesting night for sure.
It was. You developed a neat little rig there on your fish pole with a gaff on the end of it, and finally rescued that thing.
Yeah, that was fun. I was telling my dad about that. He said, "How did you get it out?" I said, "You'll just have to see." I said, "It was a fiasco with itself."
All right, so let's take a look at your bows here, the reel, this stuff that you use personally, and what you would suggest to someone who's getting more serious about it.
Like I said, I shoot the Oneida Ospreys. It's got a Bow Fishing Extreme shelf rest. I shoot the Cajun Spin Doctor reel. This is an extended reel cap. Jeremiah Hayes makes those. Gar God reel seat with a TJE shoot through rod. Mr. Tim Escott makes these. They're made in the USA.
Okay.
Same with the Gar Gods. G-string bow strings and 200-pound test bow fishing bow.
Okay.
This is what I'll shoot mainly around here for your regular commons, 5 to 10-pound commons. That's an Interlock Pro Point.
What kind of arrows you run?
That is a RPM NRG shaft. It's carbon and fiberglass mix.
And what's the purpose of that?
Stiffer. To be honest, my bows like those arrows better than any arrow I've shot.
Okay.
They don't splash hardly any. The fiberglass, I've got some fiberglass. You can tune a bow to shoot pretty much any arrow. But I just like the NRGs. They just seem to shoot better out of my bows.
NRG.
NRG from RPM Bow Fishing. Now for the big fish, I like the interlock 3-barb grapple. It's got a little more holding weight.
So it's kind of like mechanicals.
It's kind of like a mechanical. When it goes in the fish, it's like this, but once the fish starts fighting the air, it opens up. You've got more holding power there. And I also, for big fish, I'll shoot the TNT 4 barbs. And they're the same thing, they're a great point too. When you get a fish on with these, with the TNT, you just completely screw it off, dump it in the barrel, screw the point back on, and you're ready to go again. With the interlock, you just loosen it.
Okay,
and
slide them off that.
And slide them off that.
Okay.
And the same thing with the pro point. The pro point, when the fish is fighting against it, the barbs will stay right there. When you get a fish to the boat, the barbs reverse and the fish slides off.
Tell us about your rig here, Wes.
It's a 2072 all-well bowfish. Andalusia Marine rigged it. It's got a 140 Suzuki 4-stroke on it with a 9-horsepower Kohatsu kicker motor, which is rigged a steer stick in the front. The throttle and everything is right here. You got the hydraulic jack plate, tilt and trim on the motor, and your gear shift right here. So it's a glorified trolling motor. It just allows you to cover a whole lot more water without having to worry about dead batteries. And the steering on these boats is phenomenal. I mean, that one's trimmed up, but you can steer with 2 fingers. Lights are 100-watt 5-star LEDs. Victor McNew does them. They're a orange light. I'm high pressure sodium color, which seem to cut the muddy water a whole lot better than a wider light. The wider lights, you get more reflection than it does. It'll reflect off the water more than it will actually cut the water. Check out Scott with Copperheads Outdoors. Scott's got a bow shop down there, and he has a good selection of bow fishing gear. Bigger than most around here, to be honest, which he's right there on Gunnersville bow fishing. It's getting to be big around here, but it's a whole lot bigger down there than it is around here.
So Wes, tell me about some other places to bow fish across the state. You know, you're out here in East Tennessee, and we know it pretty well. You know, where can folks maybe in Middle and West Tennessee go?
Well, Reelfoot, West Tennessee, Reelfoot's got some real good bow fishing. You want to deal with cottonmouths. Me personally, I'm not about that. The thing about Tennessee is, I mean, most of the TWRA lakes, TVA lakes and stuff, have a public access close, and they're all good for bow fishing. I mean, that's Watts Bar, just any TVA reservoir. Like there's carp and gar and buffalo in the reservoirs. It's just pretty much wherever you want to drive to. So I mean, all these local waters have got carp and gar and stuff in them. So that's one thing we're blessed. I mean, with the public access and stuff that TWRA has, pretty much anywhere you want to go put a boat in, you can go shoot fish. But one thing too I want to touch on is the most important thing of all this. It ain't the boat, it ain't the bows, it ain't the gear. It's $100, but it can save your life. I wire it religiously. People drown every day, you know that. You work with TWRA.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's the most important piece of gear in a boat, in my opinion.
It is, and it only works if you're wearing it.
It only works if you're wearing it.
So tell us about the bow fishing community that you're a part of.
We've got a local club here on Facebook. We've got a Facebook page. It's East Cherokee Lake Bow Fishing. We post our local tournaments there. I've got guys that come up from Chattanooga and Dalton, Georgia, around Ringo and stuff, come all the way up to Tennessee to shoot tournaments. It's a good group of guys. It's by the top guys will give you the shirt off the back. The bow fishing community in general is, you'll never meet another group of people like it.
And is there a time of year that's better than others?
Spring of the year, from now through, now dog days of summer, it'll get real slow. But then in the fall, when the water starts to cool off, they'll pull back up shallow again. So pretty much any time. Like I said, just don't get discouraged, because you're gonna miss a lot. If you're just getting into it, you're gonna miss a lot. I still miss a lot. I mean, But one of the main things is, guys, if you shoot fish, don't dump them at the boat ramps. Dispose of them properly. I mean, I've got guys that'll come get them and he feeds them to his hogs. People use them for fertilize.
So you and I fished till probably what, 2:30 in the morning that night, and that's, you know, I don't stay up all night a lot, so I was getting a little bit weary by then. So I was kind of glad to pack it up then. It's a long ride back to where I live from here. But about how many fish did we get there?
Shot 46 that night.
And that's probably twice as many as I thought we had. I don't know if it's just so fast or because I missed most of them and you hit most of them, but I probably thought we had 20 or 25.
We had 46.
We did better than I thought we did.
Now, we shot on Friday night. We went back Saturday night and shot the same stretch of bank, killed 66.
The same stretch?
The same stretch. Me and a buddy of mine shot 66.
That's a good point. I'm glad you said that because I thought, well, you know, maybe it's like turkeys or deer. You put too much pressure on them in one area, they're going to leave.
There's so many of these blind things, man. I'm sure we put a dent in them, but not that you can actually tell. Because you can go back to the same, we could go back to the same flat nights you fish. We're trying to get the younger generation into it. I mean, I've got a little 9-year-old cousin at home. He's chomping at the bits. Every time I hook the boat, he's ready to go. And to be 9-year-old, he'll stand right there on that front deck till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and never say, I'm ready to go home or nothing.
Shoulder to shoulder with you.
Yep.
He got his own bow?
Yeah, he got his own bow.
He's serious about it.
Yeah, I graduated him last week actually from a AMS baller reel. He got to graduate to spinner. He thinks he's hot stuff now.
Pleasure's all mine, brother. It's been a blessing.
Oh, it has. It has. It really has.
Thank
We'll
you
do it
enough,
again.
Wes.
We'll
I'm
do it
looking forward
again.
to it. I hope I can get one of my boys to come out and do
Yeah,
it.
just holler at me anytime. Tell me anytime.
After you do it, you realize how much fun it is, and
It's
you
challenging.
want to go back.
It's challenging.
It wasn't easy. If it's easy, everybody do it. Ain't what the old saying goes.
Yeah, that's what they say. But it's fun.
Brother, thanks again.
Thank you, Matt.
And I'm looking forward to the next trip.
We'll do it.
All right. Y'all, thanks for joining us on Drop the Tailgate. Tune in next time for some more fun in the Tennessee Great Outdoors.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream, this legacy.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University. Applications are open for this year's STEM Summer Camp, a week-long outreach by the College of Basic and Applied Sciences for students in grades 9 through 12. They'll get a taste of biology, chemistry, math, science education, and more. The College of Education is bringing back to campus its master's degree program in instructional leadership. We tell you how this program will prepare teachers hoping to move into school administration. And we tell you about the fastest growing major in the Jones College of Business, our entrepreneur program, which prepares students for careers in business innovation. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Applications are open for this year's STEM Summer Camp, a week-long outreach by the College of Basic and Applied Sciences for students in grades 9 through 12. Students will come to campus for a taste of biology, chemistry, math, science education, and more, plus interact with our professors. Joining to tell us about the camp is Heather Green, coordinator of our MTeach program, which works to prepare education majors for careers as science teachers. Heather, welcome back to the program.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
You know, I think the last time we spoke, it was during the pandemic, right? And we were talking from your living room.
Yes.
So welcome to the studio for Out of the Blue. So you've got some happy news. We've seen some substantial growth in the STEM camps. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, we started our STEM camp last summer, and it was mainly science related. But this year we have grown, so we've added about 2 times as many student slots as we had last year, and we've also added content areas. So not only are we doing biology and chemistry, but now we have math, science education, and engineering technology added to the camp.
So let me back up a little bit and make sure all of our viewers, when I say STEM, they should hear science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, correct?
Correct.
And you're, of course, part of our College of Basic and Applied Sciences. That's where all these programs rest, right?
Yes.
So this is an opportunity for those students to see what we have to offer as a university.
Yes, and it's an opportunity for them to come in and try it out. So one of the great things about MTSU is that our students in the College of Basic and Applied Sciences can be involved in research and involved in laboratories, not just sitting in classes listening to professors. So we're going to get them in and have them do hands-on activities in the lab, in the field, working with people like me who work as science educators. So doing the things that we would have them do as undergraduate or even as graduate students at MTSU.
It's a fantastic program, and I got to see it up close last time, but even though we've expanded, there's still a limit, right? How many seats are available?
Yes, we only have 90 seats available, and it is first come, first serve.
Okay.
We have already opened registration. Early registration ends April 15th of this month.
Okay.
And then registration completely ends either when we're full or May 15th, whichever comes first.
So your best shot, apply before April 15th.
Yes, absolutely. The sooner the better.
So tell me the criteria. Who are you looking for to participate in this program?
We're looking for upcoming 9th to 12th grade students who are interested in trying out science. They don't have to be wanting to be science majors. They might just have an interest in science or math and want to try out and see what MTSU has to offer.
Plus, they get to spend time in all of our facilities, and you've mentioned some of those, but the science building itself, actually going into the labs and seeing up close and actually taking part in some of those exercises, right?
Yes, and we're also going to take them to some of the facilities that are outside of campus, including our airport facilities, our creamery, possibly the dairy farm.
Ooh, nice. Chocolate
so they
milk
get to
maybe
see
in the
our
future.
cows. Yeah, they get to see us make the chocolate milk,
Okay,
which is
okay.
truly fun.
Okay.
Not as much fun as drinking it. But they also get to go to the game room and our exercise facilities,
the rec
so
center
the
and
rec
everything like
center. So lots of different chances to see different sides of campus. And I know with the biology programs, they'll even go out in the field.
Nice, nice. So actual field trips, that's cool. And all the advantages of these camps is obviously just the opportunity to be on campus and imagine yourself in these facilities. All of your faculty, well, most of your faculty will be participating in this, right? And they'll get to connect potentially with the professors if they come to MTSU they'll take classes with, right?
Yes, every session is led by an actual MTSU professor, and we will also have MTSU graduate students and undergraduate students helping with the sessions. So they'll be able to talk with our graduate and undergraduate students and find out what it's like to be a student at MTSU and also interact with our professors.
Well, I can't let you leave the program without talking about MTeach for a little bit. Tell our viewers what that is, and you're the coordinator. What are its goals and objectives?
So MTeach is our math, science, and agriculture secondary education minor. The way it is set up is that our students major in an area of math, science, or agriculture, and then they do the MTeach minor at the same time so that when they graduate, they have a major in their content area as well as their licensure to teach in the state of Tennessee. The highlight of our program is early and often field experience. So we have them out in the classrooms teaching children from their very first class.
We've got to go through this one more time. The in-person camp, 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., June 19th through the 23rd, right here on the campus of MTSU. Everything starts here. We'll go to and from here. And where do I go on the web to find out more?
Yes, it's mtsu.edu/STEMcamp.
And what will I find there?
They're going to find the registration form that they'll fill out. They'll be able to choose which sessions they're most interested in, and then, of course, pay the fee. It is $200 until April 15th and $250 after April 15th.
90 seats available and a great experience. So Heather, thank you for joining us to tell us all about this wonderful program.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner. Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The College of Education is bringing back to campus its master's degree program in instructional leadership to better prepare teachers hoping to move into school administration. We chat with Dr. Donald Sneed, chair of the Womack Educational Leadership Department, about the effort. Dr. Sneed, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
We're glad to have you here in the Center for Educational Media. It's part of the College of Education. And exciting news about your program, the Master of Instructional Leadership, returning to campus starting in the summer. Can you tell us about that?
Well, the Instructional Leadership MED program is not necessarily a new program. It's just that for the past 10 years or so, we've had off-campus cohorts. But those areas, mostly rural areas, throughout Tennessee has dried up. We've had a lot of interest in having a program back on campus to train educators to become education leaders. And so this summer we are we're starting over. We are bringing back a program on campus, face-to-face. It's a hybrid program. Nonetheless, it will be housed here on the MTSU main campus to train educators to become education leaders and become leaders in public schools throughout the state and other places they wish to be employed.
Well, you know, we've always innovated and created great programs in the College of Education, and I'm certain this is another one in that tradition. Talk to me about this is an ability not to only earn my master's, but also my instructional leadership license.
Well, again, you know, you're right. Earning a master's is just, I guess, something we do. However, to add the endorsement for leadership. Now, you know, Tennessee has certain standards for education leaders, and all states have certain standards. So we have to make sure that this program adhere to those guidelines and to those benchmarks. And that's one of the things that we're finishing up now. And that's one of the greatest challenges, to make sure that the standards that the Tennessee set in other states are met in the courses that we offered. So, you know, it's exciting, but it's challenging.
And obviously this is geared towards the working professional who's seeking this credential to become a leader. I'm seeing your program of study here, and it looks like it's broken out by about 5 semesters, 2 per course if you follow along the path. And you mentioned this is hybrid because some of these will be in person and some will be online. Does that help the working professional sort of accommodate how they're going to be able to fit all this in their schedule?
Yeah, I think it does. I think students have an option. Well, not necessarily an option of either, but I think with the idea they have both. They have some online experiences, they also have face-to-face. I think it balances out. And as you know, online e-learning now, it's the thing.
It is.
And so we're trying to keep up with what attracts students, and we're trying to keep up what help students get through the program. And of course, you know, this is a 5-semester program. It seems like a long time, but I think with working professionals and spreading it out over this length of time will give them time to be successful in completing that.
You know, as an online adult learner myself in the College of Education, I can tell you that this pacing really works if you've got a full-time job and you're trying to balance both the program of study and this. But there's also an eligibility requirement, right? What must I have to apply for this program?
Well, in order to enter the instructional leadership component, you have to have 3 years of public school teaching.
Okay.
So that is a state requirement. So we cannot admit you unless you meet that requirement. Now you can get into another master's program without it, but you have to have 3 years of experience. And I think that's reasonable because, you know, if you're going to lead, you need to know what it's all about.
Absolutely.
And who you're leading.
Absolutely. And we could go online to find the description of all these courses, but take the 50,000-foot view for me a bit and tell me, what do I get from this program once it's all concluded? What will be the thing that will help me get the most for taking this?
You know, I think the most important thing about instructional leadership is how you best lead a school to meet its objectives and its goals. How you best can lead a school to make students successful, to make teachers successful, to make the district successful. So these courses in our curriculum is designed to train leaders how to be very effective in those areas of curriculum, areas of finance, areas of community and school relations, and in pretty much any area that involves education in a particular school in a district. I think our program is very well designed to help those individuals develop the skills and the knowledge necessary to meet those goals.
Educational leadership has long been a part of the College of Education. You're the chair of the Womack Educational Leadership Department, and I know that's been a pride point for us for many years. Talk to us about your department as a whole and the type of efforts, including this, that you're trying to accomplish in the College of Education.
Well, as a whole, you know, we train teachers. As a whole, now we're training leaders. As a whole, we train people to become more in-depth in their knowledge and understanding of the principles and the concepts that actually support learning. We have, I think, a great faculty, and all of our faculty in one way or another is involved in this process. It's not isolated to a few, but we have contributions from all of our faculty. And while all the faculty may or may not teach these courses, they're very supportive in one way or another. So I think, you know, that's one of the things I'm proud of. We have a faculty that works together as a whole to make our program successful.
The College of Education talks about how its students make a difference. Let's close on this.
Yes.
How can you make a difference through teaching?
We are difference makers. I have 22 years of teaching experience in the public schools, and you make a difference in the lives of students. You change students' lives. You give them perspective on life. You give them something to look for, to hope for. You give them aspirations. You motivate them to become productive citizens. So we are difference makers. We touch lives. We change lives. We empower people to become what the best they can be, whatever that is. That's what we do. So we're difference makers.
Dr. Sneed, thank you for joining us. And I know we could go to your website, mtsu.edu/education, for more information.
That is correct.
Thank you for this program and all the work you're doing to bring it back to campus.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be right back.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppman. The fastest growing undergraduate major in the Jones College of Business is our Business Innovation and Entrepreneurship program. It enrolled a record-setting 82 freshmen this fall, and this cross-disciplinary major prepares students for careers in business innovation. It's earned national recognition. Joining to talk to us about it is Dr. Joshua Aaron, holder of the Pam Wright Chair for Entrepreneurship. Dr. Aaron, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
You've got a big story to tell, and I want to give you plenty of time to tell it, but let's start with the growth of the entrepreneur program itself. It's a pride point of the university, a pride point for the Jones College of Business. Talk about how it's the fastest growing major in the college.
Yeah, if you go back to fall of 2020, we had 112, then we went up to 156, and then up to 196 this past fall of 22. It's been phenomenal growth. We're very pleased with it. I really think it's been the culmination of three things that have kind of triangulated. One of them is that there's a general sense of an entrepreneurial spirit in the culture today, right? I think we're benefiting from that. Also, we changed the name of the program to Business Innovation and Entrepreneurship in fall of 2020. And so I think that's been able to get us a little bit more notoriety. parents like that a little bit better, employers like that a little bit better, that you're teaching the innovative mindset that might be applied either in the student's new business or in their place of business, whatever might be the case. And then third, you know, we have a couple of really great benefactors to the program. One of them is Pam Wright, who has been a benefactor for entrepreneurship for a long time and currently sits on the board. And recently, Chuck McDowell has come along and provides us with operational expenses each and every year. And so that's enabled us to drastically grow the prize pool in the business plan competition, to fund other competitions inside of the classroom that we can give smaller stipends to student winners of different programs that we have inside the classroom. All of that just creates a buzz and gets the positive momentum rolling.
Let's step back a bit and give me the elevator speech for your program. What are the things that you teach, and how will it help me if I'm a student, if I'm seeking those kind of advantages?
Well, we're going to take a student who has an idea or just has an entrepreneurial mindset, and we're going to enable them to either take the idea that they already have and hone it and craft it into a marketable business, or we're going to take the mindset that they have, give them the tools to maybe think about 3 or 4 different businesses if they don't come to the table with a business idea, and determine whether entrepreneurship is the path that they want to pursue. At the end of the program, if they choose that entrepreneurship is not the path that they're going to choose, then they still have a very marketable degree with the business innovation aspect of that degree that they can go apply in the corporate world.
The competitiveness of the program, you've got competitions within the program itself, and they pay some money, some prizes. Why is that important?
Well, it's important, I think, because it gets the attention of the students, but it's also important because, you know, in the finals of the business plan competition coming up, we're going to award $9,000 to the winning venture. So that's legitimate money to help them grow. We're going to give away roughly $30,000 in total prize money for that competition. And when students hear that, when you're able to go into a classroom and recruit to that, it gets their attention and makes them not only interested in participating, but taking it very seriously. And the extent to which they take it seriously, you get out what you put in, right? So the advice and the mentorship that they get from the judges that they're going to interact with throughout the course of the competition is going to be so much better since they've put more effort into the competition.
Right, right. I mean, it's a brilliant concept. It really gets the adrenaline pumping in all of these situations, and they learn from that. So you've been engaged in something fairly recently that has also showcased our students. Can you talk about that?
Well, every spring we have this business plan competition as I described. So at the end of February, we get 50 to 60 new venture profiles. We judge those internally with faculty members and whittle those down to a top 20 or 25 students. And then in late March, have the semifinal trade show elevator pitch where they set up displays, but they're also called in one by one to go give their 3-minute elevator pitch in front of the judges. And so in the semifinal round, we cut from 20 down to 6. And so then at the end of April, we come back in the parliamentary room, make a big deal about it, have 15 judges, have these students giving 15-minute more business plan presentations now with a big 15-minute Q&A. So it really is a top-notch event. It feels very professional, and they're competing for very serious cash support for their businesses.
That's really a lot of fun and a lot of learning. And you've received some national recognition for the program. Give us some of those details.
Absolutely. We were awarded the 2022 Showcase Award by the Small Business Institute, which goes to their Program of the Year.
Wow, that's fantastic recognition. And I know Dean Urban is always talking about the Jones College and that it gets national recognition and distinction. You're not resting on your laurels, though. You've got some things ahead. Talk about those.
The future of the program is bright. I mean, we brought in a record 82 freshmen last fall. I'm expecting that to be even higher this year. But some of the ways that we're trying to do that, for example, we've had a high school fair now for 8 years. Tracy Huddleston's been doing the Invention Convention for 30 years on this campus. And so she and I got together and said, you know, if we're going to have these entrepreneurs from cradle to grave, what we're missing, you know, is the middle school fair. So we're going to launch a middle school fair in spring of 2024.
Nice.
And have faculty members in the College of Business and the College of Education that are helping us do that. So that's something that's very exciting.
Dr. Joshua Aaron, holder of the Pam Wright Chair for Entrepreneurship, it's an honor having you on the program, and congratulations for everything you're doing for the university.
Thank you.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find information about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Good evening. Welcome to the LaVergne Library Board meeting. Tonight I call this board to order. We do have a quorum. We have a full quorum. And we need to approve the minutes of the November 14th, 2022 regular meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
I'll second.
We have a second. Thank you. Our first order of business tonight is to
Ms. Dawn,
appoint.
we need to vote on that.
Oh, that would be nice. Okay. As you can see, I'm usually not on that end. So, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. So our order of business tonight is first a motion to appoint a library board chairman. Do I have any nominations?
I'll nominate Ms. Benton.
Our
Okay.
second.
We have a nomination and a second for Ms. Carissa Benton. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I oppose myself.
Okay, Ms. Benton is now our chairman. Thank you. And I'm sure you accept, correct?
I will accept.
Yes. All right, thank you. So now I turn this over to you for our second order of business.
All right, so we need to make a motion to appoint a library board vice chairman.
Make a motion to appoint Dr. Burgess.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, so we're going to welcome our new members. We have Leslie Ballard. We have Kayla, is it
Custer.
Custer?
Yes.
And Lacey Lance. So welcome aboard. All right, so upcoming programs and events. Do you want to talk about those, Ms. Dawn?
Sure, I would be happy to. Some of the upcoming ones that we would like to share with you all is Hobo Road Band, a little more rock and rollish, will be with us again on Saturday, March 25th from 1 to 2. There is a flyer in your packet that shows, and you are welcome to take that flyer. If you have a place that you can hang that, we would be happy for the advertisement. It is a member of our library staff, Joe Pfeiffer, and then Chris Mays, and then Daniel, another member of their band that plays. They played last month, and they did the stories behind the songs. It was very interesting and a lot of fun. So this time we're going to do a little more rock and rollish. Second thing I'd like to talk about is the Parks and Recreation Easter Egg Drive-Thru, and that will be at Veterans Memorial Park on Saturday, April the 1st at 10 until 11:30. There was another error, so that should be 11:30. The library always enjoys being a part of this event, and the Parks and Rec team gives out a wonderful baggie of goodies, of filled eggs, and the library is going to be giving away a chocolate bunny. And not just a chocolate bunny, it is an 8-ounce, half-pound chocolate bunny.
Wow.
And it's solid, and we're excited. So everyone loves chocolate. Book clubs. We have wanted to start a book club for so long, and we had tried a few years ago and just didn't go over quite as well as we anticipated. So our staff member, Beth Blassingame, did a survey and surveyed our public and the patrons to see if they would be interested in some book clubs. And I'm happy to say that we have 2 that we're going to be starting. If you will look at your flyers. They also, the public and the patrons, voted on the names. So the Better Off Read Book Club, which every time I read that, I say Better Off dead, but it's better off read. The book this time is Lessons in Chemistry by Bonnie Garmus. This is our first meeting will be Monday, April the 17th at 5:30 p.m. and you can sign up at the circulation desk. We do have a couple of books that can be checked out, and this book is also on Libby. So anyone who plans on being a part of that book club can check those out. The second one is the Page Turners Book Club. The book is So Long, Chester Wheeler. This is a fairly new book by Catherine Ryan Hyde. It's going to be on Saturday, April the 22nd at 10:30 a.m. Again, sign up at the circulation desk, and we do have hard copies that are able to be checked out. We were able to get a great deal at Amazon. Each book was $8 a piece. So we bought several copies so that people can come in and check those out. They are ready to circulate. So anyone who's interested, come sign up or call the library for more information. We are having LaVergne High School Day again at the library. The library assistant has reached out to me, and we are currently in the planning stage. This will be on Saturday, April the 29th at 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. We will have local authors that will be there doing book talks, able to sell their books. We'll have story times by the high schoolers, puppet shows. There'll be book talk displays, face painting, and a lot of other fun stuff. So we'd love for you all to join us for that day. More information will come out as soon as we have all the planning completed.
All right, moving on. It looks like we've got some April and May closures. So the library will be closed on Good Friday, which will be Friday, April the 7th, and then on Saturday, April the 8th as well. And then Memorial Day weekend, they'll be closed Saturday, May 27th, and Monday, May 29th. Some much-needed holidays for our staff.
And I would like to explain to those of you who are new to the board, for our closures, when we have a weekend like that, because the library is open usually on Saturdays, we take the city holiday and then we take one other day as a regular day off so that the city is not paying for that second day, but our staff are able to have a good weekend to maybe go visit relatives, things of this sort. So when you see RDO, that is a regular day off that they are taking.
All right, so now we're moving on to review the draft of the proposed 23-24 budget.
All right, this is hot off the press. I met with Tanya Williams, our finance director, and Phyllis Rogers this afternoon, our former finance director, and we were able to go over the budget and to look to see if there were any changes that need to be made. Generally, the library is pretty cut and dry. We have such a great budget that we are so pleased with what we have. And then the city is always so willing to help us out with some capital projects or some little things that we need to do, such as we had our roof fixed a couple of years ago. We had to get a new HVAC system. We had, if you'll skip on down, we're just going to kind of skip around, but I know this is one that the mayor is interested in. Book drop. We had that book drop ready to go 2 years ago, but we had not had the concrete put down. The concrete did not get laid until this budget year, so our book drop had been pushed back. Then when I went to order the book drop, the one that we need is out of stock. And so we are getting the one size outside book drop that you can put videos in up at the top, and then you can also put in books. What they had were the double and triple size, and we just didn't need that big. So I'm keeping a watch on it. Hopefully it will come back in stock before this budget year is over, and if it does, if we have some remaining budget, we will go ahead and get that. If not, we went ahead and put it on our budget for 23-24. And we put that under small items of equipment. We usually have that at about $2,000. The book drop I'm looking at is about $5,000. So that's the reason we had a change there. Mayor, I'm going to ask you, would you prefer for me to go straight down so that everyone or just skip around a little bit?
I would just cover your main items, because the top portion of this is predominantly employee driven. So you've got salaries, hourly, health insurance, retirement, which that increases each year as you continue on with seasoned staff. Whenever you get down to your other areas such as travel, books, audio, video, CDs, that sort of stuff, that's where there's more margin to move back and forth.
Thank you. Yes, we kind of start at 148. Most of those are still all the same. We have jump on down to 313 where it says books. We generally have a budget of $50,000. If you can see, the forecast and the actual was lower throughout the year. We are going to stick close to $50,000. We're going to go to 47. We put that $5,000, and I'll explain why it's $5,000. We put $3,000 from that toward the book drop. And then on down on 314, it was just audiobooks. Currently, we are seeing that our CD audiobooks are just not going anymore. It's becoming similar to a dinosaur. And so we are slowly moving away from purchasing those. We left it as audiobooks, and then we also added electronic audio in, because our e-audios are what we're truly focusing on at that time. So on line 314, we may spend maybe $1,000 on audiobooks, because we still have a few people who enjoy them. And then the rest will go toward the e-audios. Does that make sense? Okay, great. And then on our books, 313, we have it books, and then it should be /ebooks, because we also will be pulling ebooks from the 313 along with 233, which is our subscriptions. Because a lot of ebooks, you only get them for a certain amount of time or a certain amount of circulation, and so that is similar to a subscription. And that's where we've been taking a lot of our e-products from. So we'll be pulling e from 233 and 313 and 314. Our videotapes, we did have at 4,500. If you notice in the forecast, there was a forecast that we were going to spend or get up to 3,276. The reason for that is we get so many donations. The mayor, we have teased him that we need to name the DVD area the Mayor Jason Colwing, because he donates so many of our hard DVDs for us. And a lot of people do. They'll get the DVDs to pull the code for the streaming, and then they'll donate the DVD to us, which is great. We get a lot of new releases this way. So very excited. So we dropped that down to 2,500, and we put that extra into 312 to help take care of a book drop. Again, if we get the book drop this year, then we'll play with this and move the money around really well again, and then do a budget amendment. We did go ahead and increase the programs from 20,000 to 20,800. programs are our driver to get patrons in. We have some fantastic programs, not just in the summer, but throughout the year, and a lot of adult and teen programs along with children programs. At the end of today, when we finished going over the budget, I went in with a budget of $972,000. I'll give it a moment. All right, here we go. $972,800. And then when we finished with moving everything around, we came back out with $972,800. So felt very good about that. At this point, we are not asking for any capitals. I haven't had an opportunity to really talk with some different people. And Mayor, do you see any capitals that in your line of sight?
Not that I'm aware of with the library, just some couple of minor things that you already know about.
Okay.
That we're working on from the storms.
Right. Very good. One thing that we're doing are playaways, which I think is very, very great. We'll have those by the end of this budget. We are very fortunate that we now have a new roof. We have new carpet. The inside building has been painted. The outside of the building was painted. This was done like in a 5-year period. And the building is in really good condition. When our insurance agent came through the other day, he was looking and he was very proud of how well kept the building was. And that we take pride in that because we want our patrons and the public to come in to a nice building that they can call their home and enjoy and be comfortable there. Any questions about the budget?
Do have a question, which it's not listed on here, but are you or Kamisha reaching out to both Bridgestone, Ingram, and Scholastic? I know they're all here. They all have a presence in the city. About any donations towards the library. I know that Bridgestone specifically has a fund every year. The Senior Center gets a portion of it, and different groups do, but I would think Ingram and Scholastic would both be interested.
Right, and that's something that she and I will start working on. Bridgestone made a huge donation when the building was built. Of course, that was 20 years ago. So I feel like now's a good time to maybe reach out again. Ingram has dropped off books for us time to time, just different books that they had, just as giveaways. And so that's great. And Scholastic, no, we haven't. So we will. I'll put those three down, and we'll do that.
Okay.
Excellent.
I had a quick question. In my day job, I work for a company that provides and hosts employee training. It's a HR company, HR software company. So I immediately am looking at employee education and training. Can you share what type of offerings we have for the library employees as far as their own development?
Sure. We do a lot of webinars through PEP, which used to be, I cannot think of their name, but yes, we do webinars through them. I have sent a couple of them to some seminars that may be locally that doesn't cost a whole lot, but just the webinars mostly. And I have one staff member who is completing her bachelor's degree. She's doing that on her own, and then she also went through ALA, which offered a great e-learning course for a very small price. So we're looking at some more of the e-learning courses. And if ever you have any insight to that, I would love to know.
Absolutely. I'll keep my eyes open.
Okay, thank you. That would be great. Any other questions? Okay.
All right, moving on to our library board schedule for 2023. We have upcoming meetings on May 8th, July 10th, September 11th, and November 13th. Our next library board meeting is Monday, May 8th at 5 p.m. And do any of our board members have comments?
I've got a couple.
All right, Mr. Cole?
Just to let everyone know, from the storms that were last Friday, the library did sustain a little bit of damage. You can see the lip of the roof was lifted up. Our Parks and Rec and maintenance team have already reached out to a roofer about getting that repaired and filing the appropriate insurance claim for that. That was hopefully the only damage.
There were 2 places on the roof, and the roofer was out this afternoon. His men had completed and laid back down the biggest part. He was not aware of the one that was facing the parking lot. So when he came out, I showed him that, and he said they would be out tomorrow or Friday to get it completed. But the front part is already repaired and ready to go.
Was that from just wind damage, or was that from?
It was wind damage the day that we had that terrible wind, and we ended up with no electricity and had to close the library early. But you could see it was the ridge cap, and it was just lifting up, and then it eventually just stayed up. And he said they got it all screwed back down, and everything is in place on that side. The one on the parking lot side was not as severe, but they're going to take care of that. But that's all the damage that I could see that we had done.
And then you've got a new employee, Danny.
Yes, Danny Anderson has started with us today. Very excited. He has quite a bit of library experience, and he came in just happy and ready to go. So we're excited to have him on board with us. I think he's going to be a pleasure to work with, and he's going to be a very helpful person to our patrons.
Last one for me is, and I don't know if anybody else needs it, but can I get a copy of the bylaws?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
I will be happy to do that. If you would like for me to email them to you?
That's fine.
Okay, and I will go ahead and email them to all of you.
Does anyone else have any comments? I'm just going to remind the community that if you've not been to our library, it is fantastic, and you definitely need to go by and visit, and make sure you're finding time to read with your family. Research shows that 20 minutes a day of reading just fixes everything, so
Absolutely.
so continue to read. All right, anything else? All right, I will call this meeting adjourned.
They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. But what of these eyes and these souls? Next, we'll see just what it took for these cats to earn their stripes and spots. And show how one lady is using dogs to save cats. And then head to Kenya for an up-close encounter with lions on foot. This lion is looking at me right in the eyes. From pumas to panthers, cats are some of the most intriguing creatures to walk the earth. Intelligent, powerful, beautiful, and quite deadly. If you've ever gotten up close to a big cat, you know there's a definite mystique surrounding them. Plus, they can be pretty intimidating. Solid and muscular, these creatures can weigh up to 675 pounds and grow to 9.5 feet in length. Now, add to that grace, stealth, and speed, and you've got one of the most effective killing machines on the planet. So why then are these predators vanishing at such staggering rates? That's the mystery we intend to investigate in Saving a Species, the Story of Cats.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And there's definitely something about big cats that makes me stop and take notice. Their mere size, strength, stealth, and beauty are all things that command attention. I mean, who wouldn't be in awe of such amazing creatures? Which is why it's surprising that so many big cats are in danger of becoming extinct. At current rates of decline, most of the 37 species of wild cats in the world could go extinct within the next 25 years. And what can keep that from happening? Becoming aware, at least as a first step. And rescued animals like Jasmine here, as well as the other cat ambassadors you'll meet today, can all help in creating awareness about wildlife in peril. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves. Before we talk about conservation, let's find out a little bit about the family of cats. And for that, we need to go back, way back.
All modern cat species have evolved from a common ancestry that can be traced back more than 2 million years. But their ancestors go back even further. The cat's most ancient known ancestor lived about 40 million years ago, and it looks sort of like a weasel. The best known of the prehistoric cats is probably the saber-tooth. About the size of a modern African lion, this fierce animal hunted throughout much of the world, but became extinct about 11,000 years ago.
Okay, those were the prehistoric cats. But many centuries went by before the cats we know today hit the scene, or became domesticated.
And when they did, they played a big part in human culture and mythology for thousands of years. For centuries, big cats have been revered. Look at the Great Sphinx. It has the head of a pharaoh and the body of a lion. And the tiger has figured widely in the art and culture of the great civilizations of Asia.
And then, of course, there's the house cat, like Fifi here. The domestication process started as early as 3000 BC in ancient Egypt, where cats were regarded as members of the household.
There, cats were considered so valuable that the penalty for killing one was death.
Cats were valued in other parts of the world as well, mostly for their rat-catching skills. The ancient Greeks and Romans took cats to all other parts of Europe, and it was those early cats that actually were the ancestors of today's modern house cat.
But throughout history, not everyone has been so fond of cats. Their extraordinary hunting skills, beautiful coats, and supposed healing powers have made them targets themselves for poachers, ranchers, and farmers. Today, cats are still suffering from two major problems: illegal hunting and habitat loss. Some subspecies are already extinct, and others are on the brink.
We've seen that they descended from the first ancient cats who roamed the planet 40 million years ago. That common ancestry is what leaves cats with the same basic similarities.
All cats are carnivores, or meat eaters, and members of the family Felidae. But over time, cats have evolved into different shapes, sizes, and colors. Through evolutionary adaptation, marked differences now distinguish one species from another. Those built for speed over land, and others designed for climbing in the trees. Those who hunt by day, and those who are generally nocturnal. In fact, 37 species of wildcats now inhabit the Earth and are found on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. Those considered big cats are in the genus Panthera, which consists of tigers, The largest member of the cat family, lions, leopards, and jaguars. Cheetahs are the fastest land mammal on the planet. They can reach speeds of 70 miles per hour for short bursts, but long enough to track down their prey. That's faster than most roller coasters. Then there are the cats in the genus Felis. Although not considered big cats, these cats are still large and consist of pumas, also known as cougars, panthers, or mountain lions, ocelots, lynx, servals, and fishing cat. Cats of the forest, like tigers, leopards, and jaguars, are usually stockier and have much shorter limbs made for climbing. While those found in wide-open savannas, such as lions and cheetahs, are longer-limbed, built for running. And did you know that all cats can purr, but only 4 can roar? The lion, leopard, tiger, and jaguar. But there's something all cats have in common. They're extraordinary hunters with big appetites. The Siberian tiger, for instance, needs about 20 pounds of food every day to survive. At one meal, he can consume up to 100 pounds of meat since he doesn't often get to eat every day. That's because 90% of hunts are unsuccessful. Predation is hard work.
With few exceptions, cats are solitary hunters who use their terrific senses of eyesight and hearing to track down their prey. They have strong limbs, sharp claws, and most, like Jasmine here, have long tails.
2 features often help them stalk their prey: patterned fur that helps them blend in with their surroundings, and the ability to creep silently through their habitat. And when they strike, watch out. Big cats are big jumpers. Did you know that tigers can make horizontal leaps of 33 feet? And some leopards can jump more than 10 feet high? Cats really are the perfect hunter and well equipped for the job. Sharp teeth, strong jaws, keen hearing, remarkable vision, muscular bodies, and agile limbs with powerful retractable claws, except for cheetahs, which are used for climbing, lunging, killing, and even scratching. Tiger scratch marks on trees serve as territorial markers. Some can even swim and go fishing. Even the coat of each species is specialized for the hunt. Spots, stripes, light and dark. This camouflage pelt helps cats sneak up on their prey. Leopards are differentiated from all other cats by the rosette-shaped markings on their bodies. Then there's the tiger's coat, orange with vertical black stripes. Those stripes are like human fingerprints. No 2 tigers have the same stripe pattern. They'll hide in dense brush and stalk their prey from behind, ambush style. But they're also expert swimmers. Tigers, like the Sumatran, seem willing to hunt just about anything, from fish and crocodiles to wild pigs and deer. Tigers hunt at dusk and may travel as many as 20 miles in a single night. That means extraordinary strength, stamina, and of course, night vision. That's right, cats can see up to 6 times better than we do in the dark. So it doesn't take headlights for these guys to cruise at night.
Well, now that we've found out something about some of the wildcats that are out there, let's take a closer look at some of the species who are really in need and who's stepping up to come to the rescue.
Some people are drawn to do the tough jobs. And this is the case with Dr. Lori Marker, founder of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Based in Namibia, CCF's International Research and Education Center is recognized for its excellence in helping cheetahs and their habitats. And with less than 15,000 cheetahs remaining worldwide, they are in dire need of protection.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund has as a mission to ensure the future survival of the cheetah using integrated approaches in conservation, education, and research. We are multidisciplined in the work that we do and try to work on a lot of levels. And we're working to try to save the cheetah, both here in Namibia, but throughout its entire range.
CCF's current work involves examinations, including blood and tissue samples, to gain information into the animal's medical status, which can shed light on diseases that affect this species. Data on their range, habitat use, and habits are collected from past radio tracking studies, which gives insight into exactly what cheetahs do with their days. Many things are threatening the cheetah population. One factor impacting them is hunting and trapping by regional farmers. Cheetahs are stealthy, swift hunters, and captive farm animals make an easy target, especially when native prey are becoming more and more scarce due to farming and ranching in once wild lands. Livestock are the farmer's source of income, which comes down to his own survival. So CCF has launched an ambitious educational campaign geared toward the local farmers and has worked directly with them to respond to their needs while sparing the lives of the cheetahs. One innovative solution has been to breed dogs, specifically Anatolian Shepherds, and place them with farmers to guard their stock. In addition to training, CCF provides free medical care for the dogs, trains the animals, and teaches the farmers how to provide the best dog care and support. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact on reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia.
But not all cheetah conservation is being done overseas.
For over 25 years, White Oak Conservation Center in Florida has been involved in research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals and their habitats. From the rare oak hoppy to an assortment of African hoofstock, this Florida preserve has made a mark in wildlife conservation.
Basically, we're working with threatened and endangered species to provide options for the future. You know, there's just different opportunities for different species we have here. Each has a strategic plan that's worked out, dedicated what we're going to concentrate on, either research, breeding, conservation, reintroduction. So we look at all those different components.
Partnering with a range of notable organizations, White Oak also joined forces with the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Their mission? Stabilize the cheetah gene pool and bolster the population numbers.
The cheetah is hard to study in the wild. You know, it's a solitary animal, and the mother hides the young. By having them where we can look at them and monitor them, and we've learned a lot about their basic needs, we try to provide a linkage between the species we have here and the species in the wild. And the chance of these cheetahs going back to the wild are very slim. But the knowledge we're gathering here does help generate enthusiasm, support for CCF.
A lot of information can be gathered about the cheetahs during this time, which can teach us how best to meet the needs of this species.
There's a lot of research that we do here at White Oak because of the number of animals that we have. We do veterinary research so that we look at some disease issues. We do reproductive physiology research, and we do behavioral research. And we can use that information to go back and see if we can help with any of the problems that they're having in the native habitats in Africa.
When the cheetahs reach a stable age, some are relocated to other facilities.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
White Oak's partnership with the Cheetah Conservation Fund has proven to be a successful merger and has served the cheetah conservation effort on many levels. But White Oak has been successful with another cat species as well, right in their own backyard.
The White Oak Conservation Center began its work in rehabbing Florida panthers in 1986 with the arrival of a male named Big Guy who had been hit by a car and was seriously injured.
Panthers that have been orphaned or injured in the wild are brought to White Oak, where they are treated medically until fit. The Florida panther is highly endangered, with less than 100 animals left in the wild. With numbers this low, the gene pool is limited, affecting the reproductive health of the population.
Habitat loss due to building development and deaths due to car accidents have had a severe impact on the panthers as well.
Since every individual cat is so important to the population, those cats are brought here with the hope of salvaging them and getting them back out into the wild. And we do whatever we can do to make sure that that happens.
Then they're released into a 17-acre heavily wooded enclosure where they are allowed to build up their stamina. During this time, their progress is monitored by video cameras to ensure the panthers can find prey and support themselves. After several months of rehab, the panthers are returned to their home range in South Florida.
A couple of years ago, we had a cat in here that went through 72 surgeries in order to repair one of its legs that had been broken in an accident with a car. And we finally got him back in sound condition. He was released, and since then he has sired at least 2 litters of offspring that we know of. So apparently his leg's holding up well, and everything's working as it should be. The news just doesn't get any better than that.
Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are active supporters of the Florida panther. In connection with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they are working towards management of the feline leukemia virus. Information gained from this research will not only help manage the outbreak in the Florida panther, it will also benefit managers of other wildcat populations.
Florida isn't the only place where panthers are found. Out west, where they're also known as cougars or mountain lions, this cat faces its own set of challenges.
Once upon a time, cougars lived all over the American wilderness, boasting the most extensive distribution of any non-human land mammal in the Western Hemisphere. Secretive and solitary, the cougar is rarely seen by humans, though its distinctive call can be heard for miles. East of the Mississippi, however, cougars are generally presumed extinct. As we just saw, only one subspecies survives in the east, the endangered Florida panther. Until the mid-1900s, cougars in the west faced the same predator control pressures that wiped them out of the east, with most states paying bounties for killing cougars. But by the 1960s, public perception had begun to change, and many western states eliminated bounties and placed limits on cougar hunting. Some states have even stronger protection for cougars. California, for instance, banned cougar hunting entirely in 1990. So cougars in the West have fared much better than their eastern counterparts, due largely to vast public lands that support the cats and their prey. But as long as expanding human activities continue to encroach upon their remaining strongholds, the future of this cat will remain uncertain. Have you noticed a recurring theme yet? In order to save the cats, 2 main points keep popping up. 1, protect their habitat, and 2, educate people about the important role of predators in the environment.
As a conservationist, I sometimes wonder why I'm making the world safer for goats. But if you're interested in predator conservation, you have to be interested in livestock conservation, because people kill predators when predators kill livestock. If we want to make the world safe for hyenas and lions, we need to help protect these livestock better.
Dr. Lawrence Frank knows his predators. As head of the Laikipia Predator Project at the Impala Research Center in Kenya, he is a champion in the efforts of livestock management.
So what does livestock management have to do with lions? Well, in the past decade, lion populations have been drastically reduced, mostly due to poisoning and shooting of these predators.
Native tribespeople have been protecting their livestock for centuries. In the past, there was plenty of prey for lions to hunt, which meant they were less likely to kill livestock. But human population growth and habitat loss has made for poorer conditions and tougher times for predators. With less space and fewer prey, lions are more prone to attack livestock, and local tribespeople have resorted to aggressive measures to protect their herds. The Predator Project takes action by tagging and tracking lions in the region in order to keep tabs on their movements and to identify problem lions that repeatedly attack livestock. Dr. Frank's use of GPS makes this process very effective.
In order to find our lions, to figure out where they're going, how they're using the land in relation to people and livestock, the only way we can do that is to radio collar them and track them from the air.
Busch Gardens has long supported Dr. Frank's research, and I was lucky enough to be able to track lions with Dr. Frank in Africa in person. Hey, Dr. Frank.
Hey, Julie.
How was your flight this morning?
It was pretty good.
What'd you find?
Found number 50 and 51, which are a pair of females. We've seen them from the air a little while ago, and they had a couple of animals I didn't recognize with them. They're not far from here. I thought maybe late this afternoon we'd take a walk and see if we can lay eyes on them.
Oh, that would be awesome.
It might get interesting.
I can't wait.
Let's do it.
Easier said than done. We trekked through bush and across open savanna, following the beep of the portable tracking device, while Dr. Frank tried to lure them with a distressed animal collar. But no luck in spotting lion 50 or 51. We decided to move deeper into the bush, which eventually paid off. This lion is no more than 15 yards from us, looking at me right in the eyes.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah, I told you it was going to be fun.
Well, let me tell you, summoning a lion to within 50 feet of you is not for the faint of heart. They're stealthy, unpredictable, and, well, remember that distressed animal collar? These cats were expecting dinner.
These females are really wary. That's as much as we've ever seen of them.
She was a little bit upset, wasn't she?
Yeah, yeah. The last time we did this, she charged us.
A better understanding of how these lions move within their range and gaining insight into how they hunt has helped Dr. Frank find real solutions to livestock predation. The Predator Project offers local farmers viable alternatives to killing lions, such as providing stronger gates on their bomas or corrals, or installing solar-powered electric fences to fend off predators while keeping their livestock and homes safe. Cat conservation is a complex puzzle involving a lot of pieces and many players. Finding answers may not be easy, but with dedicated people and programs, entire communities understand that they can have an impact on the future of a species. On Laikipia Plateau, numbers 50 and 51 have Dr. Frank and the Predator Project to thank for that. Cats have long been hunted and killed for all kinds of reasons. They are killed because they're seen as competitors for prey. They are killed because they've taken livestock. They're killed to clear land for development. They're killed for sport. They're killed for the fashion trade. And they're even killed for their body parts, used for health remedies in some countries. The loss of cat habitat has reached dangerous levels as the human population continues to soar.
You know what? Their problem is also our problem. The decline of a carnivore, such as a cat, changes the entire balance of an ecosystem. Let's take a look.
Cats are linked to their prey, who in turn are linked to one another through competition for food. Changes in this food chain directly affect our environment, which means this directly affects us.
And none of the big cats are safe, not even the biggest feline of all.
Some experts say the Sumatran tiger could be the first large mammal to go extinct in the 21st century. Tigers once roamed from Russia to the Indian Ocean and across the Far East, but are now only found in small pockets of Asia. 3 of the original 8 tiger subspecies, the Bali, Javan, and Caspian, have become extinct in the past 70 years. And the 5 remaining subspecies, the Bengal, Sumatran, Amur or Siberian, Indo-Chinese, and South China, are all threatened by poaching and habitat loss. The total wild population of these remaining tiger subspecies has been estimated to be as few as 5,000. World Wildlife Fund is making a difference. They're making extreme efforts to preserve the tiger's habitat and implement anti-poaching patrols throughout Asia. Rangers remove snares and traps from designated parks, and suspects are taken into custody for police investigation. World Wildlife Fund field officers followed up on arrests, monitor progress of investigations, and draw media attention to pressure courts to act responsibly in sentencing. Since 2001, Busch Gardens and SeaWorld have contributed over $100,000 to World Wildlife Fund's tiger conservation efforts, and this important partnership will definitely continue.
There's only 5 of 8 tiger subspecies existing still in the wild, and SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is helping World Wildlife Fund to protect them. If you take the Sumatran tiger, for example, that lives on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia, there are only 400 of these animals left in the wild, and Sumatra, the island that they live on in Indonesia, is home to the most threatened rainforest on Earth. So SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is supporting World Wildlife Fund to do real work in real places and achieve real results in tiger conservation.
So what else can be done to help preserve cats and their habitats?
To begin with, the habitats where cats live must be preserved. Laws that protect cat species and their prey must be passed and enforced. Ways need to be found to meet the needs of cats and humans, especially in areas where farming, ranching, and human settlements are moving into cat habitats. It's also important to support breeding programs in zoological parks to maintain a gene pool that can help wild populations when needed. Some people feel these animals can be kept as pets, which is never a good idea.
You know, wild animals as pets never work out. We have 2 facilities full of them to prove that theory. People see some animal that they think is really cool, and instead of expressing their love by helping that animal, they think to themselves, I want to own it. And then they find a way, usually against the law, to bring one of these critters into their house and figure out real quick that these animals belong in the wild.
Busch Gardens recently became home to 2 rescued tiger cubs.
The 2 orange tigers were actually a rescued animal from a private owner. They were in good condition and they were about 12 weeks old when they came in. We actually took them down to the nursery. It took a lot of time. We actually had to come in the middle of the night and bottle feed them. And when they were about a year old, we actually introduced them to our white tigers.
So then what can you do? How can you help cats bounce back from their population lows, protect them in the wild, and give them hope for the future? There's actually a lot you can do from wherever you are.
A major threat to cats is the loss of their habitat through deforestation. So buy recycled paper. Stay informed and spread the word about why big cats are so cool and why they're in trouble. World Wildlife Fund announced their most recent Pennies for the Planet campaign, which is an educational and fundraising program that gets kids involved hands-on in conservation. Their 2005 focus is big cats, so check out their website and download their newsletter.
Here's something else. Don't buy medicines, trinkets, or skins of wildcats, or things made from resources found in their habitats. Get to know how your buying habits impact the environment around the globe. And remember, education can make a huge difference.
This facility in California, Zoo to You, is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids of all ages about wildlife and the environment. Zoo to You is also a cat refuge, helping to teach people about the plight of these magnificent creatures. We've looked at several organizations coming together in the name of cat conservation. Pick one and get behind their cause. There are so many ways to support conservation, and you know, anyone, anywhere can get involved.
They say that cats have 9 lives. Well, if that's true, then most of the world's big cat species are probably on number 9 already. The extinction of wildcats would be a tremendous loss to the world. The importance of their ecological role as predators is huge, and it's essential that we make every effort to prevent that from happening. After all, it's the human race that's responsible for their decline, and it's humans who can save them. Humans like you and me. From SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Cat Story.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee meeting. Today is April 17th, 2023. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. Our first order of business is I need a motion and a second for the approval from the last meeting.
Motion to approve.
I second. Motion from Laura Davison and a second from our Chucky boy down here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we'll get started right out. We have a young lady here with us, Michaela Brooks. And Michaela's going to come up to the podium. You come right on up there, Michaela. And her mom. And for the record, because you are on TV, I need you to state your name and your address.
Okay. My name is Michaela Brooks, and I live at 442 Randall Way.
All right. Tell us what you got going on, Michaela.
Well, I'm with the Girl Scouts of Middle Tennessee, and I'm Troop 676. And I would like to complete my Silver Award at one of your dog parks. And the Silver Award is the highest award a Girl Scout cadet can earn, and after that, I will complete my Gold Award. And I would like to put a grab-and-go dog box at the dog park for little dogs and big dogs.
A grab and hold?
A grab-and-go.
Grab and go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know that I have several questions about it, but I'm going to let my board members ask you any questions they may have first.
Okay.
What's a grab and go?
I was gonna
So
I figured it
that was my question.
It's basically going to be a box of like treats or toys or like dog bowls at the park. And then when you bring your dog to the park, if you would like to use one of the toys, you can just play with it and then put it back when you leave. And then the bags of treats, you'll just use it if you're like teaching your dogs tricks or something. You can give them a treat from out the bag.
I think that's wonderful.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
So I'll be the elephant in the room because it is a city entity. You said food or toys, one or the other,
No,
correct?
it'll be both of them.
Huh?
It'll be both of them.
Both of them, okay. And is this for what time period as far as, it's not going to be ongoing, is it?
Yeah, it's going to be ongoing.
So just ongoing? Because you know Dr. Isaac, I don't know where y'all take your pet, but Dr. Isaac that runs Good Samaritan furnishes the bags and all of that stuff for the dog park. And what kind of goodies is it as far as the brand? Or does it vary?
It varies. It could be any type of treat, but it's just going to be one of the small bags.
So here's the issue, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, you can jump in. Anytime that we have anything that comes through the city like this, it's got to be cleared by our city administrator, and then it has to be cleared by our city attorney to make sure that there's no kind of liability or anything, because if you give a goodie to a dog that's maybe had a special thing, some kind of special food or something, they get sick, then the city gets blamed. But David and I talked about it, and we wanted to make sure that there was some waivers, some signs that were put up that owners, your own discretion, things like that. I think the whole board agrees this is a wonderful idea. I love it, especially pet owners. And I know Rick's a big pet owner, Laura. So I think it's a great idea. And regardless of what we think, we have to present it to those other two people I just named. So I don't want to give you a false sense of encouragement, because I think it's a great idea. David, am I missing anything?
No, and I think it's an awesome idea also. I think the best, like your presentation tonight,
if you guys could put that in writing and give us something to present, just so the city attorney could look at it to make sure if there is any liability on the city's issue. I think things they're gonna be looking at is if, like, somebody's dog may have an allergic reaction to a dog treat, or dog treats exposed to the weather, because I don't know, present what kind of enclosure it's gonna be in, also whether it's gonna be weather tight. You know, I don't know if we want to, like, dog treats get exposed to the weather or rain and then mildew and somebody comes up and their dog eats them. So those are avenues that we're gonna have to explore. And I would just assume, I would just say that put a presentation together with those facts in it, because this is something that your name, if I'm understanding right, your name would be tied to that also on a plaque saying that this was your Silver Award project. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. And, you know, we have seen things throughout the city before that the Boy Scouts have done as their Eagle Scout project. So hopefully it'll work out. As far as, do you have any idea or illustration of what your grab and go would look like?
I don't have a drawing with me, but it's like one of those containers that you keep outside, but the lid just like flips up, and then when you fill it back down, it like seals a little bit.
So would you you'd have just one central, or would you have one on both sides, or one in the middle?
Both sides.
One on both sides? Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think that's, you know, put your ideas on paper and we will present them. You can either, we'll give you our contact information, or you guys have Steve's, the vice mayor's contact information. Get in touch with him, and when you get that hammered out, present it to us, and we'll just make sure there's no liability on the city side.
So Michaela, my next question is where'd you come up with this idea?
I really just like helping people or living things in general, and I have 2 dogs, so that's just where it came from.
You're pretty proud of her, ain't you, Mom and
I
Dad?
am, should be.
I met her a few years ago. She's grown up a lot since I've seen her. But as you can see, because it is city stuff, things don't, you would think things would go, you know, just smooth as silk, but once this is put together, and you can either call me or whoever, Jason, David, and then that's something that we would have to turn over to higher up, and then they would make the final decision. But I think we all agree, Michaela, it's a great idea. You're a super young lady, and we appreciate you coming before us and letting us know.
Yeah, two more questions. Who would pay for the treats, and then who would stock them?
That was gonna be my question.
I would pay for the treats, and then I would like restock them like every Saturday or Sunday.
Okay. I assume you would take donations for it?
Oh, yeah, and at places where like we usually go, like at Kroger or Taekwondo, I'll put a donations box, so I won't have to pay for all the food or the treats.
That's great, because I know people are crazy about their pets, and they will make, you know, good, nice donations. So your idea is great. Your silver, what is it called? Silver
Award.
Silver Award. So is that something you need to do, something that's volunteer type wise in order to move up?
Yes.
It's called a Take Action project. So she has to do so many hours on the project in order to earn it.
Okay, cool. All right, any more questions from the staff or the members?
I'd just like to say something. I have a granddaughter in Illinois that done the silver and then done a gold project. And I admire you taking the time to do that, because it's not easy. And it is time consuming.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd definitely love to see it work out. You know, any responsible pet owner is gonna know if their dog has a reaction or that's something that they don't wanna give them. And it may be something just as easy as us putting up a sign, you know, putting that responsibility on the pet owner. I think it's a great idea. I'd like to see it work out. I think it'd get a lot of play.
Do they make those, Mom, you may know, do they make those kind of boxes that you can raise up, get one out, and it automatically closes by itself? So no rain or anything can get in it?
No, not that I've seen yet. We have been researching, and we have a patio deck box. We can open it, but it doesn't close by itself. You definitely have to close it.
Because like David was saying, if, if water got in it, they'd be wet and moldy and soft.
Well, on our deck, it's in all kind of weather, and we haven't had any problem with anything inside of it getting wet or anything.
All right.
There's several options, I think, of those type of containers.
Yes.
All right. All right, well, ladies, thank you very much, and Michaela, you are a very special young lady. Thank you for coming up here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who is this? Andrew with the Spring Ball League?
Sure. So we had the Spring Ball League grand home opening this past Saturday. Went out with great success. Miss Julia had everything running on time. All the kids were in their little uniforms, all dressed up, excited. We probably had the best first pitch we've ever had up there at the park by our vice mayor.
Hey, I got it to him.
But yeah, everything went great. Didn't really hear no complaints. Everything, concessions were moving smoothly. So as far as on our side, from what I see, everything's going great compared to what we've had in the past.
Now, one of the things, Andrew, David, y'all, me and Julia talked about it. She brought it up. I told her to wait until after Saturday, get through Saturday, but I felt like she needed to send a text message out to all of her coaches and remind them about dogs and smoking and stuff like that in the park.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely reach out and follow up with her on that.
Because, are they hurting anything? That's not the point.
Yeah, because there is signage posted.
There's signs.
And,
And,
safety and security of the children. So
Absolutely.
That's the main thing we're concerned about.
But I agree. I was up there for several hours. I know Laura was up there a lot, and Rick, and it was good because it's been a long time coming.
I heard 0 complaints all day.
It was
0.
excellent opening day.
I was really surprised to see kids actually had uniforms. I didn't know leagues could pull that off anymore.
And most of them paid and had their names.
I tell you what, I'm very impressed. It's what we have been missing. That's probably an element of the department that has been lacking, is that ball league. It's been a thorn in our side. She was on time. She's very organized. Yeah, very impressive. Just want to see it continue to grow.
I went.
We've already got pictures scheduled for
Yeah.
next Saturday. We have a full schedule of 10 games already planned out. She has a backup plan for rainout days. We are very excited the way this league is going. Could not have done any better if I'd done it myself.
Concession stand had someone taking the money, someone running to get the stuff, handing it to the server, and then 2 people cooking, and it was just, it was good.
Better than McDonald's.
It was cash and credit. Yeah, it was, everything looked good. The bathrooms, Andrew, your staff, or David, whoever, the bathrooms were clean, freshly painted, everything looked great. The fields looked awesome. So hopefully, knock on wood, we can.
All the scoreboards worked. Andrew has worked himself to death over the scoreboards.
Yeah. That's the first thing I noticed when I walked out there, is how good the fields looked. Y'all did a terrific job on that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Absolutely.
We haven't had scoreboards in quite a few years, and it was nice to see it operate like it should. And that's the way that this board has envisioned it with issues we've had over the years. It was absolutely perfect on Saturday. Absolutely perfect.
Are we trying to get the rest of the speakers working?
We are. I mean, that's a work in progress as far as the budget, but that is the goal for the future. So,
Yeah, I don't think that you could question anybody that was involved in the league previously and that was involved Saturday, and they couldn't definitely see a difference of night and day. Totally two different directions.
Well, I mean, you had an opening day on a Saturday. That in itself was amazing.
Yes.
Not a Wednesday at
Not a Wednesday
5.
evening. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't quite get that, and I appreciate, let me say that, I appreciate every single person that has tried to run the league here. I know everyone went into it with the best of intentions for these children, and there's just trial and error. And I think we might have hit a home run with this league.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that if we go through this season like Saturday, fall ball will be good, but next spring we will add 100 kids.
That's the goal. Grow the league.
All right, any more comments about the spring ball league? The next thing up is movie in the park.
All right. Movie in the Park is scheduled for Friday, April 28th, and we are showing Clifford the Big Red Dog. That is a movie we had from a rain out last year that we carried over to this year, and we will have concessions available. I need to look and see what time sunset is to see. I think we were thinking about 7:15, 7:30 for the movie to start, and gates will open around 6 o'clock.
Is the big blow-up thing in good shape and ready to go?
It is in good shape, yes.
just pray we don't have any weather
Right.
issues or wind.
Yeah, it's the
If
wind.
you all will make David stay home, there won't be no problem.
He's
I'm
actually
on vacation
he's
that
on
weekend.
vacation. So
Oh, well, then it'll be,
Lucky
It's a
this
go.
year then.
then it'll be great weather.
as far as concessions on that, I've talked to Miss Julia. If she can get enough staff together, she's going to do the concessions for that night to help support the league.
I will be there to help her as well.
Any comments? All right. How is the block party Touch a Truck going, Kathy?
It's going good. It's May 13th, 11 to 4. BJ's Wholesale has decided to sponsor the event this year, so that's nice that we have a sponsor for it. As of now, we've got 15 registered displays in the Touch a Truck and about 30 other vendors that'll be there with some family-friendly activities that we'll have as well.
May what?
13th.
May 13th,
May 13th.
11 to 4.
For Mother's Day.
Will you send me that form if I need to fill something out?
And then, writing that note, we're advertising it on the Buzz and Jack FM, and we're gonna do flyers to the schools like we did for the father-daughter dance.
You say you need a copy of the insurance.
I need a copy, yes, any commercial vehicle, any vehicle or equipment entered will have to show proof of insurance, whether it be commercial or private. So we'll need a copy of that. And we've got the little vests and hats for the kids again this year, which we've almost tripled up on that number, so that we have plenty.
How many people do we have last year for Touch a Truck? I don't remember.
How many displays?
How many kids we think showed up?
I think we bought 150 vests and we ran out. So, maybe 250 kids last year.
They looked really cool running around with their little vest and hat. I know my grandson liked it.
Do you have the registration link up on your page somewhere?
It is. It's on, we've shared it on Facebook. There, you can get to it from the webpage. But yeah, there's a link. It's the block party link, and there's registrations for both being a vendor at the block party and the Touch a Truck displays.
Okay. So I think Fox 100 was going to put a truck in there, and then we were going to get coloring pages and crayons to pass out as
Awesome.
well.
Okay, yeah. that'll be great. So, any questions?
What time setup?
Setup, I mean, it's 11 to 4, so any sort of display, probably you can show up around 9:30. Anybody who registers will get an email from me the week before that gives them a vendor map or a display map so that it'll give setup times and it'll direct people exactly where to go when they show up. And we'll, of course, we'll have staff down there helping guide people to their spots as well.
And,
Bless you.
will there be food?
Oh, yeah, we've got food vendors and other types of vendors as well.
That's all you worry about is food.
Yeah, we got food trucks. So we've got,
Well, there's people at home, hopefully, when they watch this on YouTube, they'll see this and
Yeah.
they're sitting there going, somebody asked about food trucks.
and also, if you go to our webpage for the block party, we've listed the vendors that have registered. So it'll give a list of the food vendors, the other vendors, the displays that have registered, and the activities that we're offering. So all the information is on that webpage.
To the Parks and Rec Facebook page.
Not the Facebook page. If you go to LaVergne37086, there's a community tab.
Right.
And then the block party will have an event page, and on that page is where all the links are and all the information.
Gotcha. That was a fun time last year.
Yeah.
Any questions about this, folks? All right, we'll move on to the next big event, 4th of July.
All right, 4th of July is on the 4th of July. Bueller Band is the band that's going to be performing this year.
Nope.
That Bueller Band, they're an 80s cover band.
What day is that on?
What day of the week? Tuesday.
Tuesday. I hadn't looked at my calendar that far ahead.
And that one will have food and snack vendors at that event as well. And we'll have the spider jump. Will
She
be
made
there.
sure she got that in there, didn't she?
Yes.
Before I asked.
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna have 4th of July, we're gonna have big blow-ups, music.
We'll have the music and then the food trucks, and we'll have some activities. I don't necessarily think it'll be inflatables.
Okay.
Inflatables they're hard to man. We rely on volunteers, and with the 4th of July event, everybody's on vacation. That's one of the events that's harder to get any volunteers for.
Hard to get them kids away from it too when it starts getting dark.
Yes.
Any questions? All right, now my favorite, where I can get out there and run, is the Howl at the Moon.
All right. Howl at the Moon this year is August 11th at 8 p.m. Registrations hopefully opening soon. I emailed the Rabbit Road Racing person the information last week. So as soon as he gets his link open, we'll go ahead and open our side so people can start registering. Check-ins at 6:30 and the race will be at 8 o'clock.
What's the cost gonna be?
Early registration up until July 28th is $30. From July 29th through August 10th is $35, and then the day of the race is $40.
Same path as last year?
Correct, yes.
Starting at the park and,
Right, well, registrations will be at Pavilion B, and then the race itself will start at that back parking lot behind, that backs up to the condos.
okay. Any more questions? I see the carnival has made the agenda, so
As we got the contract today. So this year's carnival will be August 24th through the 27th. And weeknights will be from 5 to 10, and then weekends is noon to 10.
same one.
It is the same one, yes.
Have they added anything?
No, I mean, the contract pretty much is generic. It's the same contract from last year, so I anticipate the exact same rides coming. And then the food concessions are the same as last year. So he added Sunday this year. Last year it was Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This year they've added Sunday into the contract.
Any questions? And last but certainly not least is the Fall Festival. Seems like we talk about this in January and it's here before we know it, and now it's already May almost. And
Fall Festival's on here just because we're starting to work on the bands. And we have reached out to the Prince Experience to get a Prince cover band, so we're currently working on a contract with that band. It's not confirmed yet. We're still in the beginning stages.
is that going to be for Friday night opening?
Friday, correct. So this year, the concert will be September 15th, that Friday night. We're looking to add some fireworks at the end of the concert to kick off the weekend. And then Saturday, we're going to end the festival at 3:30. We're not going to have a Saturday evening band. A lot of people we've seen leave.
They're wore out.
They leave at 3:30 and they
Yeah.
really don't come back. So we're trying to put a little more into Friday's band versus splitting it between a Friday and Saturday.
I know last year maybe 100 people was there. They just, everybody just dead, especially if it's hot. And then, you know, that time of year, it's a crapshoot.
Humid, yeah, and so, and then we'll have the smaller bands during the event itself on Saturday. So it'll be 3 bands total, with the big band being Friday night.
And I know personally, I'll ask you this right up till the day before. Parade starts at 10.
Correct. So pretty much the same situation there. The parade will start at 10 here at City Hall, funnel into the park, and that's where the festival will begin. So.
As fast as this stuff goes, Lord, next month we'll be talking about Parade of Lights, Christmas, ice skating rink.
We are putting a restriction on horses.
Yes, we are. Yeah. The beginning of the parade, we're working on making that more efficient, more opening it up for other registrants as well. Hopefully, we're trying to get a few more floats in the parade, and so we'll have to limit the horses to be able to have space for other types of entries.
Have we got a theme yet?
Well, since we were going with the Fall Festival, we didn't really necessarily think we had to come up with a theme every year, since it was just gonna be, we rebranded it as LaVergne's Fall Festival. Now, Parade of Lights, you know, that's still a different kind of thing, where we'll come up with a theme for that.
And what about a grand marshal?
We have not chosen one yet, but in the past, we've always tried to do the Grand Marshal and the theme together. This will make it easier to find a Grand Marshal for the Fall Festival Parade, but we have not chosen one yet.
Okay. Any questions, guys? All right, well, I'll just start over here with Mr. Chuck. Chuck, you have any comments?
No, I don't think so.
Miss Laura?
Thank you for everything that you do. We appreciate you.
Miss Felicia?
Same as Laura. Appreciate everything y'all do. I know Kathy works extremely hard on these specific activities, and Andrew, I know you work really hard with the ball league and with keeping the fields, and we do have the best in the state, I think.
I'll say it's a group effort.
We'll appreciate it. We know y'all all work together. You got a good leader.
Mr. Rick?
Well, that was kind of my overall feeling is that I was getting at today's meeting, is just how smooth everything is going and how well things are running. With the big success with the ball league and everything else well planned out, I'm really happy to be a part of it. Rah rah.
I think it goes without being said that, and we say this every month, we say it all the time, I say it during the board meetings, that our Park and Recs crew over there, Felicia mentioned everybody. I want to make sure Sheila gets noticed, because without her keeping us up to tabs and sending emails, and because Lord knows I forget, I want to welcome Rick back. Rick has not been with us for a while. He's kind of had some issues. I'm glad to see Felicia's back. Everybody's looking healthy. Hopefully, next month, I'd like to see a full quorum. It's getting to where it seems like everybody's, got to work. You got a month ahead to plan. And if you miss one once in a while, that's certainly understandable, or if you're sick or something. So our next meeting will be May the 15th at 6 p.m. right here at this same bat channel, bat time. With that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission April 25th, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item is to approve the meeting minutes for the March 28th, 2023 public hearing and the March 28th, 2023 regular meeting. We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2, site plan, Seventh-day Adventist Church requested by Asmitech Inc., property located at 271 Jefferson Pike, tax map 18N, parcel 18.01, R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Kentucky Tennessee Conference of Seventh-day Adventist Inc. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval for the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Jefferson Pike, and this site is 1.5 acres. And the existing church is 2,900 square feet, and then this addition would add 1,600 approximately additional square feet, and a large area, roughly ½ acre of new pavement to the site. The church has been here several times, and they are requesting a deferral tonight. They've had 3, but I know that they've run into some hardships and whatnot, and I know the outstanding items are all engineering items, and Mr. Lyde has been working with them, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Okay, there's been no game playing on their part, no belligerence. We have been working steadily back and forth. It's been a continuous effort, a good relationship. It's just been kind of difficult getting through all the technical issues of this site. We are very close, and engineering recommends that y'all give them one more deferral to give us one more month to work this out.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to defer to next month.
We have a motion to defer. I'll second. We have a
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item. Item number 3 is deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
That is correct.
Very good. Item number 4, site plan, Dick Buchanan Trailer Storage. Trailer storage in 2 new buildings of 9,112,000 square feet on 15.47 acres, requested by 615 Design Group. Property located on Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 50, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by CSJ and Associates, LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is another site plan request approval for Dick Buchanan Street. This is an industrial site. You can see on the screen. This property is on the east side of Dick Buchanan Street. I know it's been here many times over the last 2 years or 3. So if you have any questions, just let me know. It is zoned I-2, as you can see here on the map. And there's a photo of the property. This site's about 15.47 acres, and the flat site. It's been ready for development for some time. So they, as you know, they finished all of their comments, I think a month or month and a half ago, except they had an issue with some pavement that they weren't showing, but they rectified all of that, resubmitted, and there's no outstanding technical comments on this project. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Logan or the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, it's been with us for several months now, and I think now that they have answered all our questions and getting the blacktop where it needs to be, so with that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to the next item. Item number 5, site plan, 5450 Murfreesboro Road, new retail building totaling 11,550 square feet on 1.53 acres. Requested by Huddleston Steel, Inc., property located at 5450 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group E, Parcel 3, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by FHMY Realty Investors, LLC. Mr. Logan.
If this is 5, this is the deferral.
Okay, thank you. My apologies.
For Scott equipment.
I needed the practice. So, item number 6, site plan, Scott Equipment Parts Building, new building totaling 20,000 square feet and building addition of 1,060 square feet, requested by Fulmer Lucas. Property located at 140 Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 5.12, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by Scott Equipment LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So this request is for site plan approval at Scott Equipment Company. This is located on Waldron Road. And this applicant originally was proposing some parking additions and a new parts building. And that was in February. And since that time, they have decided to not build the detached building and only do a small addition to their building and the parking lot addition. So this site's about 15.7 acres. You can see there on the screen. The existing building was finished in 2019, so it's not very old. And the detached parts building would be in this area, but that's since been done away with. So now we're just down to the small addition on the building. This is another site image. It shows Waldron Road and the railroad track. And this intersection is Murfreesboro Road and Waldron, where the Walgreens is. And then here on the zoning map, it's this parcel here in the dark blue color, which is I-2 Heavy Industrial. And this is some site photos, the sign that's existing out there today. And this is the front of the building that was completed in 2019. Another view of that with the parking lot. And then this is the building that sits behind. Well, this is the same building, but there's a shed behind that's not attached. So this is on the rear of the property, and this building faces north instead of facing Waldron Road. They did go to BOZA for that back in 19 to get the orientation of the building the way that they liked it. Other than that, there's no outstanding comments. I don't believe Mr. Light has any, so we'll be glad to answer your questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be a good idea on this one for the minutes to, if, in the motion, to say it's only for the building addition and not the new 20,000 square foot building off, just make it clear.
So whatever the motion is stated, it needs to say that the motion is for the addition
Only.
only. Okay, thank you.
What about the parking? That needs to be included?
Yeah, the addition and associated parking or something like that.
So with that,
Just want to be clear that it's not for the parts.
yes, sir.
I do have a question. Mr. Logan, does the addition materials that matches the existing buildings materials?
Yes, sir.
Flash?
It does. They match.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the building addition of 1,060 square feet and related parking.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7, site plan Carruthers Crossing Commercial, 10 mixed-use buildings on 1.61 acres requested by SEC. Property located on Carruthers Road, tax map 29, parcel 29. PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Burkett Hills Investment Group, LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is the Carruthers Crossing commercial site plan. They're proposing 10 buildings on 1.61 acres. And this property is zoned Planned Density Residential, or PDR. So you can see on this image, this is Carruthers Road, and this south side is where Carruthers Crossing has been under construction. You can see some of the homes here that have been completed that are near the entrance. So it's these parcels either side of this road that are under review tonight. So this is where they're proposing the 10 buildings. Zooming out, you can see more of the site. So again, we're talking about these 2 lots on either side of the road. So this is a large development. At build out, I believe the unit count's about 374 total, so it is a large development. Here's the zoning map. So again, these 2 parcels next to Carruthers Road. And then I know that they have completed all their technical comments. Mr. Lyde and I talked about that before the meeting. So we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Please, sir. Is the applicant here this evening? Who would state your name and address for the record, sir?
Richard Howes with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro.
Thank you, sir.
This is a question for staff, either Kyle, Bo, or Gary, but this does match to the PDR that was approved well before everybody but Graham was on the board. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they actually came back after I started working here in 17 and submitted a new PDR book.
Okay.
But it does conform to that, yes.
Okay, and then with these 10 stores, 10 basically units, are tenants just going to be locked into each one, or can they do, I know we're going to have residential on top, but will you have somebody, decides that as a tenant they want 8, 9 and have a larger footprint?
On the commercial side, we have reduced down to only 8 units, so we're going to have 1 unit that's 2 combined to make it a little bit bigger. So we've got 8 units to accommodate the parking after the workshop. We went back and modified that to address the parking issue. But they will be able to, if they want to purchase or rent more than 1 unit, they will be able to do that, yes.
Okay. My question then with that has that been updated on the documents we have? Because I've got, looking at C.2 and C.3, both show 10, or not C.3, but C.1.0, both show 10.
Showing 10. Mr. Logan?
It's got 10 units because there will be 10 as far as residential units, but they can, on the commercial side, they will be able to, they're going to reduce down to 8, and they will be able to go and make them, if they so desire, somebody wants to rent more than the 1 unit, they will be able to do that.
Okay, I'm fine with the renting more units. That's what I was hoping for if you have a larger tenant come through. But my only question then is for staff, does that need to be shown on here?
I guess I'm not quite understanding the question.
So the top will have 10 units, top floor of the residential portion. Bottom section will have 8. Is that fair?
Yes. Yes.
That'll have 8. And at least what I'm looking at on the documents, both
Shows
show 10.
1 through 10, yes.
But does anything need to show 8 for our purposes?
I think the residential would be the most important to show at this point, because you wouldn't want that number to be wrong.
Right.
Especially since there's a total unit count that goes with the PDR booklet and all that. But I don't know that the PDR just says the bottom level can be commercial. It doesn't specify, the PDR book doesn't specify how many units commercial in the bottom. So I guess it's up to you all.
So let me just jump in here because I was involved initially. The plan was obviously to have the 10 units for the top for the residential. As we all know that on the commercial side, if they wanted to merge number 1 and number 2 as 1 unit, that would, be acceptable. And that's where it was written. So I'm happy with the way it's done as far as 1 through 10 for the residential. Because what may happen at a later date is you know, 3 and 4, so they may lease those 2 and join those 2 together too. So it meets the intent that we put together originally, I think, with the PDR.
I guess my only question would be, is it noted somewhere on paperwork that it would be 8 units commercial?
It's listed in the parking calculations, but I can add it to the plan somewhere else saying that we've got the residential units and then we've got.
I think as long as we have something stating
Max
that
8,
max
yeah.
8 on bottom for the
Can
parking.
do that, not a
then-
problem.
The car park is going to drive that.
Yes, absolutely.
Just knowing LaVergne, I could see 15, 20 years from now, someone coming back saying, hey, look, 10, and I want 10. And that's my thought.
We can adjust that, not a problem.
As long as it's referenced, and it's referenced in parking, so we should be
Yeah.
safe. So, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, do we have trash on both sides? I think that was a concern brought up. at the
Dumpster
last
is on
meeting.
has been
Okay.
located on both sides, yes.
All right.
Very good.
That's good. Good by me.
Anything else, anyone?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8, site plan The Ridge, Phase 4, Lot 401, open space community pool and pool house on 0.55 acres, requested by Womble and Associates, property located off Rocky Trail, tax map 29, parcel 41.04 and part of parcel 41.02, R1 low density residential zoning district and R2 medium density residential zoning district. Property owned by Mitchell Bowman DBA B&F Development LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is request for site plan at the Ridge. It's for their pool house as well as their pool. I'll navigate to the right item here. Okay, so this is also referred to as Lot 401 in the plans. So this one too, of course, was here last May of 2022. And at that time, the HOA decided to not have this consultant and group build the pool and pool house, and then through a long history of last year, they've decided to go back with this plan. So that's how it's here again a year later, kind of in a nutshell. So you can see on the screen here, this is the Ridge, Phase 4, Lot 401. And it's at the corner of Smoky Ridge Drive and Rocky Trail. And then scrolling to the next photo. So this is a much larger view, zoomed out, but this is the lot here in relation to Carruthers Crossing, which we just covered in the previous item. And then, of course, you can see the lot arrangement for the rest of the ridge going south. So it's actually not very far from Carruthers Crossing. And here it is on the zoning map. Again, PDR is to the northwest here at Carruthers Crossing. Orange is R1, and then the darker brick color is R2. And then this is one of the photos from the site. And I know this is
Can you go to past all the plans?
okay.
Okay, we have no technical comments. They have addressed them all. However, their engineer did something that as someone who looks at old videotapes of old planning commission meetings a lot lately, really appreciated. In their response to comments, rather than just responding to our staff comments, they also put the ones from y'all's workshop. So go right after their plans. Oh, yeah, the one's all scribbled on up there. Can you blow that one up, please?
Yeah.
So I wanted, since they were quoting y'all and giving responses, wanted to give you a chance to read what it was said. There we are. So comment 1, the residents of the Ridge. Oh, yeah, play with this. The residents of the Ridge have not seen the site plan for the amenity lot. Their response is, the site plan for the amenity lot is public record. A survey was sent to the residents of the Ridge. The survey included the size of the pool, 20 by 40, of those that participated. 69.3% refer the amenity lot as the developer chose to build it. The second comment they referenced, how many phases of the Ridge will this pool service? Their response, the amenity lot is meant for the 5 phases of the Ridge that have already been granted and preliminary plat approved. None of the future phases are planned to use the pool. On comment number 3, what they originally responded did not match my recollection of their answer at the time. So emails have gone past, and they're the next 2 pages. But their responses are put on y'all's report, where they have said, yes, the playground and the dog park will be built by the developer and will be built before certificate of occupancy is granted.
Very nice. They're trying to spoil us.
Yeah, no, those were all my questions, so it's nice to see that they were answered. And the neighborhood is certainly, really looking forward to this development, so.
Good.
And it came in better than expected.
Very nice.
Dog park and playground, so very, very delighted.
Do we have any other questions or comments in regards to it, this item? With that, we will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan for the Ridge Phase 4, Lot 401 as submitted.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9 is deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, sir. Item number 10, site plan Altera, existing building totaling approximately 10,500 square feet and building addition of 7,300 square feet on 5.16 acres, requested by Paradigm Studios PLLC, property located at 122 Charter Place, tax map 29, parcel 2.05, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 122 Charter Partners LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at Altera or Ditch Witch. It has more than one name. So this is an existing building at 122 Charter Place, and Ditch Witch has proposed to take over this building to expand their operations in LaVergne. They are proposing to add an addition of approximately 7,300 square feet. The existing building is 10,500 square feet. And the several issues, I guess, from the workshop 2 weeks ago, and we'll cover some of those, and Mr. Lyde, myself will cover them. But the parcel is in the South Waldron Overlay District, so there's some architectural considerations there. You can see on the screen is the site with the existing building and surrounding parking lots and driveways. So this equipment, at the time this was flown, this equipment was here. A lot of it has been removed, but this is the old, calling it J&J equipment or J&L equipment company. So Ditch Witch is to your right in this photo, the existing Ditch Witch. So moving along here, this is just another view further out. So this is the subject property, and then Ditch Witch existing is to the east. And then, of course, this is the new intersection that was just paved in the last couple of weeks at Charter Place and Walden Road by the Thorntons. So this is Thorntons here with their building and gas canopy when it was under construction. And then here's the zoning map. So this is Charter Place, and the north side is mostly all C2, which is a commercial zoning. The Dollar General is here on this corner next door to this property tonight. So the Dollar General is zoned commercial, and everything going east from that point all the way down Charter and to Armstrong Court is zoned I2, heavy industrial. And then this is a photo of the existing building. Of course, it's been vacated for a few months. This is the front of the building. You can see there is some existing brick on this building. And then just another view of the signage and some of the landscaping from the front. So this is a sort of a close-up of the existing metal and brick with the awning that has the address 122 on it. Another view of that with some sidewalk and parking. So this is some of the gravel areas that were discussed 2 weeks ago. And they are in the rear and along the side where the bay doors are, is where most of the gravel is. And then this is just a shot at the, shows existing fencing and some of those gravel areas too on the, I guess that's the west side or north side of the building. And this shot shows how many bay doors there are. There's quite a few. So this is along the side of the building. That finishes the pictures, and then this is the site plan. But I'll go back and I think I loaded the new one last night.
Oh, not on my screen, so it scared me.
So I want to get back to that report and go to the comments. So here that is. So the remaining comments from the workshop 2 weeks ago, number one, the Architectural Materials Board needs to be submitted. I do believe the applicant has brought that with them tonight. We've got the sidewalk requirement that the city has. They've expressed an interest to ask for fee in lieu of sidewalks, so they'll be asking you about that tonight. Number three, the entire building should be brought up to overlay streetscape district. So that goes along with number one. And then number four, I'll turn over to Mr. Lott.
Okay, can you go down to sheet C200, please?
Okay.
Okay, that's not the one they submitted. Okay, apologies from the staff. This is not what they submitted after the workshop. What they are proposing, in terms of y'all's concern about a concrete apron, they are proposing one, and I have it in paper here, once they actually did submit, about 20-foot heavy-duty concrete apron that runs from here to here along the sides of their new building, and from here to here along the sides of their new building. And it stops roughly there and there, and it stops here and here. So that's not really a technical comment. They did address all of my technical comments. I just wanted y'all to understand how they were addressing your comments concerning the concrete apron.
But it is shown on the paperwork you have, sir.
Yes, sir, and I'll be glad to show it to you.
Good enough. Is there an applicant here this evening? Name and address for the record, kind sir.
You might want to go back there. I knew that something was not quite right. Is this not the latest? This is this is the latest. We have the latest, and I knew that we did. For whatever reason, the site plan from 2 weeks ago is still loaded.
Okay, so
they're both on here.
This dark gray area is the proposed concrete apron that they are adding.
Very good. Thank you.
My name is Alex Dickerson, Thompson Burton, 1801 West End Avenue, on behalf of the applicant. So we had the workshop a few weeks ago, and you all expressed a lot of comments there, and we've taken those to heart, we think. Everything complies with the overlay per your request. We've added the dustless surface to our loading areas. Brick on the front, we talked about percentages. We have the correct percentage on the front and the sides per your request. We are seeking to pay in lieu of sidewalks. in the area, and I think staff can confirm this, but everything on the south side of Charter, there are no sidewalks on the south side of Charter. So if we are required to put a sidewalk there, it'll essentially be just one section of sidewalk. So we're requesting to pay in lieu so the city can use that money wherever it sees fit. But happy to answer any questions you have. And I have the materials board down here. I don't know if you all want to see that or.
Let's start with the materials board. Please raise it so everyone can see it. Everyone satisfied with that? Then we will discuss the sidewalks.
Let me ask real quick for Kyle, with the work that's still being done over on Charter, the intersection, are they gonna wrap that sidewalk around the Dollar General side?
No, the sidewalk in that area is, on the Thornton side. The Dollar General side does not have a sidewalk. It's a ditch line section.
Okay, I know in front of it it does, but I didn't know if we were wrapping it around.
No.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Mr. Coates?
Yeah, so if they are requesting fee in lieu, can we get a dimension of what that is so we can calculate real quick what that cost is? You know what that dimension is? And while he's doing that, Mr. Logan, if you just pull up page 291 on our packet, if you would. Just want to have a question on the materials. Page 291. It's a picture of the building from the side. Sorry, 251. Let me clarify. 251. There you go.
One of these.
Yeah, so the top one. The top one. So just explain, if you would. Obviously, look at the picture here. You've got a yellowish on the front and a blue along the top, along the side. What's the plan for that, beautifying that corner of that building?
Good evening, Stephen Reuter, Paradigm Studio, 761 Old Hickory Boulevard, Brentwood, Tennessee. I'm the architect. So obviously, we're going to clean up the greenery, clean that off, clean the brickwork, and we would be adding brick on top of the existing brick to get to the 80%. So last time when we were here at the workshop, I thought it was at 70%. We went back and checked, it's 50-something%, so we're not even close. So we're going to add brick to get to the 80%. So the drawings that are in the packet that show the color elevations show the calculations that we'll get that to the 80%. So we'll wrap brick around the front edge there that matches that existing brick. I think it's approximately 2 to 3 feet more brick up on that facade to get to the 80%. The remaining metal panel will remain. We'll either pressure wash it and clean it or paint it to freshen it up. So it'll be the same colors. Let me show you. On the color board here, this picture represents existing brick with the proposed new brick, so we're trying to show that we're matching the brick. And then this picture shows the color swatches at the Sherwin-Williams Greek Villa, matching the existing metal panel, and this is an actual swatch of that. So the intent is to match the brick, to match the metal on the addition to the existing.
But if you look at the picture there up on the board, on the front, which is the yellow goldish, along the left side, it looks like blue run along the top. Obviously, that's going to be color coordinated, so it's more correct.
I don't know that we captured that detail. I think our intent would be to paint that to match the metal, so you wouldn't have an accent color there.
Kind of more defined there.
Yes. So our intent would not be introduce that accent color, if that makes sense.
No blue?
Exactly. Correct.
Thank you.
With that, do we have a calculation of the length of the sidewalk?
I have a fee.
Okay, a fee's fine. We just want to make sure, but in the motion that we're encompassing the length or the cost involved, so we know we're agreeing up front of what that number is.
My name is Bubba Ingram. My company is Ingram Civil Engineering, 212 Overlook Circle, Suite 105 in Brentwood, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir.
And the correspondence that I have here calculating the sidewalk along the frontage for a 6-foot wide section came to $33,000. If the
price per square foot was $12. The code, I think currently is 10.
Well, I was going to speak about that when you all were finished. So we have a very interesting thing here. I think Mr. Philip Dodd may end up
touching on it.
Deliberating. Their submittal date was Monday, Monday, March 27th. Unfortunately, that was the day of the shooting. I remember that day. That's the deadline. The meeting was the next day, March 28th. At that meeting, it went from 10 to 12. The Planning Commission voted on it. But their submittal deadline was the day before, the 27th. Now, here we are. If it gets approved tonight, it's $12, but it was $10 when they submitted. I'm not even going to try to figure that one out.
Yes, let's definitely go to legal on that, if you'd be so kind, sir.
So was it submitted on time?
Yes, sir, it was. Which was Monday, March 27th.
Well, let me ask this question. As the applicant, you mentioned 12. Are you okay going with the 12?
I'm sure that the owner would prefer the $10 per square foot. I couldn't say anything else and still have a client, I'm afraid, after the meeting, so.
Very fair statement, sir.
So, is it based, when you're looking at, as far as for legality, is it based on when they asked for the fee in lieu, or when they submitted the packet?
Right.
That would be.
It's a hard question.
My question, yeah.
It's a hard question. Do they vest when they actually expend money on it, or are they invested at the submittal? I don't know the answer right now.
Well, I'm going to say, for me, to make sure, because as mayor, we need to protect the city as well as to protect our residents. While I don't like it, I'm going to say the safe side would be to go with a lower amount. That's me.
I'd have to agree. Do the submittal date, sir?
I'm okay with it. The attorney's looking at me though.
He looks at everybody.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, I understand the effort that you guys put forth on this, so.
And this is a rare occurrence. Mr. Coleman, you feel?
I agree.
Ms. Coates?
Yes.
Okay. So we need a figure at 10.
The dimensions are 450 times 6 feet wide. So I had my calculator up a while ago.
$27,000.
Okay.
No guessing. Our engineer's looking at you now.
27,000.
Good job, sir.
You listened well whenever the teacher said you won't always have a calculator in your pocket.
That's right. Good job.
So, real quick question before any motions are made that I've still got. This is for Bo and Gary, just to make sure, because I want to make sure we're 100% here. This is now in compliance with the overlay for Waldron Road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We didn't look at these percentages, but some of you may have seen them already in the packet. They're at about 81 point something percent brick on the front, or 82%, and I think the sides are well over 50. So that then puts them in compliance.
And does the side go all the way down, or is it just to the existing building?
I'll bring those up.
I mean, as far as with the overlay.
So this is what they have submitted, and the chart at the bottom. So on the front elevation, they're at 81.25% brick, and I'm looking right here. And this, the side, which is the east elevation and west elevation, they're at exactly 50.5% on the two sides.
Any other questions? Here. So the motion must include a fee in lieu amount of $27,000
So I'll make a motion to accept with the fee in lieu of $27,000.
We have a motion to accept.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next item, item number 11. Correct. Yes, item number 11. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen rezoning of property requested by Doyle Elkins, 1.16 acres, property located at 392 Old Nashville Highway, tax map 17E, Group B, parcel 22, current zoning district R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District, proposed zoning district C3 Neighborhood Service Business District, zoning district, property owned by Gregus. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is request to rezone property at 392 Old Nashville Highway. And current zoning of this property is R1, and the applicant is proposing to go to C3 zoning, which is neighborhood service. And you remember they were here a couple weeks ago, the applicant, and I believe his, maybe a real estate broker or agent. They were here. You all saw the exhibit, and I'll show it in just a moment, but that was drawn by land surveyor, Mr. Elkins, Doyle Elkins, and at any rate, this is about 1.16 acres, so I'll show the maps here. This is it, 392 Old Nashville. It's a very long parcel, not very wide, and of course that discussion came up at the workshop that what would they build if they could get C3, because with the width, there's not a lot they could build. They'd have to add properties maybe on either side or one of the sides. And then this is just zoomed out. So property here again outlined in blue. This is just north of Jefferson. This is Jefferson Pike here with the traffic signal. So existing zoning map. You can see all this orange is R1 low density residential. Then you've got R2 medium density that touches it on basically two sides. And then this existing C3 is all here at the intersection, includes the pharmacy and the gas station and those parcels.
Oh, we discussed the lot to right next to it. We were unsure if that was C or.
It is C3.
Okay.
It is C3, yes. So the GIS is still changing that.
Gotcha.
But that's C3, and then here's a photo of the existing building, and then everything else that's on the lot you can see there. And this is at the roadway, so there's the sign that says there's a pending rezoning request, and then this is, of course, Old Nashville Highway with the pavement there. And then this is their application. And then this is the Mr. Elkins, the surveyor that I mentioned. This is the exhibit that he drew or created for them. So this is what they submitted, and this survey just shows the dimensions of the lot and lays out the lot boundaries, then shows all the surrounding properties. And that completes all the documents they submitted. So we'll be happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just want to make sure, I don't have my book in front of me, I left it in my office. At least the use that's written in here on the application of food market is appropriate under this zoning, is that right?
There are a few food uses related to a small grocery or market, and also bakery is listed.
Well, I mean, for the purposes of this, though, the applicant is proposing they've written in food market. So that would be as far as appropriate with this zone.
C3 allows up to a certain size. It doesn't allow, like, obviously an Aldi or a Kroger, but it allows a small neighborhood grocery or bakery. And it's hard to know on these types of rezonings. It's hard to know exactly what the applicant intends, and sometimes they don't know exactly. But I kind of feel like it bleeds back into that conversation of, could they do anything with just the width that they have? I don't see that they can fit a commercial building with parking and driveways.
But that would come up at the site plan, correct?
Correct, it would. Yeah, it would come up with site plan.
So,
Mr. Chairman, just to jump in on C3.
Please, thank you.
Neighbourhood Services District, following uses and accessories are permitted. Generally recognised retail business which supplies commodities on the premises for persons residing in adjacent residential areas such as groceries, meats, dairy products, baked goods and other foods, cafes, drugs, dry goods, and notations of hardware and gas stations. Then my other question is on the technical items from Public Works. Should we take a look at that? Do you want to comment on that, Mr. Logan, if you would?
Oh, that was
I think it's maybe Mr. Lyde's comment or...
correct, and that was a boilerplate comment, and if I did not erase that, I apologize.
I suppose my comment is we could be hobbling the ownership too of it. It is going to be very, very difficult to build a very, very narrow lot. He did indicate at the workshop that he owned the property next door, which he lived on, is what he indicated. And so just doing the one lot is going to be very difficult to build on and meet our regulations.
Kyle, I'm going to default to you since Randolph's not here, but if this property is rezoned, it's currently, my understanding from going out there, it's currently being used as a farm. So that would those activities have to cease on that property if there is a rezoning?
No, it's going on today, so as long as they continue to do what they're doing today, they'd still be allowed to do that.
Okay.
and it's currently zoned what?
R1.
I don't know how long it's been used as a farm.
Questions or comments? So on this item, we will be making a favorable or non-favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Entertain a motion.
And with a non-favorable, we do have to state reasons, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Several reasons have been stated already, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll make a motion then for an unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen due to concerns with the lot size of this not being a buildable lot.
I'll second the recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to send a non-favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And our final item is bonds and letters of credit. Mr. Brown. Oh, ma'am. My apologies.
Your bond list in front of you, and the next one that expires will be in June, the celebration run, and I'll get in touch with them next month. But besides that, everything's up to date.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Diane, I think we are ready.
Okay.
On you tonight.
Call this meeting to order. All right. So we've all kind of,
Quorum.
we've
Yep.
got 4. That's a quorum.
Yep.
And then, I don't have the minutes, but sure, we can approve those from last time.
Yep, you got it.
All right. So let's
Make
get
a motion
down.
to approve the minutes from last time.
All right.
Okay.
Second.
I make a, second. Or did we have to make them?
No, one of you guys make a motion.
I make a motion to approve minutes from last
I'll second.
meeting.
Approved.
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
We're ready.
So we've got Kim here who's going to help us with some of the final design elements. I know we've all been kind of in agreement about the general plan, what we want to do with the postcard. Kim's got a good idea for the placement that's going to take up pretty much the whole wall, a nice cool banner kind of situation, with just kind of more so the letters and the imagery inside the letters, not really worrying about a background. We want that brick to kind of pop through, and that helps keep us in budget as well. We talked about the doors last time, guys, when we wanted to say just camouflage them, kind of make them look like brick. Kim says that's within her wheelhouse. She agrees with that. So I think the goal for today is to just determine what ideas specifically we want to put per letter, and then figure out how we're going to retain Kim with contract and the grants and all the scheduling like that. And then once we've kind of talked about what we want to do per letter, Kim can give us a revision or two of that sketched out, and then we'll have that to be ready to be presented at the BOMA meeting, if that's still the process that we're trying to do here.
Yes, and I'm not 100% sure it has to go before BOMA. If it does, it won't make May's meeting. So we'll have to kind of work around that because we're on a time. The grant has to be done by June 15th. I don't know if you're aware of that. I don't know if that's a,
I was paid in advance one check last year,
that, like, it had to clear.
Mm-hmm.
And, anyway, so I'm used to it. I've heard it from you.
Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It's our local legislative board for the city.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an ABC grant. The deadline is June the 15th. It's a matching grant, which means the grant was awarded for $33.90. The city will have to match that. I'm not sure if that will cover the expenses, if that'll come close. It's all new to us. So, if you want to step up to the podium, because that, I mean, that may be something that everybody is interested in.
Yeah.
What the final, you know, if you have an idea of what the final, what your contract would look like, the final cost ballpark, that's something we just need to know moving forward.
Sure, okay. For that size wall out there, which I didn't measure, Diane, you mentioned
think
40
it's like-
by 20. So
Yeah.
is it approximately a 2-story?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's this building.
And 2 stories typically is in that, 10.
It's probably 12, because you take the door and door's
Yeah.
6, so, yeah.
But just like looking at that size of wall, there's a couple of approaches you could take. And what I was thinking is to utilize a lot of the wall to create like a wavy LaVergne and really make these letters 3-dimensional, a big noticeable mural. So the background will remain brick, but the letters will be kind of dynamic with a nice 3D effect. And then the imagery will be really enjoyable from a distance and enjoyable up close. So because of the viewing distance, to draw people in, you want to have that impact piece. And people are going to get really excited, especially if it is kind of a larger scale piece. The other thing you could do, and would like to say, I would like to give you a $25 per square foot rate. So if I, for instance, if I did, and I kind of crunched some numbers, but that's just a really fair rate when you kind of calculate labor, materials, and I use the highest quality exterior paints, and I can work in a maintenance plan or guarantee. I usually look at it like in that 8 to 10 years. So if something is fading, or if you've had an issue, which that's not going to happen, because, well, fading could definitely happen, but my paint's not going anywhere. It's going to stay on the wall. So anyways, sorry, could you help me get back on track?
So what would 25 a square foot
Okay, yeah.
for around,
So-
let's say we're dealing with 6,800.
Let me, 6,800, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's
And if
pretty
someone's
much-
faster at math, but I'm going to try to do that.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
So you said 60. It's 250. Okay, you're looking at closer to between 250 square feet to 300 square feet.
Yeah.
And
So we
so-
could, like a 10 by 20, which is
Yeah,
still, I think, centered
it's
over
small.
that door. Yeah. but
It's small, but can be effective.
Mhm.
Definitely can be effective. And maybe if we did a smaller mural, I think a background might look better. Because
Mhm.
you're gonna like, it's not gonna compete, it's not gonna look like squished. It's gonna look more like a moment people can stand on both sides of it.
Like, maybe like a postcard
Yeah.
edge
Or
kind
it
of
will frame up really
situation.
nice like an Instagram moment.
Yeah.
Versus like people stepping, 15 feet back.
Right.
And capturing a group. So, the sketch, if you're wanting to stay inside of a budget, that's awesome for me to know. It's better for me to know if you have a budget.
Yep.
Then I can create sketches with the best design that's gonna fit the budget. It's not gonna look like, ugh, that's too small, it's gonna look like, well, that's intentionally
Right.
supposed to be that big, so.
Perfect.
How much was the grant again? I'm sorry, talking to the group over here.
3390.
$33.90. So if the grant was $33.90 and we matched, so that would put us roughly 270 some odd square feet, 271 square feet.
Okay.
Is that doable?
Yeah, I just wanna do a little.
That's with staying in the constraints of the matching. Anything, of course, if the funds were there on the city side, we could always put more to it besides the matching part. I think what we're looking at now is, we're getting to near the end of the fiscal year, which the new one starts in July. And this this board was just created, within the last 6 months. So there was no money budgeted for, so we're having to pull from different line items to make that matching part.
Okay.
But we don't want to go at it and say, okay, this is what we're confined to, is 271 square foot, and then it not look.
It's gonna look good.
Okay.
I just kind of did some typical measurements. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're fine, yeah.
Okay, so I just did a 20-foot by 10-foot mural. And that's in the $5,000 range, a 20 by 10. So if we're gonna go 20 feet or 25 feet wide, and you know, LaVergne has a significant number of letters, I think. It's not like a small, like, it's not like a super short one like Austin.
Yeah, there's
or,
8 concepts that we
Yeah,
can still get
so-
into that 20-foot wide space, so.
Yeah, if you want a distinct imagery, I would go wider.
Yeah.
So let me just do 25 feet times 10 feet. It's right in there. So I can max out your budget or not. And my fee, based on this wall, it's super flat outside. I can use ladders or a scissor lift. So that's, you know, those types of things aren't gonna be really expensive. If you get into like articulating booms, boom, you know, that can be like $2,000 a week, but, or $1,500 a week, so. Anyways, so I'm just gonna write that down. So approximately like a 25 by 12 foot mural design, if you like that.
Yeah, and we don't have to fill like the whole 12 feet, so we just make that like the envelope of 12 and then.
Yeah, yeah, totally. And if it's gonna be a shape, we're not talking about a rectangle either, so, you know, if it's, so, and I'm not super rigid, like, if I'm falling, you know, I'm gonna make it look great, so.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be like,
work
"Look,
around
get
that
us."
door and like that, you know, we want to make the door look interesting too, so I think what you have, but, you know, just a little squish and then whatever makes sense for you, material-wise and fee-wise and time-wise.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, if it's smaller, maybe it's a shorter time, you know, so maybe that helps on your end as well.
Yeah, so if we were to max out our budget, you know, 10 by 27, somewhere in that area, that
Okay.
put us at about 270 square feet.
Okay, thank you. I do it simple ways.
Hey, Smyrna High graduate, that's why I got this.
I
right
like
here.
that, I like that.
All right. Okay, do you need to know anything else from us?
Sure, let's see, is there anything that's set in stone? Like, I've seen all of these, I saw the imagery you gave me, and, then I'm seeing a lot of logos, which I wanted to ask, are you open to those being represented not in full? Like the logos you're giving me, or do you need to see all of these?
I think the
Like
intent, I think the intent with the logos, you're referring to the police department and fire department, right? I think that the intent was that we just want to make sure that they're included in the mural.
Okay.
So I don't think it has to necessarily specifically be that, but I think we just really wanted to make sure that they were included as they're a big part of the community. Yeah.
Okay.
I like the one on the right. What do you guys think for the police? It's a little simpler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has character.
And then are we all deciding on each letter? I know we had a lot of
so,
ideas
right?
thrown out there. Is that,
What
we're
I would
deciding on that, or?
Yeah, I think we should pick what we want in how it, you know, what kind of order, maybe not exactly
Sure.
fully
Like a guideline.
realized, but like what we want it to start with, where we would kind of want in the middle, what we want it to look like. with what we've got, and then with all these other ones that we're adding in here too. I mean, and some of these are the same. Like, we've got the memorial wall that the cartoon kind of, maybe an easier style to show that.
I like the memorial wall, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so we like the memorial wall. Where do we want it to fall in the letters?
So we're going
Is this it right here?
landscape, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, and then there's the poster, it's not in this packet, but it's on the Google Doc.
Yeah.
And it's a little poppier with
Okay.
the bricks, but this one has the flagpoles a little bit more.
Okay.
And the boots.
Really quickly, with your vision, because right now you kind of have a vision going, and I'm trying to match my vision to yours. When you're gonna put the letters, I know that we need to figure out pictures for them. Are you wanna make the LaVergne horizontal, or are you gonna make it vertical?
I kind of pictured, personally, like I mentioned, breaking up that because it's a large rectangular wall. And a lot of times it's my first, gut response is to break that shape up. So, this is larger, but I was kind of thinking of giving the work away.
Okay, I like that a lot.
Yeah, so it'd probably be,
It'll be small.
yeah, it'll be squished in a little bit from that.
But I think, the letters being nice and long.
Okay.
Especially adding a three-dimensional effect.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to make sure I work
Yeah.
with your vision to, and did you say there's gonna be a background, or there's not gonna be a background?
I don't think so unless,
Unless
the.
get too crowded.
Okay.
It could, and then I told Diane outside as well, like even some of the designs you've shared with me, there are little moments where things peek out behind letters too. It doesn't have to be like one background. It could be like, a Tennessee iris or something or green, like a floral or a bird or something could be kind of
Like on the word itself
flourished
kind of thing.
around or peeking out. That's a common element in the postcard designs is it's inside, but then there might be a moment outside that.
Yeah.
So the logos are going to be included on each letter or something like that? Or what?
Yes, I have a vision. I kind of printed stuff out just in case I didn't think maybe you would have seen it. You're gonna have to bear with me for a second.
I do have a question.
I have 'em.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like who do you, and I like to ask this to people I'm painting for, but who is this mural for?
The whole city of LaVergne.
Okay, and how will they use it? Or how do you want them to use it?
We were hoping for like selfies on that pad, as well as like a mood brightener as you're on your way into the police department for whatever reason you're going to the police department.
We're looking at.
Yeah.
Always happy nose.
This is what
Happy
Murfreesboro did.
Okay.
But also like when we were walking in, it is kind of a backdrop for like the farmer's market too. Like if we go in that field, we were walking in from the library, so like if the stalls are there, then that's kind of backgroundy.
I printed them off. I like visuals.
Oh, good deal.
I think it's eye-catching, and then like she said, like kind of that selfie aspect possibly too. Because one thing we had talked about
That's okay.
was
I kind of like
community, being really, like we wanted things that represented LaVergne, and so I think that'll kind of be both the eye-catching aspect and the selfie aspect, if you will.
So have you thought of, it could be something to think about is that hashtag or tag moment. So if people take a picture, do you have something like, I painted in Ringgold, Georgia recently. Is that too silly?
No, we were talking about it and we had like
And
not come up with anything good.
It could just be LaVergne, Tennessee, really.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it
I
tells
know-
people what to tag, especially if you want to start compiling those photos and those moments. But I painted in Ringgold, Georgia recently, and they really pushed. It's nothing like Ringgold, and they spell it like countrified, like nothing.
Oh man.
N-U-T-H. Yeah, but it's cool. And people tag it. You're
Yeah.
telling everyone who does the social media thing, like, and it could be something just if your city may already have something, but I don't know,
Well,
but it could be something to
We had a
incorporate into
place
the
to
design.
call home, but that feels a little.
What's it called?
A place to call home was our mission thing, but I mean, it's a little long, but.
It's not, it is generic. I don't mean that in a bad
Yeah.
way, but it
You'll probably
doesn't
have a lot.
say.
Yes. A
It's
lot
not
that'll pop up with
specific.
it.
Right.
So on social media, you're gonna get a lot of, so it'd be cool if it wasn't crowded. If it was something, and I can help think about that too.
Yeah. We have
Something that will.
all of it. Manager type person that works with City Hall.
Yeah, public information officer should definitely have to get involved. But yeah, any ideas you have, bring them forward. And these pictures, not everything here has to be represented. These were just ideas to bring to you. You're the expert.
And there could be more than one of these in one letter. Like, we could,
Al, might want to take your hand off the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Where it was coming from, I was looking around. She's not close.
Yeah, if you, yeah, these were just ideas.
Okay.
You know, it's not,
Hang on, I gotta
we
write
were
this down.
scrambling for ideas, you're the expert, so we just throwed something on your plate.
no, I love when the universe is not the idea. Like, grab everything out of the universe and pull it together.
Okay.
I like this.
Is it already a
this is good for
hashtag?
me.
But tell them what.
So I just popped to my brain. What does everybody think about We Love LaVergne as the hashtag? That could kind of.
I like it. I like the alliteration.
I think it's simple and unique at the same time.
Doesn't look like it's already a thing, so that's
Is this
good.
going to represent the diversity?
Yeah, so we're going to represent different aspects of LaVergne with this. So in your packet, you should have all the different places and
Yeah,
locations,
I have that, but I don't see much as far as, like,
culture and
Yeah.
stuff.
the culture.
look really nice.
And there's lots of time for that, but it could be fun if you want that selfie promotional, like kids coming in from
them
like
their
graduation
thoughts,
or
so-
Yeah, we
Christmas
did
time photographs, everybody's
So
getting
we had
together, high school reunions, I don't know.
Unfortunately, throw that away.
Or local ball
Definitely not
teams
what
who
we
see
wanted
themselves represented, right? And, because are we doing the schools? Are you
I
wanting your
think we
school?
may have too many conversations going on at
Oh, I'm
once.
sorry, I'm sorry.
No, not you. We probably need to keep a focus on what we're here to do and not take up a lot of her time. So any side conversations, we probably just need to try to have one person talking at a time.
Okay. Okay. So I liked the school mascot idea. I wasn't sure if I had all of them correct in the document, but I think one of the letters could be, like a little mashup of everybody. I don't know if you thought there were too many.
I can't
There was a
remember how
bunch.
many.
It was like a couple elementary schools, let's say
didn't-
6.
Yeah, no, I think that's cool, I think.
Maybe for one of the E's?
You know what? I
The
just
middle
got
one?
an idea. LaVergne High School and LaVergne Middle all share the same looking L. And it is symbolic to the middle school and the high school, LaVergne Middle and LaVergne High School. Do we want to add that to maybe it? Because I know we cannot incorporate all of them, but it would stand for LaVergne and it would stand for 2 schools with the name in it. I don't think I have it on here, but no, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we have one letter for the schools and that has all of them, we should be fine.
Okay.
I think the E gives us a lot of space to work with because you got the straight lines with it. So let's say that the first E will be schools. Okay. So I think we should just start at the top and kind of name off things that we think are most important. So to start with the L, it's we've got a vertical space and a horizontal space. May not be great for the wall. So what would we think would look great? Not the wall, the memorial thing. Maybe we want that one to be in a bigger thing. So the L, or do we want the L and the A to be a scene together since it's kind of that Frenchy look, or individual?
Is the plan for it to be all caps?
I think we can decide.
I think I had them where they're capital, but they're a little shorter. Like
Okay.
L
Okay,
is a
yeah.
little taller and the V is a little, but they're all it looked like that was the style of the postcard lettering. They usually go like all caps. I think maybe your nature.
Right,
Like
so.
touching on your greenway
Yeah,
maybe and.
Greenway and.
Okay, so let's start with, like that poster, yeah.
Should we not incorporate,
Let me draw an
when it
L
was
on it.
established, when it was created as a city?
I mean, we can add that as like an extra, like script underneath it, like established, blah, 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 and then the hashtag underneath it.
Up under the letters.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
okay. So if we did something like
When you
an L.
said, like, if you're gonna use this photo, say, the memorial wall, it would, personally, I don't think it would matter to us to not use the whole, you
No.
know, if you couldn't fit this whole thing on and just part of it.
No.
You're still getting the gist of what it is.
It's gonna be, everything I bring to you is gonna be another artistic representation, but people should look at it and, especially people familiar with your city or not, they should look at it and be like, oh, that's probably has to do with the park, or this has to do with the schools, or this has to do with, our military. You know, it'll have that ring to it without, and a big thing about murals is in art in general, it's always more interesting if you don't say everything. It always looks better. Like, let people fill it in. They can fill in the blanks. So you can do elements without saying everything.
Do we want to have this state flag into this, like the other murals have had? Because both Nolensville and Murfreesboro has had the state flag in it to kind of tie us together. Do we want to do that too?
I think that's throwing in another idea with our lack of letters. Unless we want to incorporate that, like, maybe with the seal, so it's like LaVergne, Tennessee kind of thing.
Could you do that?
Where
Yeah.
the flag's gonna be in there?
Well, what about the G for that then? Because that's probably the roundiest. So we'll say flags. And then seal, yeah. All right, guys, we're clicking along. We only got 5 more to go.
Okay, so wait, the LA was all of the.
Well, do we want the Greenway to be the LA?
Well, I think if we do
Or,
like,
you know.
you've got the tall for like trees, and then the A can kind of flow into like the river and stuff.
I could make
Exactly that.
farmer's market in there as well. Like, you have the green.
On the greenery kind of thing.
And then
Okay.
have more community feel with like farmer's market.
Kind of down on the A.
And
Okay.
then, and honestly, I like this, but there may be something that happens during the sketch phase that
Makes
something
sense.
fits better.
Yeah,
Just
totally.
because it happens, but
Okay.
this is good springboard.
So I think the other E, maybe we do the memorial wall, because I feel like that gives us
That
the
wall.
most
Now, do we want
straight
to
spaces.
incorporate the baseball fields with that, like maybe on the
I don't know.
upper 2 or 3 or something?
What about, well, does the N make sense with anything baseball-y? Let's say, so a memorial wall.
So do you do all this on a computer first, and then you have the ability to move everything around to see where it fits?
I do, just because it's become the way I draw now. And it's just so easy to share. And then the worst thing that happens sometimes is my sketch, I have to live up to my sketch, my digital sketch sometimes. And paint is paint. So I always try my hardest to communicate how it's going to come across. But I have a lot of work that you can look at.
So her process is actually really cool. So she'll take the image and she'll project it on the wall and then trace it, block it in, and then go in and do the fine details. So it's, computer precision from start to finish. So whatever we finalize and decide, that's what it's gonna look like on there. So that's why when we get our ideas down, that gives her something to go off of, and then, we can do 1 or 2 revisions, and then that'll be what we'll want anyway. Okay, yeah. So
What
what are we
about these two
thinking?
for the end? So then we can do baseball and the Bark Park, for both
Okay.
parks.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm trying to marry some ideas together to where she'll still have, you know, her artistic brain is gonna process this way better than I am.
Right.
But we can kind of throw some ideas together.
Well, yeah, because I think in the top part of the end, we could maybe get like the baseball cage kind of feel. And then like maybe there's a dog playing in the foreground or something.
So you said baseball fields
And the Bark Park.
And yeah, the dog park.
And we still need to do the memorial and the police. And I was going to also suggest two other things, which now we're running out of letters. But what about the senior center and the co-op? Because we have not done the co-op yet.
Yeah, so the co-op, I'm thinking maybe we come up with something that's more of like the concept of the co-op than a picture of the co-op. So what does it like mean to you guys? Like, is it like chickens and wheat? Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like if we're looking at a building in a letter, we want to kind of get the idea of it.
That is true, because I always was wondering the same thing. What?
It's a Tennessee Farmers Co-op, so I would think it's more
For the
crops.
farmers.
Crops.
So would we want to include that with our greenery?
Yeah.
That's the LA, those are two letters.
I like the idea
LA
of crops,
and then
which,
co-op.
what is it, corn and tobacco? I don't know.
Peppers?
I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
Dairy?
So do
Dairy
we like
industry?
that with the greenery then, since you already have two letters with that and it's kind of,
So Greenway
Alright.
into co-op
Well,
in the
you
V.
could, but then it's nice color-wise to have, and also break up, like, if you have something really organic and natural, and then you have like rigid logo or rigid, like maybe schools represented, and then go back to something
Yeah.
more,
So then-
green or
Greenway,
natural.
co-op, schools, we just need to find something in the R.
Like I said, the senior center has not really been talked about tonight yet.
definitely doing the co-op for the V.
I think
What are your
so.
thoughts on that?
I think we could talk about some other ideas for the final letter. I'm not opposed to the senior center, but I know we had a couple other ideas that we haven't gone over.
We don't have police and fire yet.
Right.
No, we don't.
So I think we do the police, fire, and then that service from the poster that was in the reference material. It was like, it was memorial still kind of in the background. It was just a silhouette of the soldier, and then we could kind of get the police and stuff maybe in like a relief in the background of that.
So you think with E?
I think with the R. So we go schools, police, state, and then we go back to nature, and then we end on the memorial wall. Or we could switch.
Could we incorporate the fact that Tennessee is a volunteer state in there, maybe on the V?
I think that'll be with the flags and the seal, however she
I can,
artistically.
Let's put that in there.
there can be like that verbiage, I like that too. Yeah, I'll make a note of that.
Okay, what else did we have? So we have senior center still pending, we've got co-op, we've got the lake, Greenway, farmer's market. Then anybody else have anything off the top of their head?
Honestly, y'all have brought up a lot of my ideas already, so you kind of tapped me out already. I was kind of.
I feel like we had more in here, I'm trying to pull it up, because I feel like we were talking about it.
And you might find elements that you've done it before that are generic to each community that would look good in this also.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can never go wrong with nature. And I was telling Diane, I mean,
What if we swap
we're such a
V
green,
and R?
you know,
So then we
area. It's
have-
so
we're gonna
green.
have greenery,
Um,
and then the schools, and then greenery, and
so-
then the flags, and then greenery.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of
And then what?
imagery
I don't
to
know,
pull
whatever we
from
were
for
gonna
sure.
choose for R.
I'm not gonna lack imagery.
But what do you think about that? So then it's kind
Yeah.
of a back and forth.
I agree. I smell what you're saying.
And then, can I
Okay.
ask a question? Who has
Yeah.
the ultimate, are you all who says, yes, this is the design, or does it have to, Who has the ultimate?
I think we would take a recommendation from this board
Okay.
to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, but, I wouldn't really see anything changing.
So they're not gonna be like, you don't know if they'll have an opinion?
I wouldn't,
Other
I
than,
mean, they might have an opinion
wouldn't
like,
think so, yeah.
super cool, I love this
Okay,
idea.
yeah.
That's kind of, they'll,
Thanks for doing all
They
the
won't
work.
shoot out suggestions
Yeah.
to change it or anything.
No.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we'll be fine.
that's why they created this board to delegate that, so they don't have to think into it too
Okay.
so other than the volunteer state, where, do you have any ideas to propose to, that would represent Laverne?
Not that we haven't already discussed.
Okay, same here.
So I had still on our list from before, activities like sports, so I think that's kind of covered with the fields and the dog park and the community words thing, that kind of didn't really, and
No,
I
'cause
don't
we're
think
not
it'll
doing the
really fit
tree.
in there anymore. Diversity, which I know we wanted to kind of focus on, flags.
But I think this is giving a sense of diversity. I know we had initially talked about like the flags and languages and stuff, but I think the different aspects of Laverne, I think we're kind of
Cover, yeah.
incorporating it.
Is there something that Laverne is uniquely known for that we would need to incorporate in
I
there?
think that was the co-op,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
The
that was the main thing. The only other thing that we haven't really gone over is something about like industry or business.
Oh, yeah, I looked that up. What is that plant? There's a big plant here, right?
That's the co-op.
Oh, okay, I thought there was something else.
Yeah,
There's a,
Bridgestone.
oh, well, Bridgestone's out
Oh,
here.
Bridgestone and Ingram, but then how do you start picking and
No,
choosing
no, no,
which
no.
one you're gonna pick?
I would,
That's,
you're correct.
Yeah.
And then,
Maybe.
yeah, I know what you're
No,
saying.
I thought we had it in G, because it was gonna be,
Just so we're all on the same page, can we recap each letter?
Yes.
That way we
yep,
know.
that's what.
Yeah.
all right, I'm gonna start a new page. Here we go. All right, so for the L and the A of Laverne, we were gonna do like the greenway, a tree, and some of like the lakey ideas.
And farmer's market.
Right, with the little tents in the foreground. V, I think we still have blank right now, because we're gonna move the co-op down. And then E, we've got the schools and the mascots. The R would be the co-op and the farmy stuff. And then G would be the flags, like the seal and the police stuff. And fire, if we can kind of get that like in relief, like in the background or kind of whatever makes sense. That G kind of gives you a lot to work with the roundy shapes, hopefully. The N, we were talking about the ballparks and the bark park, ball and bark park, sure. And then the E, doing the memorial wall. So probably something with like the tiles, more so than necessarily like the flaggy flag. So then we still have V to try to, so we start with green and then we go
where did we say we're gonna put the police and fire department?
in the G. So the flag, the seal.
Do you think that would all fit in G? The state flag, the seal, police and fire?
I don't know if I love the seal.
Something Laverne-y. I don't know.
Right.
That was just, I think, what the idea was in the printout.
I think if we focus on the police and fire and then like one other thing, like the state flag or, you know, one of those two things, so it's not too much. But
Yeah.
we still get the fire and police, so we have like the service aspect. Or we bust, you know, police and fire into the V, and then we have two separate letters for those. Because we're kind of coming up not a lot on the V.
The V, I can imagine a few things. It could, I don't know. I can come up with something, but yeah, if you have an idea, I was kind of thinking of something a little more, I don't know. Never mind. Don't write that down.
Well, what do you guys think? Do we want to split up the flag and the seal in one letter and then police and fire in a separate letter? Or is that's two letters all kind of touching similar concepts? But we also don't have much else to go on.
Or the library, I don't know if you could add the library in there somewhere.
Yeah, is that an old building? Is it older, or which direction now?
It's actually the newer building.
It is newer, okay. I mean, we walked over there. What about your little greenway? Oh, wait, we already have the greenway
Yeah.
bridge. But is there any kind of other landmarks in your city?
We got the 2 parks.
I'm sure I can find some. You know,
Well, we got the skate. It could kind of be like a half pipe on the V or something, or like
Is
the
that
ice
popular
rink.
here?
It's here.
Yeah.
Skate park, is that what you're talking about?
That's
Yeah.
what
I mean, that's still part of veterans, but
It's
like,
very popular, yeah.
It's part of what?
there's Veterans Memorial Park, and that's where the memorial wall is, and that's also where the skate park and the ice rink and a lot of the community events
That could be cool.
go on.
Is there music involved, or?
No,
No.
not really.
I mean, like, there's like the 4th of July stuff when you have
Oh, at the park, yeah. I mean, each event has music, but
Okay.
we're talking 3 times a year.
Okay, yeah.
skate park.
Okay.
Veterans. Okay. So then we go, Greenway into the skate park, into the schools, into co-op, into municipal stuff, and then back into the ball fields and the bark park, and then the memorial tiles.
Are you
Kind of
gonna
end on a
add-
strong note.
For the memorial wall, I know you guys said something about like the tiles, are you gonna have like the American flag and a Palmia flag represented?
So I would think that's about the level of detail that we would be able to get. This is the one from the one I sent you in the email.
May I see that real quick? Sorry.
So, I mean, if we can get, I'm sure you could fit the Palmia logo in on there too, but that's just kind of like a simplified version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess my brain.
So kind of like how this E is done here.
I don't know what they look like.
Yeah, and that's, because that gives you all that flat space to do it. I mean, we could make the flagpoles shorter so that they're in front of the wall, and that way it's all in the E. But that all kind of makes sense there. All right. How do we all feel?
I just want to say, and this is just me, because I know that the community is really big about their seniors, and that's the only reason I'm like really thinking that some way or somewhat portion should be about them, but that's just my own feelings. If y'all think that that's not necessarily,
Well, what's like a concrete, like what's a concept that would represent it?
I have their sign right here, is City of LaVergne Senior Center sign. I know that it's not necessarily like a concept behind it, but it's at least their sign, and that they have a portion at least. If you go, and it's right here if y'all want to see it.
I think if we had a way to represent them, that would fit a lot better than.
Oh, the farmer's market is technically a senior center. So if we get the farmer's market in there,
Okay.
Yeah.
Which we could incorporate maybe in the co-op, because that's all about the farmers and the crops. What are your thoughts on that?
so we were having it in the LA, so it would be like the greenway and then a little scene of like the farmer's market, so that the L and the A are like kind of, like if you come out, actually like out these doors and you're looking towards the library, it'd be like that kind of
That
bridge
right
with
there.
the tree, yeah, essentially, yeah, that exact
Okay.
view, and then that's where the
Okay, I'm
farmer's
starting
market
to see
is.
it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should put this, that was probably misleading, but.
It's okay. I'm trying to envision it. There's a lot of letters. But
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing that I wanted to talk about. But other than that, I really do like the idea. I think it's going to be really unique to LaVergne. I do like everything so far.
Do you guys feel like we're missing anything? Any ideas?
I don't, I think, what she has, I think, is enough to work with, and you could, you may figure out something doesn't work here and you have to put it there.
Right.
So I think you definitely got a good start. So here's the kicker, what's your time frame? Or
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. So let me just, Diane, do you want to share kind of how I explained it to you? Like,
No, you go ahead, because they can answer you more
Okay,
directly
okay,
about what
so,
we're able to do.
So we need we need to get the money and the contract, like how much, and then a timeline will be established after that. So I like to get the numbers out of the way, so I think we've got that pretty much, but then, so I need to discuss a deposit or some sort of percent that is paid, and that's our handshake. We're moving forward, I'm securing dates to paint this. That's what that means. So typically, I'll ask for 50%, and that secures me time to sketch, blocks off those days to paint. I'm thinking I would like a 2-week window just because of weather and whatever. But typically, a mural that the size we're talking about is going to take around that 10-day mark for me. And that's, you know, I'll be here every day working pretty hard on it. So that's what that percent, and I told her I typically ask for 50%, or if you need that negotiated, we can do that. Or you can work it out how you want to pay, but usually there's a half up front, half at the end. And then we can roll with the sketches, because if I start to sketch, that's a lot of time. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
We just need something written and then I'm gonna start giving you my heart and soul into this design. I always go in, this is gonna be my best mural ever. I really do. And if this is LaVergne's first mural, you're gonna be, is it the first mural?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like public art. So you're hosting a piece of public art, and you'll be amazed with what happens. Like, you're saying it's okay, and then other places are gonna do it, and they may push the boundaries a little bit more. But this is it'll be a nice, safe, graphically pleasing mural. That's what's gonna happen. So anyways, so how do we move forward on, I sent you a version of my contract, but I didn't put in specific numbers. I put in more percentages and dollar per square foot. So is that something me and you do, and then you'll present to them?
No, I would just, whatever your standard contract is, and if those are the terms, if you prefer to have 50% up front, I would definitely state that on the front end.
Okay.
I don't think this is gonna be a typical contract that we deal with, where we have to go back and forth a lot between the artist and the attorney, because I think it pretty much be straightforward, you know.
Usually, when I've worked with cities, I have one and then they have one too, and I'm happy to sign. And sometimes it has to do with licensure. Your attorney will have all the, or
Right.
if you know, who owns it really. To me, it's public art. Whoever takes pictures owning it at that point. You know, like, it's for your city. I've been paid. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I would say just get your contract together the way you want it worded, and get it to us as soon as possible, and then we'll just turn it over to the attorney to see if he has any issues with it. I don't really foresee any.
It's pretty straightforward, like you guys both said.
Yeah.
Like, I'll put in dates to, like, an anticipated start date, but if something happens, we come to the next agreeable date. Like, if I can't start June 1 because it's a tornado, who knows, whatever.
Right.
It's June 5th, I'm there. So it's got terms like that, and then I could put in there, I told Diane, if you decide to pull the plug on the project after a certain date, a certain percentage will remain with me just because I've turned down work at that point.
Right.
But there'll be those, you know, that safety part for me and you. So that's I can definitely.
So how quickly can we pull the trigger on this then? Like, if you were available mid-May, could we get it done before June? Like, or is it gonna be tricky getting funds released or anything
No, I
like
don't
that?
think it would be,
Okay.
because the grant funds would probably already been received. I don't know if they've been received or not, but the funds would come out of the Park and Rec's budget anyway. So, yeah, I think we can move forward as soon as we got your contract and
Yeah.
got everything approved.
So what's your timeline as far as once you get an approved or a contract signed? How long from that date till the day you have the design ready?
Good, that's a great question. So I like to have, in that 10-day, I like to have a little over a week, so a week and a weekend. And then sometimes I'll beat that. Like, I'll say, I'll give you a hard date, whoever I'm speaking to, or I can write it in the contract, that, or whatever. After the contracts, I'll send a schedule, and we'll all try to stay on that. Like, if I send sketches for you to look at and someone wants a revision, you know, have it back to me within 3 days. And we'll have like a schedule that we will all try to stick to, so the timeline stays short. And, does that make sense? Yeah, so it's hard to say, so I just like to have that handshake and the contract out of the way, then I'll immediately start, like, giving you that timeline, like a week to 10 days. I'll have you a high resolution. It's not gonna be like pencil. It's gonna be realistic, like how I would like to represent this mural in paint. So what I showed you tonight was just me kind of trying to figure out like the lettering. I can show you more of my professional sketches, like what you could expect to see. So nothing will be, I want to communicate what I'm gonna do in paint, basically, so.
So roughly the first 10 days then is the back and forth to make
Me.
sure. Okay.
I would like a week or a little more to just really refine the idea and give you the work of art I would like to paint. But I really enjoy collaboration because you're all gonna see something that maybe I didn't think looked strange, but you're gonna, or you might say, let's tone down the colors, or let's make this more, you know, you're gonna see something that.
Will you have something on paper or on your?
It'll be digital unless you want to print it. Here's one I presented to I'll just walk around really fast. This is what I presented to a Creek Hall Bagel Shop. So I love, you know, I try to really represent like what you want to get.
It's a neighborhood.
So that's the kind of level of sketch. There's not going to be chicken scratchers. So it helps me kind of figure out to like where I'm going, color.
The overall style, yeah. Would it be too ambitious to try to get this done by Memorial Day? That would be
The 27th
end of
or
May.
9th or something. The
It's
29th, I
just,
think, is
it's
the
like
Monday.
So
5
May
weeks
29th,
from
is that what we're
now.
looking? No, I think I actually, June is looking, I have a lot of things that were almost there.
Yeah.
And June's one of those, June and July is one of those.
So if we
So
get you
May
in
actually
May,
looks
that would be
cool.
cool.
May looks
And then it's
better.
Are you talking about availability?
Mhm.
'Cause that was my next question, when your availability, so we know when we need to get.
Yeah, I
everything
mean, if
done.
right now, I have two smaller projects in May, and I paint a lot for Grimey's Record Store, so those come in a lot for me. I paint album cover art. I don't know if y'all know anything about what I do. I paint a lot of art for coming up. I can't talk tonight.
Up and coming artists on the side of Grammys.
Upcoming album art.
releases.
I
Here we
paint a
go.
lot of album art.
There we
So
go.
those pile up on me, like I have 5 this month. And so they take up a lot of my time, but if I have it scheduled, I'll know what I'm turning down, you know.
So as of right now.
May is good.
So the month of May, so what about June? 'Cause it-
June, there's some things up in the air, but definitely more is promising in June. A little, some out-of-town projects that I'm kind of trying to secure.
So
Yeah, if
basically,
you're
May is your goal too.
May would be great, or
Yeah.
early June.
Well, because then I'm thinking we could do something like for Memorial Day
Yeah.
in front of the mural, like do a little soft open like barbecue community thing, and then it's there for Memorial Day and ready to go. So yeah, if
I
we're
think just getting the contract in front of the attorney, getting him to sign
Okay.
off on it, and once that's done, I
Yeah.
mean, we can move forward.
Yeah, I'm
Awesome.
totally comfortable with,
Yeah.
so I will,
It's going by very quickly, but.
what I'll do is, I'll use the square footage that we kind of came with tonight, and, those specifications could change. We'll just we'll do our very best to stay in those square footage, whether it ends up more square or whatever. And then, I'll put that figure down, and then my contract breaks it out into 50% that number, and then 50% upon completion. So I'll do that, this evening. I can get you that. And then if it looks like it needs something else, then.
Does it need to go directly to you, Sheila, then? Since we can't, or,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you'll just,
So we'll
do you have a
exchange
card or,
information,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, before you leave.
Okay. And then, then I'll send a schedule that we, starting with my time to sketch, and then when we definitely have to have a design hammered, like,
Right,
this
that
is it.
just gives us a hard deadline so that we're not
I need them too.
thinking we have till June 15th and you have 2 weeks of projects that cut into that.
Yes.
So we don't mess anybody up.
Yes, no, I definitely like a timeline as well.
So I don't think we meet again until this will probably be completed. So like if you send a design out, if I'm understanding things right, and it goes out to everybody, if you guys have any changes or suggest any, respond back individually to us and not in a group.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna ask about, is because I knew that I didn't know if we needed to approve of it or,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So once we get the design, we'll,
and we'll just
And then you
do
guys will
a
make kind of-
individual, yes, I approve this, or something like that.
yeah.
Love it.
Just not in a
Right.
group.
And then I told Diane, like, try not to go beyond 3 revisions is good. Like, then it gets too,
Well, that's kind of what today was. We were
some
trying to
point,
measure
yeah.
it out.
You need to trust me as an
I'm
artist.
99% sure the first thing you come back with will be like, that's great.
Yeah.
well, I mean,
We all have the perception too that you're the artist.
that's always my goal. And sometimes it's just make this bigger.
Well,
Make
and we don't
this
want it to get too
less-
time consuming for you because every time you change it, then that's money you're losing.
Yeah, or just, yeah, but I really, it's built in the contract. I think I wrote 4 revisions. It'd be nice to, when you get past 3 and, get into the 4,
It's like
sometimes
starting
someone's
over.
digging up an idea and, this, so anyways, yeah.
We have our ideas, we have you accepting them.
And thank you for looping me in. I'm
Yeah.
very excited.
I'm glad you came on board. I'm glad to have you.
I'm excited. I think they'll look good.
And this does not have to go before BOMA to be approved.
I'm not gonna say that it doesn't. My understanding was that there was a high probability that it did not, so I will definitely follow up with that tomorrow also.
There will be no naked people. There will be no profanity. So there will be nothing for them to turn down.
This will be a family-friendly
Very
mural.
positive.
Perfect. Beautiful.
I think it's gonna be exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah. I think we got a good flow. I think we've got everything
I think we're
kind of represented. So, yeah. Do we need to talk about anything else?
Any board member comments, or our next meeting is October 16th? And
I think
then,
we already had our comments throughout.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Commented. Okay. All right. So call this meeting to a close at 7:50.
We gotta make a motion.
Okay, good.
Who wants to make?
A motion for what?
I make a motion to close out the meeting.
I second
All in
Good.
favor?
All right.
it. All right.
Aye.
Good evening. It is April 27th, 2023, and it is 6:30 p.m. We are going to start with the Citizens Forum. We have two speakers who have signed up to speak, and whenever I call your name, please come up to the podium, state your name and address, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak. First, we have Mr. Doug Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor and Alderman. Name is Doug Schaefer. I've lived at 192 Morningside Drive for 45 years, the last 30 in the city of LaVergne. And I come tonight because I've seen an awful lot of signs with QR codes and they're calling for a new zoning ordinance, which I have nothing against that. I brought my wife tonight, so if I say anything that gets off track, I'll hear about it, okay? But
You're good for that.
I want to bring up that I have looked all over the internet. I've looked at LaVergne's website. I've tried to call down to the planning commission, didn't get answers. But I saw two numbers there that you could call that were talking about frequently asked questions. Dialed those numbers twice, as a matter of fact. And the first time, this one rang, and then after about 5 rings, it stopped and said 666, whatever. It wasn't the number I dialed, is can't take your call. So I called the other number, about 5 rings, and it came and said, leave your message, and that's all. I haven't been able to find out a thing about what this new ordinance is, and if it's something to me that is worth 6 meetings or whatever it is at the end of May, if I go to a meeting, I would like to know what I'm going. When I took a math test in my younger day, I like to know what was going to be on it and have a chance then. So when I don't see anything, I think we're getting like Washington, D.C., and transparency's falling away. And to me, that's not right. That every government is answerable to its people. And I think long before the 26th, 22nd of May comes around, that we ought to have something available that we can go on the internet, preferably on the website. There's a lot of other things on there telling us what's happening in November. I can't remember them all, but I'm getting older. But I think that's the only fair thing you can do for the 40,000 citizens that live here in LaVergne. And I'll close with these couple of words. Growth is not necessarily progress. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then next, we have Joyce Gamble.
Hi, I'm Joyce Gamble. I live at 246 Hollandale Road here in LaVergne, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I have resided at my house since 1993 for 30 years, and have lived in the same place. My husband passed away in 2011, and I take a lot of pride in maintaining my property. And the purpose of me speaking is to address the first reading that you're going to be considering to rezone 252 Hollandale Road, which is exactly directly adjacent to my property. I'm on the south side of that. Now, my property for over a mile going down Hollandale Road, on that side of Hollandale Road, which is the east side of Hollandale Road, every parcel is 5 to 10 acres, and the whole community is zoned R1. And these, the owner of 252 are requesting rezoning to R2, medium density. And I guess my biggest point or concern would be if R2 zoning is approved, even though the Planning Commission has stated an unfavorable recommendation according to the agenda for that rezoning request. My fear or concern is that could set what I would call a dangerous precedent for all the other homeowners down that whole stretch of road that, may subsequently follow, and then you can just have, little mini subdivisions every other parcel potentially that could exist. So I'm concerned about concerned about that. Now, the house next to me, 252 Hollandale Road, is on a septic system, as we all are on that stretch of Hollandale Road. And I understand from the engineer that's working on that project that he told me, they're planning on, if they get this approved, they're going to, obviously we'll have to tap onto the public sewer system. And by doing that, lots of excavation going under Hollandale Road to tap on into the sewer system at Hollandale Estates. And also in the plans that they have presented, they're going to construct a road from Hollandale Road, the entire depth of their property, which is a road right next to my property line. Lots of excavation, and I'm very familiar. I have 6 acres, and I'm very familiar with the whole layout of that land, and it's rock. Well, LaVergne's rock. Rutherford County's rock. So I don't know how much construction can go that would not require some sort of blasting and excavation. I would assume that that's going to be a big possibility, and that's could damage neighboring homes, including mine. And at the very least, the magnitude of a construction project that huge will just negatively impact the enjoyment of my own home, and I suspect other neighbors as well. So can I just ask one question? So in closing, I would just like to know what would be, not looking for an answer, what would be the benefit to the city of LaVergne to rezone this one property in the middle of a huge R1 zone community? Because in my opinion, the main purpose of zoning is to protect the character of the district. So I respectfully request that you reject that rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will go right into our workshop. The prayer Tuesday night will be by Pastor Troy Powell. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Vice Mayor No. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the April 4th regular meeting. We will have a presentation to Detective Michael Colazzo, and then we'll have departmental reports. Then moving on to old business, we've got second reading ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and flood fringe districts. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28, 2023. As we discussed last month, this is part of the floodplain management, and so keeps us to meet or exceed the NFIP requirements. Does anyone have any questions? Bruce.
Mayor, if I may, we had planned to have a public hearing prior to the meeting on Tuesday for this item. We have to have a public hearing in order for it to be approved. Unfortunately, the newspaper had a mistake and they did not print a whole page of legal ads, not just ours, so it affected several. So we will need to defer this Tuesday night, and we do have a special meeting planned for, a public hearing and special meeting planned for May the 8th at 6 o'clock p.m. here in this room. So staff at this point recommends that this gets deferred Tuesday night.
Okay, everyone understand? And then moving on. Second reading ordinance 2023-07, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. This includes $412,210. Deals with our retirement fund as far as the matching portion. And then there's a few other items in here, additional funding for Volkert with the zoning ordinance update, some multi-purpose additions, some IT stuff. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 6, second reading ordinance 2023-08, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 Senior Citizens Fund budget. Again, this was discussed last month. This is for $10,500, and it's for the parking lot paving. Does anyone have any questions? Second reading ordinance 2023-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. This is a $2,300 budget amendment, and it is again with the retirement matching. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to the consent agenda. A, approve or reject city bids and purchases. Number 1 is to award contract to Kimley Horn for consulting services related to the CMAC project described as SR-1 Murfreesboro Pike from Waldron Road to the LaVergne city limits, Waldron Road from 24 to Murfreesboro Pike, and Old Nashville Highway from Stones River Road to the city limits. TDOT PIN number is 130747.00. This is the long talked about CMAC grant, that is sidewalks for these roads. Does anyone have any questions about this? This is awarding a contract with Kimberly Horn for, as far as we've completed the consulting services. So does anyone have any questions? Moving on to B, approve amendment number 2 to the agreement with Kimley Horn for the Blair Road West Extension Project right-of-way staking. And this is just an amendment to our agreement with them. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to C, approve agreement with Archive Social for social media record retention. This is, the city is going to be charged $53.91 for the first year, and then $71.88 for the subsequent 2 years of service. This is to retain all social media records. Does anyone have any questions? D, approve contract with Unilines for an employee assistance program. Basically, this is an EAP program, employee assistance program, to provide counseling services, legal advice, financial services to the city HR department and critical incident stress debriefings. This is a very large enhancement to our existing EAP provided through Standard Company. So this is going to be, the city's going to pay $2.38 per employee per month, or annually it's going to be $7,025.75 for all of these services.
Other cities have this.
They have EAP programs, yes, and private business as well. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to E, approve services agreement with Kim Radford to paint a mural on City Hall, something I have talked about for a long time, and I'm very, very happy to see it on here. But total cost for the mural are $67.80, with up to basically $33.90 reimbursable from the ABC grant that we were awarded. This would put a mural on the sidewall of City Hall. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I'd like this item be pulled off a consent agenda on a special item.
Okay.
Has the mural been decided?
Has it been decided? David, come on up here. I know I've spoken about one that would celebrate kind of our diversity here, as we are the most diverse area of Rutherford County, but I know the Arts Committee has talked a little bit about it, but David, tell us what you know.
They have. It has not been decided yet. She was not going to start any work until she received a signed contract, so we wanted to bring it back before you guys. This board approved accepting the grant, I think, September of last year. We wanted to bring it back to you guys with the grant language to try to clean things up. It's 50-50 grant, $33.90 on their part, $33.90 on ours. If we go above that, we're on the hook for the rest of it. If we go below that, just say if the total price is $4,000, then they put 2 to it, and we put 2. Right now, I think it's going to come in at the budgeted amount, what we've requested. That's based on $25 square foot, 270 square foot. So it's going to be roughly 10 by 27. The figure has not, the design has not been decided on yet. I can pass you guys out a pamphlet of kind of what we're looking at and what the beautification committee was looking at.
That's completely, I was gonna say, completely misspelled LaVergne.
Yeah.
But it's just concepts. Very nice.
It's not gonna be spelled like that on our building. Those were just some designs that she had, that she came up with. So if you see in those designs, what we're looking at is LaVergne spelled on the side of the building, and different elements throughout the city put into those different letters. She has some ideas about putting the Veterans Wall in there, Veterans Memorial Park, emergency services, the library, City Hall. So I don't know if, when that design is done, if that has to come back before this board for final approval. If it does, that may put us behind a little bit. She is available in May to paint. If we have to go into June, if we have to put this on next month's, I think that'll be pushing. I don't think we'll meet that grant deadline. So you guys did approve the grant. As far as the design, if they want to see the design, can we get that to them individually, or is that something that has to be approved through the board?
I don't know that the board has to approve the design per se unless they want to.
Yep. And once we get, I think her price includes 4 revisions. Anything over that, she may charge $80, $90 an hour. Of course, we're going to want our board members, committee members to weigh in on that also. But once we kind of get that narrowed down, we can get you guys individually a design, so, we can kind of speed the process up.
Anyone have any questions, concerns about this?
So what, the beautification board will put together what they think about this, and then we'll make the final decision, or do we need to give input?
We'll definitely get it to you guys. We're kind of gonna narrow it down to one design that the majority can agree on. And then we'll get that to you guys individually, so, if you have any change ideas, we can move forward with that also.
Well, that's what we got the board for. I would hate to think that we would go different than the board and let them decide and make the decision on what they want.
Yeah, and if you could go to her website, I don't know if any of those designs are hers, but if you could go to her website and look her up, her work is very impressive. So I think we're definitely in good hands with that, for that price, and that's kind of the vision of what the beautification committee wanted to move forward with. I don't think we're really gonna go wrong with that.
And her contact information is in the packet for everybody, both email and phone number.
Started, I think her time frame was 7 to 14 days from start to finish. So if we could get approval and get a design in by second week in May, I think we can, she can knock it out by 1st of June. So we'd fall in that window for the grant.
And you are making sure that LaVergne's going to have the space?
Yes, she has been aware of that. She knows that. We have copied her on emails with that.
Just checking.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, does anyone else have any questions, concerns, or comments about this?
And what you see is kind of the one that's kind of like the banner. So ours is not going to be like a straight in a line. It's kind of going to be within that 27-foot, more of a banner or a wave. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Then we have approve a venue rental agreement at the View at Fountains for the annual employee holiday party on Friday, December 15th, 2023. Andrew, do you want to come talk about this?
Good evening, Board. Last year we had a fantastic evening out with all of our staff and their significant others. It had been a long time since the city had done an evening event for Christmas for staff. So I think some kind of didn't attend because they weren't sure what it was going to be like. We did max out the space that we used last year, and we've already heard from people who didn't attend that said they definitely wanted to come this next year. So we found a venue that will be able to meet the needs of what our expected attendance would be. In your packet, you'll see that we did receive 3 different quotes. We looked at 3 different venues, all with space that would hold for everybody, but venues have different catering requirements. So for instance, if you go to a hotel, you have to use their services, which tend to be higher price. So we've narrowed it down to the view at Fountains. It is a beautiful location, and their rental fee includes most all of the services that we would need: tables, chairs, sound, stage, all of that. So we're anticipating and planning for a really special evening this year.
Does anyone have any questions about this?
Yeah, Bruce, I'd like for this item here to be removed and put on a item by itself.
The only question that I have, I think there needs to be an amendment.
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah. Board members
for
can't get
tickets?
tickets.
No. No.
Huh?
No.
I will leave that up to the city administrator. Thank you.
My office, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Denied.
Well, I wish I'd have known it beforehand. I wouldn't have had to stand in line.
Any other questions, concerns, or comments about this? Seeing none, we're going to move on. Approved contract to audit accounts with Blankenship CPA Group, PLLC, for the period beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. This is our annual audit contract. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to H, approve amendment 23-2 to contract 2326-17 with the Greater Nashville Regional Council, better known as GNRC, for the LaVergne Senior Center. This is where they are removing references to Wellski Aging and Disability Database, and they're just replacing it with State Unit on Aging Approved Database. Very small change of wording, that's it. There's no financial impact to this. Does anyone have any questions? And then I, approved grant contract with the State of Tennessee Department of Military, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency for the Community Safe Room. And the contract amount is going to be $33,304.83. And this is basically, just as it says, the next phase of the Community Safe Room project. And so, does anyone have any questions on this? Seeing none, we're going to move over to new business. First reading, ordinance 2023-10, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 23.2, consisting of approximately 5 acres, located at 252 Hollandale Road from an R1 low-density residential zoning district to a R2 medium-density residential zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. Bruce, you look like you've got something with this.
Yes, sir. This is another item we had scheduled a public hearing for on Tuesday evening, the same advertisement that did not run. So we will reschedule the public hearing for the June meeting on June the 6th. So staff would recommend that this be deferred so that the public hearing can be held prior to the first reading and go forward like we normally would with the rezoning request.
Okay, does everyone understand that? I will say, since we're meeting here and we're able to discuss this, I am not in favor of this. I know Planning Commission had went several months round and about with the engineer and property owner. It came originally as an R3, and that did not get very far. They reduced it down to an R2. I know I'd spoken with the engineer myself, and he said that even if R2 is not approved, they still plan on developing it under R1. So they have plans to be able to develop this under current zoning. So for me, I don't see the need to increase the density for this one parcel when Everything else is already R1 around it, except for across the street where you've got Lyndhurst subdivision, but that's a built-out subdivision, which backs up to this. Does anyone else have any questions, concerns, or comments?
So it's 5 acres, they can still build 5 homes, pretty much.
No, they build more than 5 homes.
Well, if it's R1,
At R1, they can probably build about 3 or 3.5 homes per acre.
The design that I'd seen at one point was, I want to say, 10 at the most for this property. But again, they've got other things to work through. That wasn't an official submittal. Any other comments? Okay, let's move on to first reading ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. You should all have a copy of the budget. We've had multiple public meetings on this. The proposed tax rate will remain the same as it was last year, and that is 0.5363 per $100 of assessed value of real and personal property. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, comments?
yeah, I have some, but I gotta find my paper. Couldn't you get us the more papers? Emails, longer emails? Where's the nonprofit at? I just had it in my hand.
Here it is.
I mean, I just had it.
There you go. Nonprofits.
Okay, let me see what my questions were here. Yeah, I know, that's right. So my first thing is about the schools.
Okay.
So the band asked for 12, we're giving them 6, is that correct?
Yes, right around half.
And the wrestlers asking for 5, and softball's asking for 70. I know it's a long way from 70, but, and I talked with a little bit about this with Bruce, is I'd like to, if the city is gonna start or do something like this, I'd like to see us give a little bit to each one of those. And if we're gonna do 6 for the band, I'd like to see us do maybe 25, and then 1,000 for wrestling. You know, give each, I'd rather see them get a little bit than nothing. That's just my opinion. And then the other thing, and I asked Bruce to bring Mr. Broker in, is I think we need to not only talk about the IDB board, but we need to explain to the citizens exactly what this could curtail, because I know I was confused, and I want to make sure that I understand it. I want to make sure the citizens understand it. Tom, I hate to bring you out on a Titans draft night.
Yeah, we'll be quick.
But I don't think a lot, I know I didn't. I think a lot of citizens, I can say that I did a lot of, well, not a lot, but I did some research about these boards, and in the surrounding counties and the surrounding cities. I don't know why in the world the past boards didn't get one of these boards started and waited until recently. Because everything I can tell about them, they're good for business, they're good for retail, because I think the primary, and correct me if I'm wrong, the primary thing about these boards is they actually can say yes or no to a particular business if it doesn't fit our needs, to whereas a property owner just sells it to anybody that comes along. Is that somewhat on the fair?
Well, yes and no. And again, you like to do this, maybe give me about 5 questions, and I'm gonna try to answer them all
Well,
again.
because I'm gonna get my questions in
No,
before you
yes, sir.
start,
I'm
because I
happy
know
to
you're
do it,
gonna
but-
give me an in-depth answer.
So here's the thing. An IDB or a housing authority are the only way a city can purchase land, be part of land. To your last question where you talked about, can they say no to whatever, they have control of the land. So yes, if we want to stop our 17th car wash or our 15th auto parts store or whatever it is that we have more than what many of our residents feel we have, by us owning it or having control of it, we can do that. You as a board couldn't go out today and purchase a piece of land and say, let's drop a golden corral on it. But through your IDB, you could purchase land. We've already used our IDB to help lure and incentivize the BJ's wholesale project, and you will see more of that. The IDB will become more active as more of this development does come in. You did bring up something that I want to touch on. You said, why haven't previous boards? No, you're asking me a very loaded question there, but I can speak to a board that I sat on. You all are in a position that we never were in. You have the means. Let's put it this way, you have more of the means than we did. We didn't have the money that even if we had an IDB in place. I remember going back to 2010, 2012, we tried to work with the county IDB. The reason we installed our own city IDB was the fact that the county had told us we would not incentivize commercial or retail deals. I'm not going to go into that whole history, but the bottom line is we had talked about doing it. Well, the deal that originally was going to go, Hobby Lobby, TJ Maxx, Five Below, and a few other that were going where BJ's was, moved to Smyrna. We lost it because we did not have, one of the reasons is we did not have an IDB in place that could help bridge the gap, incentivize that deal. Others did. It is a way that cities can invest in themselves. For instance, if we would have purchased property pre-pandemic, or if you would have gifted money to your IDB and you would have purchased, let's say, as we talked about 2 months back, we know the appraisal on the stormwater building was somewhere around $650,000. Well, we know that it jumped in 2.5 years, it jumped to $925,000. You're controlling the property. It also, so you sit on it, and then that money, the city, I'm not going to say it couldn't lose. Certainly, you could have an economy that drops or whatever, but the way the real estate's been in Tennessee, obviously, you're probably in a very good shape to be holding onto a piece of property. It gives you total control. It gives us as economic development more options. For instance, if we owned 10 acres, 20 acres, 50 acres, we could go out and market what we want, what you want, what your will is. Now, I'm not advocating one way or the other, because you, again, as I've said, you have a tough job to do, and you have to decide. But if you have the means, it's a heck of a way of investing in yourself, getting outside of the box and controlling whatever priority area that you see in the city. Again, if I ask you what's the most lucrative area in LaVergne right now, I might get 4 different answers. But whatever it would be a way for you to determine its future. Not sit back and wait for a developer to come in and say, oh, by the way, we're going to fight you. We know we can drop another car wash here and us have, again, another use that we're not happy with. Did I answer most of your questions?
So who goes out, giving you all that leverage, who goes out and finds those businesses? Is that still economic development?
It would still be us that would find it. And so I'd be happy tomorrow to send you something. One of our consultants had a similar deal in Pflugerville, Texas. And I hate to use somewhere far away, but they're based out of Fort Worth. They actually determined what they wanted. They built it up, architected it out. And then we went out, meaning we, the economic development side, would go out and market to developers and say, we would take bids, kind of like you do with just about anything else. So yes, the answer is we would still, everything would remain the same, except we would have total control of that property. Now, having said that, That's a lot of money. I'm not gonna say what's being asked to be put in this budget. It's a lot of money. Do I think there's major return? Yes, I do. But it's up to you whether you all feel you have the means. Going back to 2010, 2012, 2014, we didn't have the opportunities that you all do now. We didn't have that kind of money sitting in the general fund. So,
Tom, how many times are you asked at different conventions whenever you're showing the property book and all the different properties, how many times are you asked if the city owns that property?
every time. Developers, retailers are looking to do work with cities. They get better deals because the cities are getting their needs met, and so are they. They want to have that public-private partnership there. So to answer your question, just about every sit-down, they will ask, does the city own land? Does the city own this piece that we're talking about?
I know 6 or 7 years ago, we had that same conversation on I call the rock quarry, but it's where the wholesale place is going. The people who owned it wanted to go with misuse, and we told them no, and that was really a hard conversation. And then the old Driftwood Motel thing comes to mind. You know, me and you talked at length about that one. You know, I told you that's the prime property, and we need to make sure we get a good motel or a good retail place there. You know, I think the old Driftwood place is one that we went into detail talking on it. Sure. The old rock quarry where wholesale's going, you know, it was zoned one way, and they zoned it and they zoned it back, and the guy that owned it had it for a long time, and he just was wanting to get rid of it. I think you remember, you know, he come to us and wanted us just to take the note on it.
He did, yes, sir.
You know, I don't know how truthful he was on it, but he come to me and said, Mayor, let me give you this property if you'll just pay the note on it.
Yeah, I remember him saying that. And to your point there, the old Driftwood Inn, that now, of course, some other factors played in when the owner wanted to sell, but that's a perfect example. Look, I'm going to say this. Popeyes is great, Thornton's is great, but I think that potential to have so much more right there. Look at if it was a Buc-ee's right now.
Yeah, I know. It kind of broke my heart with losing that, because to me that was the most prime property in the whole city.
I agree, and again, that's another reason to answer your question or anybody's question on why you would do this. If we control that piece, we could have put another hotel, a conference center, restaurants, or whatever there. But we were at the whim of the property owner at that point in time, and we got another gas station. Again, we're getting some sales tax from it, but again, I think that corner could have been a very nice corner for something, whether it be shopping, whether it been restaurants, hotels, whatever. So, in fact, we had Marriott and Hilton looking at that property.
I'm not really trying to blow your whistle, but you know, since Tom has come on board the economic development, you know, he definitely gave it 100%. You know, you gave it 100%, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Any questions?
My thought went right out the window. Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
I guess the bottom line is, in my mind, not nobody else, but in mine, I've got to decide, because I think it's great. As you said, though, it is $4 million, so.
A lot of money.
In my own mind, I got to make a decision.
Sure. And guys, as I say all the time, my phone is, you all have it. My door is always open. If you have questions, please call me. I'm happy to explain, or if we need to, we'll get Tom Trent, probably the most formidable real estate lawyer in Tennessee. We have a Zoom meeting with him on Monday. I'll have him do an individual one with each of you that, he's going to cost a little bit of money if Bruce allows it, but at the end of the year, we'll get your questions answered, whatever.
It's my understanding there's only 2 attorneys in the state of Tennessee that does this?
There's several, but there's 2 that are the best. Tom Trent, who our IDB has retained, and Mark Mamatoff out of East Tennessee, out of Knoxville. Those are, for instance, there is a pilot that is, they both did our pilot with BJ's. There's the biggest pilot in the state of Tennessee is happening in Chattanooga right now. Mark is on one side, Tom Trent's on the other. The Costco deal in Murfreesboro, they were the same way. Tom represented the county, Mark represented Costco. So.
I think Murfreesboro, I think they had something to do with the avenue up there.
They did.
I think they controlled a lot of that project.
And if I can say one more thing, what you just said, many cities around us have utilized their IDBs for this purpose. Medical Center Parkway was owned by Murfreesboro and then grew. So
Was it owned by Murfreesboro or the county IDB?
well, I think county IDB, or they worked through the same way that is being put out here. So, and you can look at Nashville has done the same thing. I believe the area over by David Waldron's place is owned by Smyrna, if I'm not mistaken. So they controlled that property and sat on it until it was the right time they got what they wanted. So.
Well, I think that property there, I think, if I ain't mistaken, I think it's just on a lease deal.
It's leased by, did you say it's leased by David? Or?
I think I know the U.S. Bank across the street is on a 30-year, and I believe everything across the street, I think it's on a 30-year lease.
Okay. Well.
Thank you, Tom. All right. Any other discussions on the budget? Keep it. Good one. Okay, well, let's move on to number 11. First reading ordinance 2023-12, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And that one is adjusting for 3 items, and it is $45,000. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, moving on to 12. First reading ordinance 2023-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. This is for architectural and engineering design services with Public Works and Community Development Services facility. This is $220,000. Does anyone have any questions?
How much money?
$220,000. That's again for architectural and engineering. Then moving on to Resolution 2023-12, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. These items are from the police department. There's a 5-ton 6x6 cargo truck, an expandable light air mobile shelter, and then 6 Kawasaki diesel motorcycles. Does anyone have any questions?
I didn't even know they made a diesel motorcycle.
Yes,
They're
yes.
old.
Chief Hatcher rides them into work every day. With a helmet, though. Okay, we've got boards and committees. We've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We've got one term that expires at the end of April. That would be Tabitha Howard, and she would like to remain on this committee. We have been advertising this on Channel 3 and social media, but have not received any other applicants. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got one term that's vacant, and that was Chuck Isbell, who had resigned. We have been advertising this, but have not received any applications at this point. So if we don't have any by Tuesday, this will be removed from the agenda. Next, we have the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We've got 2 terms that expire at the end of April. It's Roger French and Anthony Honeycutt. We have been advertising this on Channel 3 and social media. We do have both Roger and Anthony would like to remain on the board. We've also had applications from Lacey Lance and from Chuck Isbell. So that will be on the agenda for Tuesday night. Next, we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are vacant just due to resignations, and we will be advertising this on Channel 3 and social media, and if we don't have applicants for it, this will be pulled from the agenda. The next 2 are just kind of FYIs. We've got 2 terms on the Greenway that are expiring at the end of May. We've got Laura Davidson and Mary Jane Skinner's terms So we will reach out to them to see if they wish to remain on this board, as well as advertise that on Channel 3 and on our social media networks. And then for our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, we've got 2 terms that are expiring, Felicia Anderson and Rick Autry. We'll reach out to both of them, see if they want to remain on this board, as well as advertise that. Again, these last 2 are just advisory for the board. They will not be on the agenda Tuesday night. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Thank you. I want everybody to keep checking on the elderly, make sure your pets and have ample shade and water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Haas.
I'd just like to thank everyone that came out for the baseball softball opening April 15th. It was a success. And please continue to support the league on Tuesday night and Thursday night games and then Saturday games. Thank you.
Vice Mayor No.
Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, LaVergne Senior Center. Man, knick-knacks, whatnots, and doodads. So get your friends and families come by, support the center. There will also be other vendors there. They're going to have a lot of good stuff, so come by and see us. They're going to be serving breakfast, barbecue for lunch, and Melissa's going to be making some of her famous nanner pudding, Doug, so you can come get you a couple big bowls. Thank you.
Well, do want to take a moment to remind everyone, as well as the senior yard sale, we've also got Project Lit going on at the LaVergne Library on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., so be sure to come by. There will be LaVergne High School students there, lots of activities, and at the very least, if you don't have a library card, please come by and get one. With that, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is April 24th, 2023. It is 5:30 p.m. And tonight we are going to discuss nonprofits. And we've got a whole list here. We also have some presentations from some different groups. So we're going to start off with those to bring each group up to the front, let them talk to us about what their needs are, why they need it. The board can ask questions. First, we're going to go with Jamie Craig with the United Way.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you all for letting me come and speak on behalf of the United Way. Wasn't really sure what to expect. I did bring some information that can I pass this out?
Yes.
Is that okay? I want to review it real quick with you. So just to start, you probably already know that the United Way works to improve the lives through financial stability and health and education, no matter the race or gender. We specifically submitted a grant request recently for the Imagination Library. You might be familiar with that, the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. So Dolly Parton started this program, and the United Way is the local sustaining partner for this program. So currently, our United Way is funding half of the bill for these books that are given to children from age birth to age 5. And we're paying about $1.04 per book per month. So our grant request was specifically asking for over $20,000 to cover our portion of the book bills for the city of LaVergne children. I'll point you in the direction of this form right here. This shares exactly what United Way does for citizens in LaVergne. So this information was derived from our previous campaign year, from July 2021 to June 30th, 2022. And you can see that there were 1,985 children in LaVergne that were receiving these books. That's over 23,000 books that were delivered during that year. Also, you may be familiar with United Way working with partnering agencies. We created bold goals in 2019 to start in 2020. You'll notice that information I provided to you looks like this, bold goals 2030. So our community leaders got together and we came up with what's the most pressing issues for residents in Rutherford County and Cannon County. We came up with these 6 goals. You may know us well by providing monies to partnering agencies. I know some of them are here in the audience as well. So to be a partner agency, they request grant monies from us, and then we provide those funds to them if they were given those funds to help us meet our bold goals. So we have a listing of those agencies on the back of that page. So as long as they are performing and reaching these goals with us, then we're providing funds to them. Also, I'll share with you, we have a 211 service that services our area. If you call 211, anyone in the Rutherford County area and Cannon County area can get assistance, whether it might be housing. The numbers that we got for the LaVergne City is 598 residents had contacted 211, and the number one reason for reaching out to 211 was for housing. We have a single care program, and we saved individuals in Rutherford County over $1 million. I've utilized the single care prescription card and have saved that. My numbers are in this grouping as well. You're probably familiar with volunteer income tax assistance. We actually just got our numbers in since this tax season is completed. We serviced 305 individuals in LaVergne City, and that saved we brought back $500,000 into this community for LaVergne in the way of taxes and saving them some money in fees. So the United Way can turn $1 into $14 based off our donors and all our volunteers, which is I think a pretty good investment. Also, you notice at the bottom right-hand corner, we've serviced 2,368 individuals in the LaVergne area through our mental health and substance abuse partners. Also, for the financial stability, we serviced 3,090 individuals in LaVergne. And in early and childhood development and healthy habits, we serviced 128 individuals. Right now, we have 35 partner agencies, and that's all I have to present to you all. Would love to answer any questions if you have any.
Can you go into more depth about the housing?
In regards to how we assist those housing. So for example, I'll give you my example. I actually was a recipient of services through the United Way. In 2016, I was in a bad spot, so I called 211. I had a great family, great church family, but I didn't want to talk to them about my issues. So I called 211. I needed housing assistance. I needed some counseling. So that 211 service, just that one program, put me in contact with several of our agencies that help with funding that type of issue. Does that answer your question?
So anybody can just call the 211, it's like 911, just call 211, and it'll go right to y'all.
It doesn't come to us, so we have a call center, and it's staffed 24/7. Anyone can call the 211, and they just give the individual a brief description of what the issue is, and they provide them a listing. For example, I got about 10 agencies that was able to help me out. So,
My sister worked for United Way back into the 70s when they were down in Mayuna, down in the little hole there.
okay. I don't remember that time. And I remember when we were in the building that now is housed by the Red Cross. So that's about as far back as I can remember.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple, and probably just curiosity. $20,962, that's such an odd amount.
So if you look at the grant, the request that I sent in, the payment that the United Way pays per book, so it's 12 books a child a year, is $1.04 per, and that includes the delivery. So when you take the amount of children, which currently I believe it's 1,677 individuals or children that are enrolled in the program, multiply that times 12 times 1.04, then it comes to that amount.
And you talked about the books, so what happens to the books after the fact? They just keep them forever?
We also have, for example, an event coming up called Stuff the Bus. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but the community gathers books, gently used books, can purchase new books if they want to, provide them to us during a drop-off gathering day, and then we provide those books to the local schools.
And does the United Way, do they ask businesses for donations or help or anything throughout the city?
So currently, the United Way, we're funded a lot by the workplace campaigns. Other fundings, we have events and we do sponsorships. Specifically for the Imagination Library, as an example, our event we had this weekend, it's called the Storybook Breakfast. And we had book characters come, and there was a reading time and craft time. So any funds raised for the Imagination Library goes completely towards those books and the book bill.
All right, I'm done.
Ladies, do y'all have questions? So what prompted, because I know this is the first time we've got any kind of request from the United Way. So what prompted the request this year?
So I'm new to my role. I've been with United Way for 4.5 years. Was in the accounting department, finance director. So I just recently moved over to the resource development role, and I'm currently, my title is Assistant Vice President of Corporate and Workplace Engagement. So it's my job to get corporations involved and to seek funds through grants and sponsorships.
Okay. What other LaVergne businesses are involved with this at all?
So, for example, Bridgestone is one of our huge supporters. They actually just signed on with us to let us work with their employees through a program that's listed in your flyer called Launch Point. So Launch Point is a program where if the company signs on like Bridgestone did, we have staff, social workers that will work with the individuals if they make below a certain income level and provide them with resources, and they can meet with a coach once a month for 18 months. So that's one example of partnerships here in LaVergne.
Okay. And what happens if you aren't funded? What happens to this program?
That's a good question. We haven't been in a spot where our funds have gotten really low. Everybody loves Dolly Parton and the Imagination Library. I would say if funding decreased, that we'd have to reevaluate how we handle the program, for sure.
Okay. Anyone else have any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So next, we're going to jump over to the Child Advocacy Center. Ms. Sharon DeBoer.
I'm Sharon DeBoer. I've been employed by the Child Advocacy Center for the last 23 years, and we come and talk to you all every year. And actually, the city of LaVergne was the very first one of the cities and the county that supported us financially when we first started. And that's a big part of why, is because we work so closely with law enforcement, and law enforcement has been very supportive. What we do at the Child Advocacy Center, we have 3 main programs. And the first program is child sexual abuse. We work with Department of Children's Services. Every referral of child sexual abuse in the county goes to Department of Children's Services by law. And they contact the Child Advocacy Center, they contact LaVergne Police, they contact the District Attorney's Office and notify us all every time there's a new child sexual abuse case or a severe physical abuse case. And what we do then is we schedule an interview with that child, and our staff are specially trained to respond to child sexual abuse cases, to interview that child. And what we're trying to get at is the truth. What has happened to this child? We would never want to send a child home who wasn't safe to go home, but we also would not want to falsely accuse someone, because you can ruin their lives. And so we work very closely with law enforcement, with Department of Children's Services, and the District Attorney's Office to respond to these cases. We interview the child, and then one of our staff works with the parents to see what kind of resources they need. Does the child need a forensic medical exam? Do they need to go to counseling? Are the parents struggling with this issue and they need to go to counseling? You know, what does this family need to try to heal from this? And what we find is that law enforcement, particularly LaVergne Police Department, do an outstanding job on these cases. They have, from day one, done an outstanding job, and we're very proud of our team and the people we work with every day. The District Attorney's Office, we have so many cases in Rutherford County, we are probably giving them between 50 and 75 new cases to review every month. And those are all coming from across the county. And those are new cases, not cases we've ever had before, new cases. Then we also have a drug endangered children program where we work with parents who have been reported to Department of Children's Services as having a drug problem. and we work with those parents to try to help them get off drugs, and we work with children to try to stop that generational cycle of addiction. You know, it's very traumatizing for a kid to grow up in a home with parents who are doing illegal things and using drugs and basically not taking care of them. And then we have a prevention program where we're trying to educate parents how to prevent children from being sexually abused and what kinds of things to watch for so that they're not allowing someone around their child who could harm them. And I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Durham, and he's going to talk about how we work with the police department.
Mayor, Alderman, most of y'all know me, Supervisor Criminal Investigations Division. We have a great partnership with the CAC. Basically, you don't want to interview a child too many times. So what the CAC is able to do is audio, video record, and interview, which helps us in presenting that case, because multiple times, multiple interviews of children is bad, so you don't want a detective to interview then they interview, and then somebody from the DA's office. It's one set interview, it's recorded, and it's played for everybody to see in court if it's needed to be. So the CAC has had a great partnership with us over the years. I don't think we could do it without them. So it's a blessing to have them, and we want to continue that partnership. So any questions for me on my side of understanding what our partnership is?
Gentlemen? Ladies?
On my piece of paper, there's nothing there. I'm assuming they're asking for the same amount.
There's 2 spots up there that are listed on here, and so you've got the 8,000, and then you have another 8,000 further down. Now,
And 8,000 would be from the city of LaVergne, and the other 8,000 would be from the LaVergne Police Department Drug Fund.
right.
Because we work with those families that have drug issues.
Now, the one question I will ask, because I've been up there, and I think y'all recently moved.
Yes, we have moved. We were in a City of Murfreesboro building for over 20 years, and it was falling down around us, if you want to know the truth. And I think the city got concerned they had a liability risk if it fell in on us. And I actually dreamed one night that it fell in on us like the Corvette Museum did. And so we moved, and we are now renting office space in Dr. Garner's building, and he's graciously offered to give us a reduced fee for that. But one of the things, we're asking for a little more money because we're asking for $1,000 more because we have to pay rent and utilities for the first time. And so it's like a teenager growing up. We're having to pay rent now, you know, and so we need a little more help.
And you do work with all of the municipalities, this isn't just a LaVergne.
Yes, and we're asking for funding. What we did was we looked at how much we needed, and then we looked at how many children come from Murfreesboro, Smyrna, LaVergne, the county, and we divided that equally because we felt like that was the most fair.
What's your success rate, Detective, with this kind of, as far as, overall?
I think the success rate is improving
Yeah.
by leaps and bounds. The very first year before we existed, they successfully prosecuted 3 cases. Now they are reviewing 50 to 75 cases a month. It works for us to work as a team and to work together. And the district attorney's office has been 100% behind it. And they have supported law enforcement, they've supported us, they've supported Department of Children's Services, and they have 2 prosecutors now. We have so many cases.
Used to have 1.
Yeah, we had 1 for years. But, the county is growing by leaps and bounds, and I'm sure you all know that better than I do. But what we're seeing is just increasing numbers. And when you help people, then that word spreads. And so when a family starts having trouble, somebody else says to them, they help me at the Child Advocacy Center, the Child Protective Investigative Team helped me, and people are much more willing to reach out for help, when they've heard other people say they were helped. But they are aggressively prosecuting it. And the reason they're so successful is we have good law enforcement. Every time you all have given us people, they've been good. And we're very grateful for that.
What percentage of
Ironically-
your,
Oh, sorry.
what percentage of your cases are from LaVergne?
Last year, it was 6%. The year before that, it was 16? The year before that. So it really varies from year to year.
Sure.
And a lot of that depends on how many people teachers are referring. When we saw it go from 16 to 6% last year, what we're trying to do is get into the school system more next year to educate teachers about reporting so that they know what to look for.
Thank you.
On average, I get 2 to 3 referrals a week from DCS, which then in turn, we have to meet up with the CAC and do interviews. I got 2 today, just ironically, 2 today, drug exposed and a sexual abuse case that will be investigated too. We'll utilize their services as well. So.
Any other questions? Thank you, dear.
Thank you all. We are very grateful for all of the support you've given us for years and for the good police department you give us.
Next, we're going to have the LaVergne High School Band. Mr. Callahan.
Mayor, Alderman, thank you for the invitation, along with Board 2. My name is Rontrell Callahan, and I'm a proud employee of Rutherford County Schools. It's an honor to be the band director at LaVergne High School. I stand before you to see if the city of LaVergne can assist with purchasing concert band uniforms. Many of our students do not have formal dress attire, such as their Sunday's best, for our concerts. I'm looking forward to expanding our concert band and wind ensemble to perform in various venues. First, I want to talk about some of the achievements that we had in our band programs under my leadership. Concert band and wind ensemble has received superior ratings in the last 7 years. Superior rating is the highest rating that a band can receive in a concert band setting. We also perform at Tennessee Music Educational Association State Festival. It was the first time in school history since 1988 the band program has performed on a state festival level. Invited to perform at Tennessee School Board Association. This TSBA is among all superintendents across Tennessee, and your LaVergne High School Wind Ensemble performed there, representing the city of LaVergne and our school. This is my first time saying this openly. We also been invited to perform at Carnegie Hall. This will be the first band in Rutherford County School to perform at Carnegie Hall, and also the second band in the state of Tennessee to perform on this prestigious level. So we have to look our best, and also we always play on our best. The concert band Wind Ensemble travel and perform in various venues, honor band, concert festival throughout Middle Tennessee. LaVergne High School Band is growing year by year and is highly favored by the community, by the school, and by its peers. The concert band is an integral part of the instrumental music program at LaVergne High School. The marching band, which many of you all know about, perform in many parades, many events and football games, and they also support the athletic activities. But what about the concert band, the Wind Ensemble? The Wind Ensemble concert band provides members with the community with highly qualified symphonic band literature, symphonic band music. Again, I'm requesting financial help to purchase concert band uniform for our band students. The following page, which I have just maybe 6 copies, you can see the total amount. All right, again, I'm just requesting financial help to purchase concert band uniform for our band students. The following page that you will see a budget for our coming year regarding concert band uniform estimated costs. All right, you will find a more detailed list of every budget item and the cost of each item. With this budget, the band can continue to grow, improve, and provide great musical opportunities as well as quality education while looking and sounding their best on the stage. To support a program with hundreds of high school students and percussionist students that also play percussion instruments with a quality music experience comes at a cost. We need the support from LaVergne City to achieve our goal with purchasing our concert band uniform. In the audience, I also have my principal and I have other, my band booster organization to help support me as well, along with the band program that we have at LaVergne High School. I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Well, first I'll ask, does the principal or your band booster chair want to say anything to the board?
I'm sorry, so that repeat that again.
Does the principal or the band booster chair want to say anything to the board?
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Thank you for having us this evening and listening to our request. You'll see that Mr. Callahan's also with two other teachers. And I guess one thing to just note is typically the program would fund itself. So the students would normally, pay the cost that we need for specific things for sports and extracurricular. We do try to keep our cost at a place where students can participate, and that's in band and sports and all of those types of things. So you may be wondering, fundraising is one thing. That's why we kind of sought out the city. We were told that the city may be willing to assist with some of these things, but our goal is that students can participate and there aren't barriers such as finances that limit their ability to be a part of these programs. So that's one of the reasons we're hoping to maybe receive some funds from you all. So we appreciate you guys considering us, and if y'all have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay.
Over the years, I knew some kids that was in LaVergne band, and it's expensive if you got a kid in the band. It's expensive, and y'all have always had a super, super good band there, and we're proud of you.
Thank you.
How many kids do you have participating in the program?
Yes, I currently have 85 students in the program now, from 9th grade through 12th grade.
Okay. Do you have any corporate sponsors at all from our local industry?
No, we don't have any sponsors at the moment, no.
Okay. And then what about the band boosters?
Band boosters don't have any corporate sponsors as well, but they can also come up and speak.
Thank you for having us. My name is Ashley Jackson. I'm the current band booster president. Just to kind of piggyback off what Mr. Callahan said, a lot of our funding and things come from the children themselves. The band boosters, we do assist in quite a bit, and like you said, we do not have any any corporate sponsors. If you don't mind, I wanted to read just a little bit of an email that I had sent out for some support. So again, my name is Ashley Jackson. I'm the current LaVergne High School Band Booster President. During our booster meeting this week, we found out that we can possibly get some help. The Band Booster program is different from the actual band itself, but we do support the LaVergne High School Band, and we are hoping we can count on the city for support. This school year, there's been a lot of changes throughout the year that require the band boosters just to take on a little bit more financial responsibility to help out with the band. Even though our majority focus is marching band season, the the LaVergne High School Band Booster members assist in band in different ways. We do receive our primary funds through the booster program from members and non-members, such as parents, volunteers, things like that. We sometimes get donations from family and friends, but they're limited as well. We support the band during the season. We pay for things such as rental fees for trucks and stuff to support and get the band to and from competitions. We also provide food for the students. We understand not everybody can pay and get breakfast, lunch, or whatever, so we provide those things as well. We also help and assist Mr. Callahan in anything that the band may need, such as uniform fittings, things like that, if they're not covered. We also assist the seniors with gifts and incoming senior 8th graders who will be coming to the high school as well. There are quite a bit of things that we do, but we have not been able to receive any corporate sponsors, even though we've reached out, written, went to different places just to get donations, but unfortunately we've been unsuccessful. Yes, so outside of what we get from the parents that we ask, most of it is from things such as selling food and things at the high school games, stuff like that. And sometimes snacks and things at concerts. But other than that, if we don't get anything, it comes from us, the boosters themselves. So we definitely do enjoy supporting the students. Our band students are awesome. They work hard, they're dedicated. So they're definitely our motivation as the boosters to assist them. But anything that we can get to help the band or the boosters would be great. Thank you.
So you want to?
So out of the 800 businesses approximately that's in LaVergne, you've reached out to them and you've not had any?
I have a really good guy that helps out with, that's one of our boosters. He's went to Chick-fil-A, he's went to all the restaurants. We've done Bridgestone. We're actually looking at the BJ's. We're hoping that maybe that they will come on. We have written letters, went places. We get a lot of, we'll get back to you, or this is corporate, or this is local, just different things. But we haven't gotten anyone to support us at all.
I'm not shocked about it, because when I used to try and raise money, I had businesses that wouldn't even donate $100 to help a kid. So I'm not shocked about that, but out of 800. So you talked about fundraisers. What kind of fundraisers do? And let me ask you while we're asking these questions, so you don't think we're being hardcore. We're dealing with citizens' money. A lot of them don't have children. A lot of them don't care about that, because they're taking their money. So that's the reason that our decisions have to be based that way. But anyway, what you're talking about fundraisers, what all do you do? Because I know I used to see them out, the band, quite a bit, especially in the spring and summer, doing car washes and all kind of things.
Yeah, so previous years we have done several car washes, but because of COVID, 2020 hit, we kind of put the car wash to a halt, so we stopped doing the car wash now. If you look around, they're building car washes now, so students we got to find another way to raise funds. But besides that, many of our fundraisers come from the football game, through the concession stands. We also have fundraisers that the students can buy snacks during the concerts. The boosters, they will have baked cookies and goods, things of that nature. They can sell cookies like $1, things of that nature. But the majority of the fundraisers come from the football game concession stands.
Do they work the Titans game and things like that?
No, we haven't worked the Titans game since I've been the director, no.
Because I know that's a big, any events downtown that parents go down and work and serve chips and hot dogs, beer, whatever, they get quite a bit of money.
Okay.
And then my last question is, how, and this would probably be for the principal, is how has the county come back to you and told you anything?
Typically, we're, you self-sufficient when it comes to athletics and those types of programs, and it's heavily looking at fundraising for each of the programs. We do have like a general athletic fund, which would be a percentage of the gate would go to the general athletic fund, but those funds should be allocated equitably across the sports. So we would get a percentage from the football gate and things of that sort, but that may be lights are out, and those are $295 an hour to fix, or things like that. Those are some of the things we might use, or if some major issue happened in the gym, so those general athletic funds would be for things like that. So when you look into specific sports and clubs, you just need to be fair across the board with what you're providing each team. So typically, you're relying on fundraised funds to support those programs. And that would be a portion of the gate. That would be a part of it as well. So it's those highly attended events, whereas band doesn't necessarily have a gate and things like that. So they do a lot of work with our concession stand, and I think that would be the majority of the money that they receive.
So band's considered sports? It's not musical arts, mind you, this is 20 plus years ago.
They get an allocation, but the allocation is for instructional. So there is a county allocation that they receive, but that would be for instructional purposes, not necessarily like uniforms and things like that. So instruments, musical pieces, things like that. So the county gives every school an allocation.
It's 7,000.
Yeah, 7,000. So he would usually replace instruments and things like that with that money.
Okay. that's for materials and instruments, that's not for uniforms.
Instructional things, yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Kara, Carol, y'all got anything?
I do. You said you have about 85 members. Is that on a tryout and then you become a member, or are there more that want to join, or how do you come around your 85?
So 85, these are students that are in a band class. These aren't students that's not in the band class, but students that's been assigned to either a concert band, wind ensemble, percussion ensemble. So we have a total altogether 85 students.
And the selection would be kids who sign up for band, basically. And he obviously recruits at the middle school and things like that.
I was in the band in high school and we had like 300. We're a lot. That was years ago too.
But a lot of schools do have that number.
Yeah. Okay. And I've seen y'all, at the football games and in the parades, and y'all are good. You're really good.
Thank you.
How would the clothing work year over year too? Because of course your team is going to change each year, I would expect.
Yeah, so the uniform, they will stay in we have a storage area that we can store the uniform, the tuxedo, the uniform for the girls, and they will just keep resizing them every year. So pretty much how we do our marching band uniform, we store our marching band uniform beginning of the season. They try them on. They keep the same uniform year after year. The following year, we'll resize them again, so that way, some they fit, larger or smaller than the previous uniform. So regarding storage, we will store them. I will store them, so that way we can keep reusing them year after year. And that's the process that many high schools in the county, that's how they do it too.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to go to LaVergne High School Wrestling. We've got Coach Aiken and Dr. Hatchett it's got down.
Hello, my name is William Aiken. I'm a first-year teacher at LaVergne High School, and the first year, obviously, as the head coach there. We had heard that we could ask the city of LaVergne and for some assistance. And the one thing I was really hoping at the beginning of the season that I saw that the team needed was at least one new mat, preferably two. And the reason for that is, if anybody's ever been around wrestling, you've seen the old style mats roll up. Those weigh anywhere from 400 to 500 pounds apiece. Each mat is typically cut into 3 sections. Each section weighs 400 to 500 pounds apiece. We have a mat and a couple extra pieces in our upstairs wrestling area, which we have a great wrestling area. There are schools in the county that have to move tables in the cafeteria and then roll their mats out and practice there, and then move the mats back out and put the tables back down. So we're very blessed to have an area, and our mats can stay down all the time. It's easy to have them cleaned. It's out of the way. We don't have to worry about students messing up the mats, walking on them. When you're wrestling, you have to worry about skin conditions and things like that, so you have to keep them clean and mopped. So that's great. But the mats that we have are those old style mats, again, 400 to 500 pounds apiece. And to get them we can't hold a wrestling the size. We couldn't hold a wrestling match in the wrestling area. It's not big enough for that. A full mat wouldn't fit the correct way. And so we would have to take those mats down a set of stairs. That's right by, it's right there. It's a 90-degree turn to get these 400 to 500 pound mats down the stairs. And then we'd have to take them to the aux gym or the big gym to set them up. That part is fine, but moving those mats up and down the stairs, I've done that before, not at LaVergne. And you need 10 to 12 people on each section of mat. The stairs that we have are a normal set of stairs. 2 people can cross, no problem, but 2 people on either side of a mat and you're linking arms underneath it, it's I don't feel it's safe. I know they've done it in the past. I've talked to people who've done it in the past. They said, yeah, we used to do that and it wasn't safe. Fortunately, nobody was ever hurt. But I just have not felt it was very safe to move the mats up and down those stairs. In the county, we have a person who is assigned as a safety director for the different sports. The wrestling director came out to me one day during the season. I asked him the question. He's like, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea either to move them up and down these stairs. It's the only way in or out. So what I was asking for, and we actually have got some assistance. Smyrna Ready Mix, fantastic. My assistant coach reached out to them. We've reached out to some other organizations. They agreed, and we've ordered what's called a flex roll mat. It has the Smyrna Ready Mix emblem on the mat. It was over $14,000. That'll come this summer, and that's fantastic. We now get a mat that these mats are cut different or made different. They're light enough that you or I, really any of us, could pick one section up. They're a little too big to kind of maneuver around by yourself, but you can pick them up off the ground. So it's much, infinitely more times safe. I said that wrong, but to move them up and down the stairs, and much more feasible to have home matches. And that's one of the big ways that wrestling teams do fundraising is home matches. You know, the gate concessions, things like that. And also another big area that a lot of wrestling teams make money is tournaments. And you really need to have minimum of 2 mats for a tournament. And even then, usually, if you're going to hold a tournament, you'll want 3 or 4. If you have 2, you can ask another school. Stewart's Creek has done it, and other schools have done it where they'll transport a mat over, and they'll be able to wrestle in that tournament without paying the entry fee. Because in wrestling, you know, the dual matches where it's just my team, another team lined up, we roll the weight classes out there and they wrestle, those happen. But the tournaments is where the kids get a lot of their matches. We're allowed to have 55 matches a year before the postseason. But because of a lack of fundraising, because we've done some fundraising, but because we don't have the ability to have home matches, we haven't been able to raise the funds in order to enter as many tournaments as we would like. In the postseason, my team, guys and girls, had 15, maybe 20 matches at the most. And they're going out and wrestling kids in regions and sectional tournaments that have had 45, 50 matches. So it's putting them behind the 8 ball. So we have the mat coming from Smyrna Ready Mix. And I'll be here this summer. And that's great. We can have home matches. And we were able to have 1 home match this year because Rockvale, in our spring meeting last season, I was talking about it. I didn't ask. He volunteered. Hey, we'll bring our mats over so you can have a home match. That was amazing. And I give them all the credit for that and going out of their way to do that. We were able to have a senior night, which they haven't had in a while. So that was really something, I think, for my wrestlers to be able to wrestle in their home gym. Their parents didn't have to travel far. Teachers, friends were there, things like that. It went really well. So I'm really looking forward to having more of those next year. We have 3 on the schedule already. Hopefully, if we are able to get another mat, we can host a tournament once a year to raise some extra money. In the fundraising part, we have a fall festival celebration day. We raised some money there. We did a fundraiser night at Freddy's Restaurant. We raised a little bit of money there. The car wash we were going to do fell through. We raised a little bit of money at the home match, which is good, and again, having those mats will enable us to do that and raise a few $100s a couple times a season for that. And with another mat having a tournament, you can increase that quite a bit. And we've reached out, like I said, Smyrna Ready Mix has purchased us a mat. And I also reached out, I don't have it with me, but I sent a letter to the mayor's office, a fundraising letter written by my 2 of my captains this year. And they talked about, liking having the home matches and how that made them feel more like a team with the support from the school right there and everything like that. And we used that same letter, so we contacted Smyrna Ready Mix. I've contacted the Tennessee National Guard. They are still considering it, I guess. There's also an organization called the Middle Tennessee Wrestling Officials Association. They were the first group I reached out to. They agreed and they said, we would love to help you out and get you guys a mat that you could have home matches on. When we had our home match this year with Rockvale, the referee, who I've known for 7 years, he's like, yeah, it's the first time I've ever been here to LaVergne High School because we didn't have home matches very often. But their association has agreed to cover the cost of half of a mat. And depending on timing and things like that, the mat from Smyrna Ready Mix, we got a few extra bells and whistles on that. Like I said, that was over $14,000. An additional mat, if we were able to do that, that one is, some of the things on it are a little different. It would be cheaper, it'd be closer to like $11,000. And of course, the Middle Tennessee Wrestling officials have pledged to pay for half of that. If we can't do that, any amount would help. One of the things that, I had to purchase some singlets this year, uniforms. One of the things that we didn't have that most other teams have is warm-ups. That would help. The team would feel like a team. It would help with recruiting. When we're going out there warming up, I have guys wearing T-shirts and sweatpants and stuff like that, whereas the teams they're facing are all wearing the same color, school insignia, and all those types of things. I did have a team fee this year. You have a team fee and you want the guys, the students to pay it, but at the same time, I'm not going to say you're not on the team if you don't pay the team fee. I don't think that's fair to them either. I don't know all their situations. I had a lot of my wrestlers, the guys and the girls, we have both sides, are working during the week and missing practice because of that kind of thing. So I couldn't do that to them, but with some of those funds, if we can raise the money, have an additional mat, maybe host a tournament occasionally, maybe have team warm-ups, that kind of thing, build unity. They can be wrestling at their school, their classmates can see them, teachers can see them. I think it would really help how they felt about what they were doing a lot and help with recruitment and all those things. And they would get all the benefits that I feel that you can get from the sport of wrestling. So,
Any questions?
Yeah. One of the, and I'm certainly not trying to tell you how to do fundraisers, but it sounds like from what the principal said is you and the band and everybody's in some kind of collective group from the county. Is that a fair statement?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You said it was all part of athletics, so wrestling and the band, all the sports are kind of a collective money thing, splitting the money or whatever.
When it comes to general athletics.
General athletics, there you go, I'm sorry. Have you all ever came to us and asked about doing a, what's it called, a fund drive, Bruce, at Stones River? What we
Got
call
a roadblock?
Yeah, a roadblock. I mean, those people, those kids and stuff stand up there from like 9 to 3 on a real pretty Saturday, and they make $4,000 or $5,000. So though, I'm just throwing it out there because obviously we've got a lot of nonprofit stuff here, not to mention all our other budget stuff, and we got a pretty good sized budget. I'm glad you got the money from Smyrna Ready Mix.
Yes.
I hate that it's taken a Smyrna business to give you that when we have so many businesses here in LaVergne and very well-to-do, prominent people, and they don't want to help.
Well, this is my first year, and I was see what we had for the wrestling team and learned about the best way to go about it, or a way to go about it. There are lots of other opportunities to explore. This just happens to be one of the first ones that I've tried. And then, Smyrna Ready Mix, I know it's Smyrna, but it's close. It's the same county, same district, and we are very grateful.
Listen, they
Right.
do a lot of sponsoring for a lot of
You know, and
communities and everything.
There's a procedure at school for making the fundraiser request and how to go about it and things to be approved. So I'm certainly open to any ideas. The roadblock, I'd have to find out some more about that and figure out how that worked and if that's allowed through the school and the county and whatnot. But that's definitely something I would be willing to look at. Any ideas or anything that, as a city, that you guys would want my team's involvement in if it
Have
meant.
schools did that, Bruce?
With a roadblock?
Might be a liability for kids to be
Can't
on the
think of
road.
any off the top of my head. We do have regulations in place that I think you have to be at least 18 to stand out in the
Well, what
road.
I'm saying is if it's just the parents or the boosters.
If we have, it hasn't been recent.
Typically, it's the Shriners we have out there.
Yeah, but
Who buys and pays for the uniforms?
Well, the uniforms that we purchase, they purchased some last year, and for various reasons, not going to get into that, we didn't get them all back. But that was purchased through the team fee, I believe. This year, we were able to do a little bit of fundraising, and I also had a team fee, and I needed to replace some of those singlets. You have to have a singlet to wrestle.
Why I asked that, I wrestled in school. It'd been 50 years ago, and I just couldn't remember off the top of my head who furnished the uniforms.
Yeah, it depends on however the school district does it, but, we have to fundraise for that, and, we were able to have enough to make sure I have enough singlets for a couple of years.
SRM is a good company, and they do have a satellite company in LaVergne on Walden Road. So they might be Smyrna Red Remix, but they located all over the world now, I think.
I was, like I said, I was very grateful, and then, there's been several places that people, and we've reached out to LaVergne businesses as well. I know my assistant coach has as well. We've heard back from some and not from others. So we are working with the ones that we've heard back from, and hopefully we'll hear back from others as well. And again, as next year gets here, we'll do more things as I'm learning what we're doing. We'll do another fundraiser night at Freddy's if I'm allowed, and we'll do a car wash and the fundraisers at school that we're allowed to do and things like that.
I see on
It's
this
just
paper.
without having the home matches and the tournament, a team fee of $150 is that would be I don't know how many years it would take, paying all the other expenses to get to the point where you'd be able to stock enough away to afford a wrestling mat. And where we could have one, which again, fortunately, we have one coming, but where you could have that and have the home matches and the tournaments and build up that sense of teamwork.
I see that this is the first year y'all come in front of the city of LaVergne to ask for money.
Mhm.
Well, what's the main reason y'all come? To just the high expense, or just?
I don't want to. It was just suggested that this was a place that we could come and look and talk to and see if there was anything in the nonprofit that realm that would be a possibility.
This may extend even past just the wrestling, but do y'all do anything with alumni boosting? My high school I graduated more than 20 years ago, and they still reach out to all of the alumni and try to fundraise. In fact, this is the last year for the school to even be open, but they're still fundraising for the students, whether it's beta clubs, whether it's athletics, whether it's band, wrestling, any of that. They've got someone who literally that's his full-time job. And so I don't know if y'all leverage any of the alumni as well, because as the years go by, regardless of how their economic status is when they're in school, it's typically different, later on in life.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
We haven't necessarily, like, it's really up to the program and what we do. I think we could do an effort from the school as a whole and maybe reaching out. It's, you know, coming in as the new principal. This is my 3rd year, but I think that's an avenue we should take. With COVID and everything, so kind of lost that year, but definitely I think that could be lucrative, like beneficial for us, for sure. And just so you know, like when you're running a program, also take into account any funds that they're generating. You're also looking at paying for buses and food, meals, those kinds of things. So each of those programs fund themselves, basically. And since they don't have the gate, it makes it a little harder for sports like wrestling. Whereas basketball would generate a lot more money. Football would obviously have a lot more money. So he's buying uniforms because he's generating more money, because he has more players, things like that.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just have one other suggestion as far as fundraising goes. One other way the city might be able to support without directly funding is, have you thought about doing some kind of fundraiser, just like selling bottles of water, snacks, things like that? We got Fall Festival coming up, you know, this block party. I don't know, perhaps, you know, I guess that would be a Parks and Rec thing, that perhaps maybe we could grant you some tent space to fundraise without, you know, directly giving you a fund.
Right,
Just
that would be great.
an idea.
Because our teams will be willing to assist with any of that. So any of those opportunities, if you can share them with us, there's obviously a procedure, but pretty much fundraisers are approved, you know, as long as it's nothing putting the kids at risk or anything like that.
That would give our citizens, you know, some visibility to the programs that are out there and who exactly they're supporting.
So it would help if we partnered and you guys made us aware of any of those opportunities going forward.
Any other questions?
I would just, you know, just one thing, like when y'all have your homecoming, your homecoming game and stuff, maybe, you know, put out the different organizations that are trying to raise funds to support their
Clubs or
organization.
groups.
Like, I know that with the wrestling, there are probably kids that do come with come from wrestling, or like the mayor said, the alumni reach out to alumni wrestlers. I mean, they may have a vested interest in a successful wrestling program for the future. So, and I'm sure there's probably school records or somewhere of, you know, the previous wrestlers, so.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And one thing we do, when we do have those in-school days, like homecoming, the big day, all of the clubs do get an opportunity to fundraise with the kids purchasing different things and different booths and things like that. But I agree, that's a good option as well.
And I know, aren't there weeks where y'all do different dress-up days and stuff like that? One of them could be your favorite wrestler day.
Yeah.
Dress appropriately, though. I'm just saying, dress appropriately.
Yes.
Don't look at me like that.
Hey, the kids would like it.
He's a big WWE fan. So.
Hey, the whole, you know. No.
You know, I think it goes without saying that, I mean, I coached ball here and ran leagues for 20 years. And when I wasn't working or coaching ball, I was fundraising. I got off work, I was fundraising. Got off work, I was out all the time.
Yeah.
And fundraising can be fun, it can be interesting, it can be very beneficial, but when you go out into the LaVergne community and you've got your LaVergne stuff on, you know, it's like a guy told me, if he couldn't get $1, hey, he was happy with 50 cents. And I don't think we're telling you anything, because fundraising is tough.
Yeah.
There was times in my life with my kids, I just wrote a check.
And that's a lot of the
I
schools.
was tired of getting out, and anybody here would not agree with that. But when you've got groups like you've got, it's easy to come up here and ask the city or whoever for money. That's easy, but fundraising is tough. Like I said, getting into the Titans games and just standing on the corners, you know, it's tough, especially post-COVID, like you said. Coming out of that was tough, and we understand.
Yeah.
But
there again, we got a big budget. We got limited funds, and, man, I love our high school. My son graduated from there. I remember a lot of things that we could go into details about, what it used to be like, but that's gone. I don't live in the past, so, but I hope through hard work and determination that you guys can, pull it off.
Yes, sir.
I'm done babbling, Mayor.
That's what happens when he gets a full stomach.
I have a question, sorry, and then I'll begin. So just from the band booster side, our funds are separate from, of course, the band. And we do participate in the community activities. So we are participating in the block party. We also did in the parade, we had a tent as well. So we do try to reach out in the community and things like that. The roadblocks are something that, when you mentioned, was something new, and since there is the liability and they have to be 18 and over, of course, us boosters and parents, we would like to do that. But we do try to reach out and do things that are in the community, because we know that even as a parent, my daughter's in band, has been in band all 4 years, and it does get pricey. So I know sometimes asking parents, hey, can you do this? They may not have it. But if there's any way that we can find out other things outside of community events, such as the roadblocks and things that we can participate in, that would be helpful as well. One of the biggest advantages we had this year that we don't have, well, we won't have in the future, is electronic funds. So cars and cash apps and things, that was one of the biggest ways that we were able to get money from concessions, because people don't carry cash. That's not going to be available to us anymore. So if we are able to participate in those things, such as the blocks and more community events, I think that would help the boosters as well.
I can tell you how to make a bunch of money this weekend if you hustle the next 4 days. Is get all your band parents and boosters and coaches and kids and gather up truckloads of stuff and bring it down to Stones River Road Saturday, 8 to 3, to the senior center. We're having a big yard sale. You can come down, set up tables and sell stuff, and just the more the merrier. So there's all kinds of ways to make that money.
Or kids get out and rake yards in the fall. I'm one that I rake my yard, and I would love to have a kid come do it, and I would pay a kid
It's tough.
to come do it. And get out and mow. They can work over the summer. I made my son do it, and I did it when I was in band.
So, any other questions for wrestling? Thank you, Coach. And then I don't have a name with this one, but I'm looking for an assistant coach from the LaVergne High School softball.
Hello, I am LaShonda Roberts. I am a teacher at LaVergne. I teach physics, and I also assist Coach Hope and Jans with the softball team. So we have some pretty big ticket items that we're looking to get fixed on our field. We are asking for a new tarp. Our current tarp has holes in it, so it is unusable. When we do use the tarp, it's pretty much like it's not there, and it causes the water to pool even the more, and it makes more work for us. So our last rainstorm, we couldn't even use it. So we are looking to replace the tarp. We are looking for a new scoreboard. Our scoreboard is outdated. Some of the bulbs don't work, and it costs hundreds of dollars to fix. And so we're looking for a new scoreboard. We'd like to get some dirt so we can level the field, the playing field. We are also looking for an indoor facility, just to have some place for our young ladies to practice when inclement weather happens and things like that. And just some miscellaneous things, creating a bullpen for our pitchers to warm up. Equipment and field supplies, irrigation systems, grass seed, loads of sand. So we have some things we need to do to really give our field a major overhaul. But our more important things that we're looking for is a softball tarp, scoreboard, and the dirt. We have done some fundraising things. Some of the things we've done is car washes. We do work concessions over at Cedar Park for the baseball games that happen. So we've done that as well. We have also reached out to the community, reached out to Walmart, waiting to hear back from them. And we just found that this was another way we could, hope to gather some funds so that we can get these things fixed and move forward towards a more successful season each year. So, any questions?
I got a question for
Yes.
David. What was the deal? I can't remember how we got dirt one time for like Vanderbilt or something.
Yeah, Vanderbilt was remodeling their field, and I can't remember if they donated it or we got it very little for a truckload. So it was like pennies on a dollar.
Yes, and the reason I asked David
Sure.
is he's the Park and Recs director. Have you reached out to Belmont, Vanderbilt? I'm drawing a blank on the other
I'll tell you who
college.
the good one to reach out to would probably be Warner's Construction. It's a business based out of Smyrna, but they do a lot of ball field renovations all throughout the United States. They can come in and take the dirt off the field and re-level one. But that's their main priority is ball fields, construction, maintenance, from top to bottom.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I was out there Friday, and I will say leveling is a big thing that's needed with this ball field because there's a lip on it that angles downward.
Yes.
So that is a big one. Were y'all able to find out how long ago the wood was put up? Because I
Not
know
sure.
it was, that wood is questionable if anything else.
Yes.
Now, this may be a Dr. Hatchett question, because I know she's enjoying being up here. You should just move in up the front podium. So, so I understand that schools don't, or the Rutherford County Schools doesn't fund all different sports, but the actual facilities, does the Rutherford County Schools not pay for that?
Facilities, yes. So some of these things, this was sent prior to me knowing, but some of these things we can request from the county. So, for example, not necessarily the dirt, but anything in terms of the wood or the actual facility. But as far as building a new hitting facility, that's strictly fundraising. Our boys do have something that they fundraise, and their program was pretty successful in the past. But some of those things, like not necessarily a tarp, but definitely anything with the facilities would be the county's responsibility. The scoreboard, typically, usually we reach out to, banks such as Wilson Bank or something like that. Usually they might fund a scoreboard. It's going to be one of those larger corporations that would be able to put their name and things like that. So that's something we might want to reach out to Bridgestone or something like that to see if they'd be willing to help. Smyrna Ready Mix might be willing, but it's, sometimes it's Smyrna, we're LaVergne, so sometimes we get that. Even, Sam Ridley, when we talk to them, they're like, well, we're Smyrna, you're LaVergne, but we're like, you're right here. So, but those are some things we can request from the board.
I know Coca-Cola years ago used to, you see a lot of scoreboards at ball games, and they was put up by Coca-Cola. And Coca-Cola is located in LaVergne.
Right, so that's an option as well.
David, do you have any suggestions or ideals for these ladies about any of that stuff?
Yeah, I would suggest definitely reaching out to Lou Warner with Warner Construction and Warner Athletics. Lou can definitely point you in the right direction for any of your needs, whether it be infield mix, your safe coat, any of your supplies.
Okay.
He can either stock them or get in touch with somebody that's going to give you a discount on them. And he grew up in LaVergne. He grew up in Smyrna. His family's from Smyrna, so he has extensive baseball background. Very well known, very reputable, does amazing work. He does college fields. He's done several fields for us, several for Smyrna, Murfreesboro. He's got his hands in everything, so he'd definitely be a good contact for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
And I know you all didn't come here to try to get advice, but a bunch of heads, especially bald heads, it's better than one or two. So, because we're talking about a lot of money, but I do remember in 2006, my son was a senior, and he They unrolled that tarp out there one day for the girls.
Yeah.
Big family of snakes come out of that thing.
Yeah, we had mice come out this year.
Yes, I've heard some about rats over there.
Yes. Yes.
Outside.
Yes, it was in the tarp outside, so, yes.
Those are some pretty big items, and
Yes.
like lady said, that's, you know, and just to be, and I'll probably make a lot of people mad, but that's okay. We invited some Rutherford County board members to be here. I talked to them, and
The whole board, and Dr. Sullivan.
they gracefully, is that the right word, declined?
Some, yes.
Some did, yeah. So, because we wanted them to listen.
And we have made requests to the commissioners, just as far as renovations, which this would include some of those things as well. So that's kind of in the works to be discussed. Some of those things that were more like in the building, things that we need done that are more immediate needs. That's kind of what I'm working to get funded right now.
We do have now, after last election, we have 4 really good commissioners for LaVergne who will fight for you. So you need to make sure you reach out to those 4 people.
Thank you.
They will, you know,
So
not
they're
say.
working with us now, yeah.
I'm sorry?
We're working with them now. They're
Good.
actually going to come in and do some
Good.
projects for us this summer.
And I will get to you after this meeting. I don't know, do y'all know Sierra Washington, or not Washington, Franklin with Bridgestone? They reached out to me earlier today about joining a board they have that deals with community improvements, whether it's picking up trash, beautification, fundraising, different things like that. They mentioned some food trucks, but the fundraising portion may benefit all 3 groups and others. So I can get her contact information over to you, and you can disseminate it.
That'll be great.
So we've got car washes, Walmart concessions.
We've also done banner sponsorships where a business can pay $500 and have their banner hung. So we've had a few of those as well. What these fundraisers have been able to do is allow us to purchase new uniforms and, you know, get new balls and things like that. But, you know, these items are a little bit more of a reach. And so we're just seeking some additional assistance.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. I think LaVergne is done.
I wouldn't leave just yet. I wouldn't leave just yet.
Well, actually, we're going to call for a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back and go through the fee schedule and everything else.
Whoa, wait a minute, you wouldn't let me have one.
An even number here. We'll be good.
Whoa. Okay, everyone, we are back. And we are going to go through the City of LaVergne fee schedule for this year. This encompasses all of our fees, whether it's for permits, taxes, impacts. Bruce, are you going to walk us through that?
Yes, sir. I can give a brief overview on this. You know, it's a 10-page document that's in front of you. You can see at the top we have 23-24, which is our next fiscal year. Current year now is 22-23, and then we also have last year's in here. These are the fees that are authorized by our municipal code in various parts of the zoning ordinance and subregs. So, and also TCA. If you look on page 2, you'll see that highlighted in green is our park impact fees and our road impact fees. Those we currently assess at a 50% rate of what we are allowed to do according to the study that was completed. The fire impact fees and the police impact fees are already assessed at 100%. So we cannot raise those because they're at the maximum. If you look on page 4, you'll see a whole bunch of fees that are highlighted in blue. These are court fines and fees. The judge has submitted a list of recommendations that he would like to see changed in that. I'm still working on implementing those into the fee schedule, so those are not ready yet at this time. I should have those ready in time for Thursday. But typically, you know, this will come before rather the board each year with the budget ordinance. And it'll be up to this board to approve the fee schedule for that next fiscal year. And I know typically there's been a lot of discussion about impact fees and whether, you know, we should leave them the same or raise them or whatever the case might be. So I'll turn that part back over to you.
Well, first off, let's go to David and talk about parks fees as far as what that would impact for you guys, whether you think that would allow y'all to do more or not. So, David, if you could chime in with us on that.
Anytime we can get a little more revenue into the department, it's always going to be a good thing. We have we want to expand, but then again, we still have to maintain what we currently have. And that's been a struggle, you know, over the last several years, just trying to keep up with just maintaining the facilities we have now. The walking trails on there, that needs to be done. Mackin Park. Eventually, we're going to have to address the surfacing at Lake Forest Park. We'd replaced some rollers out there on one of the play structures a month or so ago, and just one set of rollers was $3,600, and that required 2 sets. So yeah, anytime we can generate a little more revenue for us, that would be a great thing.
Michael, can you come up? As far as the, can you go through the thoughts as far as if we raise impact fees to for roads, how that's going to impact you guys?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Just like David said, anytime we can generate more revenue, we all benefit. Obviously, we need a lot of improvements throughout the city. Our roads are in, tough condition in certain areas. So the more funds we can generate, the better we'd be able to afford making those improvements down the road. I mean, we requested $1.2 million last year, as most of you remember, and we had to come back before the board to do a budget amendment to do additional roads, and there are several out there that still need attention.
Could you all tell a big difference before and after we did raise them and before we raised them?
I would have to ask for finance, a little bit of assistance on that, but
We have that broken down.
obviously as materials and labor and everything's increasing, the cost to do business is gonna be right there with it. So, I think a study would be well served to see where we're at in line with other municipalities and go from there.
It's gradually going up. This year's been an extremely well year. I'm sure it has to do with some larger businesses. I don't know if it's the BJ's or who, but in 1920, we collected $679,000 in road impact fees, and then in 2021, we collected $723,000. 21-22, we collected $1.5 million. So that might have been when BJ's did their impact fees. And then this year, we're forecasting back down to about 726.
Okay.
Well, as you know, I was a big advocate of wanting to raise it 100%. You know, so as far as I'm concerned, the new people and new businesses that are coming in, I think should have to absorb some of the cost instead of the people that's been living here for a long time. So as far as I'm concerned, I think we need to double it.
So Kyle, can you speak from the economic side of it? You're part of the economic team. How that would impact us for recruiting new business?
As far as being a detriment, I don't think it's going to hurt. They are going to complain if you've got a commercial property like a BJ's or something, and you double this cost, they're definitely, because that's what you'd be looking at, they're not going to like it. But some of the things to look at on something similar to a BJ's or if you have a grocery store or something like that would be, you know, there is ways to offset some of your impact fees if you do road improvements and stuff like that. So it might be an incentive to, hey, they need a signal, so, you know, they'll put the signal in, and then, of course, the impact fees will be adjusted accordingly. So I don't think it would, you know, hurt businesses coming in. Same way with, I think that's what you was asking, Steve, is have we noticed kind of a drop-off or anything? Because everybody said if we raised them, then they'd quit building or quit pulling permits. Well, they definitely have not done that. So, you know, it's still steady coming in here with, you know, new permit requests all the time. So I don't think we've seen anything negative by what has been raised so far.
And then if push came to shove and the board was interested in it, planning commission can waive if we have a big commercial project like another BJ's or something, although we won't see another BJ's come to the city, but similar type project. Is that correct?
Don't think you'd be able to waive it. I think, like I said, you can do an adjustment if they are doing work. So like if a road needs widening and they say, okay, well, I'll widen it for this amount or whatever, and let's say it's a $500,000, then you can kind of adjust their impact fees up to a certain point based on what improvements they did. But you cannot just waive it.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly, but what is our impact fees now as far as comparable to other cities? Are we still way below, about right, or does anybody remember? I don't remember.
Murfreesboro is in the process right now of adopting impact fees. They're still deciding on whether they're going to be $1 a square foot or not. I spoke with Austin Maxwell Friday afternoon, and that's the big thing that they're looking at. But they're looking to, Bruce, correct me if I'm wrong, it was around 7,800 was what I want to say Austin told me, but I know you've also spoken with Craig, the town manager.
Right, and I don't have the exact figures that they're using, but you know, I know that they were looking at $1 per square foot, I believe, for the road impact fee, but I'm not sure about other areas of what they're looking to charge.
Okay. And then when it comes to at least the single family, multifamily, the residential portion of it, just in all honesty, I know, Vice Mayor, you were talking about, you know, the companies need to pay in, but realistically those will be just like any other impact fee for residential. It'll be just moved on into the cost of it. So the commercial's different, warehouse, industrial, all of that's different, but the actual residential portion just goes into that home fee at the end of the day.
But the city still gets more money.
Yes.
That's what I'm concerned about.
To offset that impact. Yes.
I want the city to reap the benefits so we can get better roads and better parks and things like that.
So we're at 50% assessment on parks and road impact fees. I've already heard Vice Mayor say go on up to 100, because that's the maximum we can do for any of our fees. To go anywhere beyond that, we have to get another study done, which takes 6 to 8 months at least. Or at least it did last time. Guys, what's everyone else's thoughts on that?
I agree.
That's the only two that ain't at 100%, ain't it? Is
yes.
Roads and Park. I have no problem going 100% on them too. As long as it puts us comparable with the other cities, but going 100% on the park and the road, you know, I don't think it's gonna change somebody's mind about coming in here. But you know, of course, everything's high. You know, land's high, materials high. In the last 4, 5, 6 years, everything has went up, and it ain't slowed up anything. So You know, it's a bottom line. If a builder comes in and builds a house, you know, he's just gonna pass the expense on to the buyer, you know. The only complaints I've really been getting in the last few years, if somebody's been living here 20 or 30 years and they got a 3/4 acre lot, because the house was built on septic and they had to have, and they want to split a lot, then time they get all the fees, they said, you know, I've been living here 30 years paying taxes, and now I'm having to pay all this money just to build onto my house or split the lot. But if an average citizen been here 20 or 30 years, if they don't do that, I mean, they're not gonna care unless it affects them personally. You know, if you raise the property tax, the people who still owes on the house, they pay each month, so that's just a few dollars a month. The elderly people that owns a house, now it's gonna hit them, but on the people, if you raise the impact fee, the only complaints you're really gonna get is the people have been here 20 or 30 years, like say, wanna add another room or well, see, we need some extra money, so we're gonna do something, split the lot or something, but
Okay.
doubling the impact fee on street and parks, I just don't see be a game changer.
So Bruce, I think it's clear, go ahead and factor in increasing those up to 100%, and then we can decide if we want to do a study after we see the impact of this.
Okay.
To determine if we need to go further or not for the future. When looking at the fees, and I know Randolph will absolutely shudder with this because he hates changing fees in the new system. But Kyle, have those been thoroughly reviewed? I know we haven't raised them for a number of years, just to make sure that they're in line with what kind of service we have to do to, whether it's inspections or whatnot.
I think everything's in line. Whenever we did pull this out, like on the building permit, it used to be based on valuation. Now it's, per square foot cost. We did get that in line with what other communities were. So I think as of right now, we're somewhat comparable on code stuff or permits.
Did you say our new judge wanted some of these changes? Is that what he said?
Yes.
And what kind of changes is he wanting?
Wanting to see some of them increased.
Typically, he's wanting to increase a lot of our fines that are in this list.
And you said that things need to stay in line with our,
No, that was for permits. That's what Kyle was
Okay.
talking about.
All right.
Bruce is saying that he said earlier that he hadn't worked those into the paperwork that you've got in front of you right now, but he will have those for everyone before the meeting or for the workshop on Thursday.
okay, I got you.
So, but he's been pretty vocal about that, and you can see some repeat offenders, and so that kind of helps to deter that with that cost increase.
So, do we need to wait until, after we're completely done before we start sending in our recommendations to Bruce and stuff for the budget?
Well, this is the last meeting for the budget, so.
I understand, but until after the board, until BOMA,
I would say if you already have any, go ahead and get those over to Bruce, not to me, to Bruce.
Gotcha.
And then the only thing that's really outstanding at this point is the court fees, which we'll see those, so that should be something minor. So if you've got anything, you can go ahead and get that over to him.
I got you.
I do have another question. This one's for Kyle and Bo. So when it comes to our fees for planning, and probably for Gary too, because he has to review some of this, but how do you feel about our engineering and fees as far as for planning, whether it's rezoning, whether it's, we've got that all in here. So what are your thoughts? Do those need to change?
Hey, Bo, can you come up to the microphone, because it's hard to hear y'all back there.
Those are good looking when I get it. The only permit fee we have is the land disturbance permit fee, and we actually raised it not too long ago. So in terms of that fee at $350, we're okay.
Okay. Bo?
Bow time.
If bald is beautiful, then I'm your guy.
So glad I don't have to worry about that.
I don't know of any planning fees that need to be increased. I feel like they're adequate. I guess it's been 2 years since been 2 years or 1 year since we raised them. Has it been 2 already?
It is about a year. It's whenever we created the list, and that's what I'm saying, is whenever that happened, that's whenever codes, engineering, and planning, I know we all adjusted those accordingly to be comparable. And on Deets, I'm pretty sure we adjusted your tap fees and a few other things to be comparable with other locations.
But the city gets money, the house is, the price is determined of how many square foot the house is.
No, it's like on a building permit, it's 30, I'd have to look it up, but it's so much per square foot. So if you have a 2,000 square foot house.
Water permit, and the sewer permit, is it one, for residential, is it still one flat rate?
It goes
Or
by
does
the.
it go by square foot?
No, it goes by the size of your tap. But most taps are 3/4, so it'll go by the 3/4 inch tap fee.
Does anybody know right off the hand, what the city gets for just an average house? All the fees? You got the building permit, you got the water and sewer, all the impact fees?
Not off the top of my head, I wouldn't.
The impact fees, as of the last time we raised them, were at $38.70 for a single-family home. So
He's wanting the permit fee, like the whole thing altogether. So like an average, if you had a 2,000 square foot house, what would that be?
Yeah.
So I don't have that off the top of my head.
So going over to page 5, I've got a question in regards to the fire alarm, fire code violation. So this is kind of a combination with Chief Hatcher and Chief Beasley. I know we were having a problem with false fire alarms repeatedly, and we raised it, I want to say at the behest of Alderman Calvin Jones. We raised that significantly. Has that been effective in deterring the significant number of false alarms we were having at that point?
In order for me to really answer that, Mayor, I'd have to go back and look at our actual statistics for the year. I couldn't tell you what we're at right now. I know right now we have more 911 issues with Sims Recycling and some of the Shurian because of all those phones.
Yeah, the batteries.
Yes. So, but to say whether or not the alarms have been sequestered in some way, you know, they're slowing down. I can't say that that's
okay. Does anyone have any other questions on the fee schedule?
It's not really a question, but could somebody give me an answer Thursday at the workshop on average, what the average fee is when somebody builds a average house, what the fee is? All the fees, how much the city gets for one single drilling?
How many square foot?
Well, nobody's building small houses now, so I'd say average would be probably about 3,000 square foot, I'd say.
All right, we'll get that for you.
Bruce, one other question for you, going over to page 7. When it comes to alarm systems, would groups like who go around Vivint, would that categorize as a for needing as an alarm system? Because I know they do security, they do cameras, so I don't know if that fits in there or not.
If it's an alarm system, I would think it would count, but they would have to register with the police department and go through their process. I think it'd be more up to the homeowner than it would be, you know, Vivint or whoever monitors the system.
Okay. It'll be
based on the actual permits that are assigned. That's the only way for us to have any kind of an accurate count on lockdown.
So how would the resident know if they're getting, we've got Vivint who does door-to-door during the summer. They're going door-to-door, selling their service. How does the police department, which I know y'all get some calls from like ADT and different groups like that, but other than doing a backwards audit, so to say, on ADT calls, is there a way to ensure that that's being done?
I don't know of a way that we could require it. Now, we would just have to do some sort of, get the word out type thing to tell people, hey, you know, if you've got an alarm system, you have to register it with the city.
Okay. It's going to be a difficult one.
So going back to the alarm, smoke alarms for these businesses are false calls. I remember us talking pretty extensively about that, and I'm assuming Mayor Cole's question was in reference to, do we need to raise those or something? I guess we would need to know how bad it's gotten, to whether or not. I remember Curtis Brinkley told us at one time they were getting out of hand.
Yes, sir, and they have been. There's a difference between a false alarm and then a trip system. If you have call for service because you have smoke there and it becomes a false alarm, and it's not, that's one thing. But the automatic trip system or the malfunctioning alarm would be the problem. I'm with Chief Hatcher. I'm going to have to do a little bit of homework. I'm working on that right now to see exactly what we have. I'm not aware that we've collected any sufficient amount of money, if any, in the last year for alarms at all.
So you give them 3 times or something like that?
I believe that's correct.
When the electricity goes off in a certain area of town, does that make your alarm go off?
It can. It can. Most of the time when it resets, we don't get a lot of false calls off of those. So, but it could happen. There's a lot of faulty things.
They reset, 5 minutes, something like that?
I couldn't tell you what the exact, sure, Mayor. Alderman.
And then,
I guess I just feel like the city needs to collect revenue from all the little bitty things that,
And I would agree, as long as the company's making a valid effort of keeping that at a minimum, those are, not nuisance or malicious for sure. But when you come back 3 times within 24 hours, 48 hours for the same alarm system, that becomes a nuisance. And that should be a point that we start to collect fees for that, because they're not maintaining their system. It's not a malicious event. It's just the company needs to maintain their system.
And I don't think it's ever been defined who and how we collect those fees. Like, do we bill them? Does police collect it? Does fire collect it? Nobody's ever.
I think it would be some type of citation.
Well, several years ago, we used to issue citations for those after the 3rd false alarm. And we stopped doing it for several, and so now we're back into the reintroduction of it. So it's still in its infancy stages, if you will, of getting it back up to speed.
Why did we stop?
Couldn't answer that, sir. I don't know. I wasn't in the position that I'm in, so I can't answer that.
David, let me ask you about page 5 with Parks and Recreation. There's a whole section in here for baseball, softball tournaments. But that's the league. Is that not correct?
I don't believe those figures are right. I think it's $50 per field per day. And I think that was changed with the municipal code was changed several years ago. So I think those fees reflect whatever's in the municipal code.
But whenever we have the contract with the league, though, we're not doing the field rental or tournaments. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. If they host a tournament, they are still per their contract, have to pay the city the rental fee for those fields for that weekend.
Okay. So are these figures correct?
I will have to double check. I want to say it's $50 per field per day. I think that was changed years ago to the strikers' request. They requested that, so I think the municipal code was changed also to match that. But I'll go back through their contract in the morning and see exactly what the fee is.
Thank you. Anyone have anything else with the fee schedule?
Well, on the fees for the park, like a fee of $50, that's awful, to me, awful cheap if the city has to come back in and dress the field. I mean,
Well,
that
when
that
they-
wouldn't even cover I don't even cover the $50 don't even cover the mowing.
Well, those fees are in line with surrounding communities, because when that was proposed to us several years ago, we did check with Smyrna and Murfreesboro to see what they were charging per tournaments for field rentals. And but the only difference there was they charged a separate fee. I believe anything over 10 teams, they may charge an additional $10 per team above that 10.
I guess you can look at it another way. If you have a tournament, people comes in from out of town, we might get a little bit if they stop at a store to get gas or a restaurant to eat, or maybe motel, hotel tax.
Well, and we always looked at it like, yeah, we do staff it. We've gotten back into staffing it under this contract. Under the previous contract, when the strikers had it, we were pretty much hands-off, and we saw how that worked out. So now that we've got a new organization in there, we've taken control over the fields back. So we do staff it. We do prep the fields. Our crews are there on any tournament weekends, league Saturdays. Our thing was we're providing a service here. We're not going to make a whole lot of money off that. We will recoup some, even if it's $50 a field. But that's where the league is making their money, is on those tournament weekends. So that's how they generate their revenue to either in the future lower costs for signups, offer better uniforms. This year they're going into it having to buy equipment since it's a startup league. We donated what we could. There wasn't a whole lot because we had a bunch of water damage during the winter. So they're basically having to start from scratch. So there wasn't a whole lot of equipment that we had left over that they could really use. So yeah, when it was proposed, the $50 a field, and I'm pretty sure that's what it is, I'll double check, but that was in line with Smyrna. So we did contact Smyrna. I think we contacted Mount Juliet, Murfreesboro. So yeah, it wasn't out of line.
I know Murfreesboro got a whole lot bigger system, but they bring in a bunch of people from out of town.
Well, this organization has had 2 tournaments on 4 fields, so they've only used 1 complex each time, and they've generated pretty decent numbers. Miss Carroll, you may know, I don't know if this last tournament had 16 teams maybe.
Yeah, we had 6, no, I think it was 30 teams.
So it's going to be a telltale sign for them in June. They're holding 2 big state tournaments here, baseball, and that always generates a crowd. So our guys had nothing but compliments over the weekend on the facilities. So I think the
It
league
just seems $50 is awful cheap.
It is, but if it's in line with other communities, then we want to stay kind of based on that. And we also want the organization that's actually administering the league to be successful. That way, we're going to be there one way or the other, regardless of whether it's $150 a field or $50. So we're still going to provide that service. But this also makes, in our eyes, gives them an opportunity to be successful in the future. Because we definitely want to grow that league. It has been it's been a dumpster fire for so long. It's finally heading in the right direction.
Plus, it's a minute amount to have our children in our community to be able to play ball. I was up there this weekend. It was absolutely slammed. All 8 fields were hopping. Shouldn't be a moneymaker. It should be a service. So I enjoyed the kids immensely.
I agree, and a couple of our guys had some interaction with some families that were there last year with that same organization. Swore they would never come back to LaVergne. The facilities were in such bad shape, field-wise, bathroom-wise. Had nothing but praises this past weekend.
Does anybody keep up with how many LaVergne kids play there?
Well, we could probably get the number as far as the league goes, but like on a weekend tournament, they come from all over the state, so we wouldn't be able to track those numbers.
I know I rode through Walmart 3 or 4 times, and I've just looked at the license plates just at Walmart, and and each time I go through there, there's a third of a third of the cars in the parking lot has got Davidson County tags.
Well, and as
That's
far as,
awesome.
So
We're
that's a
loving their
good,
tax
so that's a
dollars.
good thing, you know, they come in here to spend money.
well, hopefully, in the future, we'll get kids from Murfreesboro, Mount Juliet, Smyrna, Antioch to come back to this league, because at one time it was one of the biggest leagues in the mid-state. You know, there's so many families that are blended anymore that Daddy may live in Davidson County and Mom lives here in LaVergne, but on the weekend, they're at the ball field in Dad's car, so we're happy to have them regardless.
Any other questions on the fee schedule?
I just want to make one comment. Whenever we go through our year-end audit, the auditors pull different various receipts to make sure that we're charging the right fees. So whatever we do, we need to make sure this is correct and we're consistent in what we're charging.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's hop back over to nonprofits real quick. So we heard presentations from different groups. We've got everything on here as far as what's being requested this year. There's $305,593 being requested. One item I will go ahead and it's absolutely no surprise on, but to say as far as cutting out is the Rutherford County Paws. That amount of money goes towards their spay and neuter program. It doesn't go to actual staffing and getting us extra service down here. I know that's been a struggle for a number of years, is getting that type of service. So I would absolutely say that should be cut out.
I know in the last few years, I see more of their trucks down here in LaVergne than I did like 10 years ago. So, you know, I see the dog catcher. I call him the dog catcher. I see in the last few years, I've seen the truck down in LaVergne more than I did last year. But another thing I look at the paws, it's no way in HD double hockey sticks that LaVergne could even think about a dog catcher for $30,000.
I don't think anyone's arguing that. It's just that's not what that's going for. From their packet, it's the spay and neuter program.
I read that, and I was a little bit disgruntled about that too. So,
thoughts?
Straight out. Scratch it.
that's going to pay for. That money would pay for spay and neuter throughout the county instead of LaVergne. So, but you know, I'm a little disappointed in them because last year or year before, I get lost sometimes. They came here and talked to us, and I'd ask them to come back this year, and we would be watching for more trucks and more activity. But they never showed up.
Well, I know I have seen the trucks more in the last year to couple years than I did in the past year. So, you know, I'm sure they're spread thin everywhere, but I do see them more and more.
Yeah, they are spread thin. It's a very tough job. I've got a friend who does that. He runs one of the vehicles and gets around, but they even had to stop some coverage just simply because they were short-staffed, which is everywhere. Every department's getting that. So next we've got, as far as, let's look at the Meals on Wheels, the dues, the transportation. That's all Mid-Cumberland. And so as far as the budget amount for Meals on Wheels, that hasn't changed. The dues have gone up, and that's just, I take it, a periodic due for the organization. I didn't read through their packet, but is that right, Ms. Tanya? Yeah, I think it was an increase. And then they were asking for an increase in their transportation from 500 to 1,000.
I done the Meals on Wheels a few years back, and a lot of the people in LaVergne, they sure appreciated to get a hot meal. I think it's a good program, and I definitely support it.
Oh, I agree with that, and I want to say, Vice Mayor, you helped get them down at the senior center.
Yes,
and
sir.
get the-
I'm a 100% pro Meals on Wheels, and they're doing a fabulous job. No questions asked.
And I will concur with Vice Mayor No. I went and helped pick up meals for a couple, 3 months till they got delivery to the senior center, and they're a very professional organization.
So what are your thoughts on transportation? Now, this is not, this item isn't transportation for Meals on Wheels, but transportation for the various enrollees for going to a doctor visit, going to the store, going to different things. What are your thoughts on that?
Is that part of Cumberland?
That's Mid-Cumberland, yes, and that's going to be MCHRA Transportation.
I have personally dealt with them a little bit. I don't know how many seniors they actively work with outside of the senior center. I know that we've got a couple there. I can't help that anything, of course, I'm a little biased, anything that does with seniors and helps seniors, I
know when I done
don't have a problem with it.
the Meals on Wheels, and one day I think I delivered 12 homes, and I don't think none of the 12 people that I delivered to went to the senior citizen center. So, you know, it's and that was just one day.
Okay. Now, we heard presentations tonight from United Way, from the LaVergne Band Boosters, from LaVergne Wrestling, from LaVergne Softball. All of those, I would say, we need to shoot emails over to Bruce so that we don't deliberate, like Bruce just got on to me for. And hey, I take my licks just like everybody else. So. So we need to email Bruce as far as if you want to include them. If you do not, to what level? I'd say copy Miss Tanya and Miss Phyllis. You want copied on there with your part-time?
Tanya's fine.
Give her half the information.
And I would say if you want to make any changes in regards to the Child Advocacy Center, you can put that in there. That's been a staple. I specifically asked them so that they would show up here so that at least our newer members could hear kind of what they do and understand who they are, because I think they're very important for this community. One thing I will bring up, Phyllis, you cannot throw anything at me for this, because I gave y'all fair warning Monday night of our first meeting, but we need to look at and think of funding the IDB. And it was said, I know whenever we had our discussions on the stormwater building, that Alderwoman Hobbs, I think you were wanting as far as a guarantee on what's going to be there for at least one generation of ownership. Mm-hmm. Well, that's very difficult to do if you don't control the property. If we give the IDB money from fund balance to do that, to purchase property, well, we control that property and we can state exactly what goes on there. And it's a tool Murfreesboro has used with the Avenue, and it's something to consider for this board.
What does the
I'll throw anything.
IDB do with that money?
They would purchase property. And so we've talked about all the work on Murfreesboro Road. That's a key place to look. I mean, you've got multiple parcels to look at.
Are they gonna be changing their fee, or is it gonna be still the same?
Well, that would be, we have their request of how much they're requesting, which is $10,000, but we can, as far as fund that further, cities can donate money to their IDB, and that's what we would do. And I'm bringing it up because that's their line item, is in the nonprofits, so to say. But if we want to control land, we want to see it developed how we would want it to be, this would be the mechanism to do it with. So, Bruce, you got anything else for us? before you throw anything.
No, I won't, I don't have anything heavy enough to throw, so we're good.
So we can't deliberate?
No.
I thought we could.
Not at a workshop, no, sir. You can't make decisions at a workshop. That's what I was trying to say. You can discuss, it's information only. You can discuss it, but you can't say, let's do this, let's do that. That's deliberating.
Can't say what we think?
We don't have an attorney here, right, Bruce?
No, I guess I'm the next best thing.
There's liability in that, sir.
I didn't say I was an attorney.
Oh, my God.
But no, you can say what you think, but some of what we were saying was making decisions. Yeah,
Borderline.
let's take this out, let's not take this out. That's making decisions. That's deliberating. So that's what we got to be careful not to do.
So everything's on the table, and we need to let you know what it is as well as Ms. Tanya.
Pretty much.
And quickly.
No later than noon Thursday, right?
You will not have a budget ordinance if you wait till noon Thursday.
And we may not have one anyway. It just depends on what changes we get.
Well, we
As
usually
long
have
as we have one by
first,
as long as we have one by the
first reading
meeting,
on
we should
May.
be okay.
The first reading Tuesday night?
Yes. Does anyone have any other questions?
I don't have no questions. I think pretty well. I didn't bring my crystal ball, but anybody wants me to tell them how the budget's gonna do, I'll sure tell them. I don't have no questions.
I want to say thank you to Tanya and Phyllis.
You're welcome.
So, thank y'all. I know this is not easy. It's not fun at times. Thank you to Bruce as well, because Lord knows you've been pulling your hair out with this.
Don't have much to pull out, so.
Anything else? Okay, meeting adjourned.
That's right, 8 hours.